Chapter 1344. The 9 little guys were not willing to think about things that were too deep. They would only think about it when they needed it, and they were not worried about not being able to figure it out. They had brothers and sisters to back them up, and they had very powerful brothers and sisters. Therefore, what they were thinking about now was how to wrap the small root cabbage in a box and fry it in a pan. Today, they planned to cook a meal by themselves, including the cat ear soup that went with the small root cabbage box, but there was no fresh cucumber pickles. If the team came to travel, fresh cucumbers would not be a problem. Someone would specially carry soil and grow cucumbers on it. But now it was a war. Who dared to waste manpower and material resources like that? If there was a spare place, it would be better to fill it with salt or bullets. The 9 people who made the box for the first time were very nervous. Suilong also did not cook. He could not cut the vegetables well. What else could they expect him to do? As the main force of the box, Suilong was very excited. He felt that the action of making pancakes could be regarded as a kind of art. But only those who made pancakes every day understood that it was actually a kind of life. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan no longer went in to rest. Instead, they took out folding stools and sat down, watching their younger siblings and Suilong cook. The two looked at each other and remembered the first time they made wontons for their family. The same passion, the same excitement, and the different craftsmanship. Even if the little guys put their heart into the box they made was also strange. They could not even squeeze the edges of the box. Only the clumsiness can be seen in the simplicity. Great skills appear clumsy. Zhang Xiaobao did not care. There were only 3 consequences if the box was not wrapped well. First, the stuffing was leaked. Second, the stuffing was not cooked in the thick part, and third, the thin part was scratched. This was not a big problem. If the stuffing was leaked, it could also be fried and eaten. If it was not cooked, it was not a big problem. In the stuffing of wild bird eggs and small root cabbage, the bird eggs had to be fried first. The small root cabbage could be eaten raw or cooked. As for the scratched part, it could be eaten as a strange rice crust. As long as the little ones put their heart into it, no matter what they made, the adults would feel that it was delicious. Even the delicacies made by the top-class chefs were not as delicious as the noodles made by the children. This was the consensus of the adults in the world. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care and just waited to eat. The little ones also didn't think about the food they made. They maintained absolute confidence that the food they made would definitely be good. Only Suilong, who was slightly older, was afraid. She was worried that Xiaobao and Cuckoo would not like the food she made. From time to time, he would look at the pot, then at Xiaobei and the others who were wrapping the boxes. He looked at the stuffing in the basin and suddenly had an idea. He suggested, "Can we add some meat inside?" Xiaobei was tasting the newly mixed stuffing to see how it was salty. When she heard Suilong's movement, she raised her head to look at him and said helplessly, "Brother Ilong, cooking is the same as composing poems. It doesn't matter how much flavor you add, it depends on whether you can express a flavor. Just like the chive stuffing, if you want to add meat, you can. It's very simple. No matter what kind of meat you add, it's not a problem. It doesn't matter if it's nutritious mutton, warm chicken, or cold crab meat. It can all be mixed in." "But," I said, "but, understand?" Xiaobei was like an adult. It was very difficult for her to make food, but she ate a lot. When she reached a certain level, when she was used to the wind and waves, the trickling stream was the pursuit. Suilong knew what chives were. She didn't like to eat them usually. Every time she ate them, she would have a stomachache. It was only when she ate at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang restaurant that she was fine. He also didn't know what was going on. Seeing that Xiaobei said that she could put everything, he asked, "Isn't it good to put venison?" "Okay, but we want to eat the pure taste of the root vegetables. The monarch, the minister, and the assistant minister are the rules. Whether it's used in medicine, calligraphy, or food now, who is the monarch and who is the minister? When you put venison, I only want to eat venison. Moreover, eating venison and root vegetables together is too nutritious. Then why did you put wild bird eggs? Suilong asked as if he was asking for advice. In terms of enjoyment, he was very clear that he was not the opponent of the little guys. Although they suffered a lot, that was because they were willing to. However, if they didn't suffer, when it came to enjoyment, he was far behind them. Xiao Bei spat out the stuffing in her mouth and reached for the salt. When she touched the box of salt, she paused. She bit her lower lip, looked up at the sky, rolled her eyes, and retracted her hand. You can't put any more salt. If there's less salt, you can eat it with other seasonings. If there's too much salt, you can't reduce it. It's not like you're making takeout. Then, what did you say? Bird eggs? It's fresh. Brother and sister said that the simpler the organization structure, the fresher the taste. If you want to put things, you can put river prawns. It has to be big. Only meat, no shell. Sea prawns can't. Sea prawns are too fresh and will suppress the taste of the root vegetables. We want to eat the root vegetables. Then why not put river prawns? Suilong felt that there was a lot of knowledge in eating, so he became more and more curious. Because no one catches and peels prawns. If you want to eat something with 3 fresh stuffing, the egg has to be cooked, but the prawns have to be raw. If you boil the prawns in water, they become stuffing, then heat them up again. It's easy to cut your hand when you peel the raw prawns. I'd rather not eat it than do it. What if you get injured or infected? Xiao Bei shook her 2 chubby little hands, indicating that she didn't want to be cut. Suilong had to admit that she couldn't compare with the little guys in many aspects of life. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel envious. It wasn't that she hadn't experienced life, but that no one had ever told her this in her daily life. It seemed very simple, but there was endless knowledge in it. No wonder His Majesty also put his youngest children beside Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They were the eldest princess and the first prince. It turned out that their education started from the bits and pieces of life. After an hour, the root vegetable boxes were done. Black, yellow, and gray, they were stacked one by one. They were put on a plate and sent to the dining table in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. There was also a bowl of wild vegetable soup with the smell of oil floating in it. Because the root vegetable boxes were limited in quantity, they were usually only eaten in the inner courtyard for Xiao Bei and the others. The wild vegetable soup was much easier to make. In addition to some chopped green onions, there was water, salt, pepper powder, and some uncooked oil. There were 2 full pots, less than half a basket of vegetables in them. They were distributed to more people to drink. There were a few wild vegetable leaves in each bowl. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had the most wild vegetables in their bowls. This soup was simple to make, but it was very good for people's health. Regardless of whether the weather was cold or hot, drinking it while eating would replenish water. Furthermore, it was eaten with steamed buns, so there was no need for vegetables. It couldn't be compared to the soup of the rich and powerful. That kind of soup was boiled, or boiled. Speaking of the soup with the best taste, the rich and powerful generally couldn't drink it. It wasn't that they didn't have the ingredients, but that they didn't have the skills. Zhang Xiaobao drank a mouthful and looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan smacked her lips and said, "No wonder people in the south said that northerners' soup is scrubbed water. If the oil isn't boiled well, it is indeed very similar to scrubbed water. If the southerners' soup isn't boiled well, it's no different from the northerners' pig food. Let's not attack each other, okay?" Generally, only people who have never been out, or people who went out and suffered losses, are willing to attack each other. Whoever attacks shows that they have low self-esteem. The strong are respected wherever they go, so they are friendly to everyone. When I was abroad, I didn't attack the country. I even wanted to come back, but I knew that as long as I showed my face, I would definitely be caught. Especially beautiful geniuses, they were very willing to catch me. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the soup bowl in front of him and said to Wang Wan, Wang Wan took a bite of the small vegetable box and swallowed it slowly. She drank 2 mouthfuls of soup and let out a long breath. Ah, now I don't have to worry about the excess food in my stomach. But people who have gastric problems definitely can't eat this kind of box. Eat, don't complain, it's my mission to catch you. I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about the beauty. Xiao Bei, come, let me tell you, next time when you make this kind of soup, remember to sprinkle the chopped green onions into the oil first. If the chopped green onions don't turn black, it means that the oil temperature is not enough. Don't add water immediately. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan. Seeing that Wang Wan's eyes began to change, he hurriedly called his sister. Xiao Bei also knew that the taste was not good, but this was made by them, she had to drink and eat. She picked up a black box on both sides and put it on her brother's plate. She said, I haven't made it before, so I'm not familiar with it. Next time, I won't. If it's not good, don't drink it. Zhang Xiaobao was speechless. You think it's only the soup that's not good? Then why did you pick up a black box for me? But he said, how is it not good? It's just that it hasn't reached the highest level. If the soup is given to the people of Duo tribe to drink, they'll be happy to death. It's good enough that there's salt. I think so too. Xiao Bei was very considerate, but she still looked at the soup and frowned. She asked, Brother, is there a way to not have the smell of raw oil no matter when you add water? There is. Zhang Xiaobao patted Xiao Bei's head. It's fine as long as the oil is cooked before. Didn't you notice that there are many oil jars in our kitchen? It's that simple. Then what should we do now that the soup already has the smell of raw oil? Xiao Bei felt that her first time cooking was a failure. Do you still have chopped green onions? Yes, there are wild onions in the mountains, a lot of them. You just need to chop the chopped green onions and sprinkle them directly on top of the soup. Zhang Xiaobao gave a remedy in a situation where there was no other way. Xiao Bei was happy. Sure enough, her brother was the best. She threw down the chopsticks in her hand and ran to find Xiao Yuan and the others to make arrangements. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said to Wang Wan, Eat, beauty. Actually, this soup and box are not bad. The title of beauty was effective. Wang Wan did not mention what had just happened. She gently drank the soup, and it seemed that it was really delicious. Then she said, compared to the people in the refugee area, the food in front of us is a delicacy. Yes, the damage caused by natural disasters is great, but there are also many man-made refugee areas. I wonder how many refugees will appear in Duo tribe this time. Zhang Xiaobao also carefully chewed the black box that Xiao Bei had given them. It depends on the situation at sea. Wang Wan turned her head and looked to the west. Chapter 1345. Wind direction, southwest. Wind speed, 5. The situation under the water is unknown. It is not easy for large ships to approach the shore. Send small ships into the water. Pay attention to the tail waves. On the ship closest to the shore, someone on the lookout tower sent out a signal with a sailfish. In the fleet of large ships, there were immediately 100 smaller ships. 2 small ships, each 4.5 meters long and 2 meters wide, came down from each ship. Each small ship could seat 8 people. They rowed toward the shore, and there were also things covered with canvas on the ships. About 200 li away from the 1,000 ships, there were 9,000 ships anchored there, including 2,000 gunboats. These were all the naval forces the Tang Empire could muster. Over the years, they had built 3,000 gunboats. 200 were left in the country and 500 were used to patrol the seas. Wherever there were Tang merchant ships, there would be Tang gunboats. The rest were all sent here. In the future, they would not build the same type of gunboats. New gunboats were rarely built. Usually, they would build 2 or 3 and send them to the seas, lakes, Yellow River, and Yangtze River for training and to learn the techniques. If there was a need, the large shipyards would start construction at the same time. The other ships anchored on the sea were transport ships and supply ships. There were 200,000 soldiers on the shore this time. For a long time, they would not be able to get supplies from the country. They also needed to carry livestock for transportation. 10,000 ships sounded like a number, but when looking at it, one would never compare this number with the situation on the sea. There were already merchant ships coming back from farther away. When they saw the ships on the sea, the people on the ships ran up and shouted, "Boss, boss, quick, come out and look at the ships." A merchant ship called Longing Tang was returning to the Tang Empire along the shore. The lookout on the mast saw the scene in front of him through a telescope and shouted at the top of his lungs. As he shouted, he climbed down from the mast. "What are you shouting for? Little Dong, when can you be more steady? Ever since we left the Tang Empire, I haven't seen you rest. You shout when you see fish, you shout when you see seabirds. Look at the ship, we are already on the ship. It's not like we haven't seen ships before. Is this a merchant ship or a guard ship of the Tang Empire?" On the deck, in a small wooden hut, a person was rolling noodles. Next to him was a wooden shelf. On the paper, there were 3 very small children. From their clothes, it could be seen that they were 2 boys and 1 girl. When he heard the lookout shout, he quickly added some cold water into the pot and shouted back. The man he called Xiao Dong had already slipped down from the mast very deftly, and stood in the doorway. He sniffed and said, "Boss, I mean Captain. You made noodles for me again. There are boats, many boats. Who made it for you?" "The noodles I brought from the Tang Empire were not much to eat. I cooked and ate a few mouthfuls, but when I got home, the 3 kids kept pestering me. I couldn't even eat a peaceful meal of noodles. When I came out, they were less than 1 year old. When I went back, they would be 3 years old. That is the time when they are naughty." The captain narrowed his eyes as he looked at the picture on the paper. Suddenly, he glared at Xiao Dong and said, "Xiao Dong, I told you 100 times to hang the binoculars around your neck. You just had to take off the rope. If you really fell into the sea, I won't be your witness when we get back. Let's see how the authorities will deal with you." "Boss, don't worry. You see, I have a rope tied around my waist. I can't wear it around my neck. My neck will be worn out after a long time." "Boss, Captain, I mean ship, if you don't believe me, you can take a look with the binoculars later. It's so scary." Xiao Dong pulled the binoculars. Sure enough, there was a rope tied around his waist. Every big ship had 2 of these things. One was held by the captain, and the other was given to the lookout. When they came out, they would file a record. When they got back, even if it was broken, they would bring the pieces to the state-level authorities for inspection. If they lost it and no one was there to prove it, they would be punished. The captain was not in a hurry. He didn't expect what kind of scene it would be. He only thought that there was a bigger trading fleet that wanted to meet with his small fleet here. After that, they would greet each other and go their separate ways. In that case, he would be able to see it in a while. It was more important to eat the noodles he brought from the Tang Empire first. It took a long time for the noodles to enter the pot, so the time it took to cook them was shorter. After a few minutes, the noodles were ready. After soaking them in cold water for a while, the captain took another can, opened it, and scooped out a few spoonfuls of bean paste. He scooped a few spoonfuls of bean paste into a bowl and ate a mouthful. Delicious. The noodles and bean paste from my hometown are still the best. Why are you looking at me? If you want to eat, you can eat it yourself. Are you waiting for me to serve you? Captain, you are really too noble. Little Dong happily ran over, picked up the noodles, and put in the sauce. He lowered his head and stuffed half of the noodles into the bowl. Then, he raised his head and rubbed his mouth in satisfaction. Captain, I just remembered. A month ago, Little Bean was sick and wanted to eat noodles. You took out a can of bean paste and said that it was the last one. Today, could it be? I'm dreaming? Yes, now that you have woken up from your dream, go up and take a look. Are you still full? I only made this much. That bean paste, aren't you afraid of being salty? When the captain was speaking, Xiao Dong picked up 2 more chopsticks of noodles and put the bean paste on the noodles. I have woken up from my dream. Boss, I am going up now. You eat slowly. I will continue to feel the power of the Tang fleet. After finishing 2 bowls of noodles, Xiao Dong gulped down a mouthful of water. He wiped his mouth and ran out, leaving only 1 sentence. You're lying to me. I won't even look at it. I'll eat noodles. Son, daughter, wait for me to go back. I'll make noodles for you every day. The goods on the 5 ships are all yours. These are goods from Africa that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo mentioned. They're very valuable. The captain continued to slurp his noodles unhurriedly, muttering as he looked at the 3 children drawn on the paper. By the time he was full, a quarter of an hour had passed. He let out a satisfied burp and looked at the noodles that hadn't been cooked yet. He gently placed the can of bean paste on the table and wondered who would be lucky enough to run over first. That way, they would be able to cook the noodles themselves. The captain rubbed his stomach and took the binoculars. He strolled outside and continued to look at the sea and blue sky. He thought of Xiao Dong's words and looked ahead with the binoculars. Ah! So many ships. Damn, this is the Tang fleet. Our Tang has so many ships. Reflected in the captain's eyes were ships after ships with dragon flags fluttering in the wind. Everywhere he looked, there were only ships. There was no end in sight. At the end of the sea and the sky, he could vaguely see the silhouettes of ships. The captain was dumbfounded. He swallowed hard and murmured, "What's going on? Am I dreaming?" No, absolutely not. Why would the great Tang's fleet come here? Who is going to be unlucky? So beautiful, so mighty. Come out for this captain. Look at the fleet. It is the Tang fleet. After muttering to himself, the captain began to shout to the cabin below the deck. His hands holding the binoculars turned white and his body trembled uncontrollably. He was too excited. In the past, he could only see a few gunships and supply ships of the Tang fleet. It was rare to see dozens of ships at the dock at the same time. Today, he was truly satisfied. His great Tang had so many warships. When gathered together, they could blot out the sky. This was the Tang fleet, the strength to protect the Tang people. The captain pursed his lips, puffed out his chest, and let the sea breeze blow. He had the urge to cry. The ship in front of him could no longer be called a ship. It was like a mountain range, continuous and unending. What could be prouder than this? More footsteps came from the deck. Hearing the captain's shout, the sailors thought that something had happened and ran out. However, they didn't find any danger. When they looked forward, they were all stunned. Even without binoculars, they could see the ships in front of them. It was just that they couldn't see the flags on them. They could see the hull of the closest ship, the sails and masts further away, and the ships further away were little dots or black lines. Big Uncle, where did these ships come from? There are so many of them that it's frightening, a sailor said to the captain with wide eyes. Ha! Where did they come from? Under the heavens, where do you think there are so many ships? Only my great Tang. I can see clearly. Gunships, those are gunships, and more gunships. So many gunships. Who are Cuckoo and Xiao Bao going to deal with? The captain could now see the configuration of the ships clearly. The gunships were clearly different from the ones the captain had seen. Although he couldn't see the cannons, he could see the wooden planks covering the muzzles. Those familiar with the Great Tang's gunships knew that once the wooden planks were removed, the cannons would be exposed. The other ships didn't have string cannons, but they had a gun at the bow and no gun at the stern. This meant that the warships had no intention of firing while escaping. This was a sign of absolute confidence. His nephew rolled his eyes and reminded, "Big uncle, in front of us is the strait of many cannibals. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are fighting many cannibals. When we came out, it was only a small skirmish. I didn't expect that by the time we came back, they were already fighting. This definitely isn't a small battle." "I know. Why would they need so many ships in a small battle? But there are too many gunships. Do the cannibals have enough ships to fight?" The captain thought hard and then suddenly understood. "I understand. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo aren't sending people to attack the ships. They are transporting soldiers. If the gunships can attack the ships, they can also attack the shore. The cannibals are finished." "How?" The captain's nephew couldn't understand. If they sent soldiers, they would still have to fight. They were deep in the shore, and the gunships couldn't go up. The captain's nephew didn't think too much about it. Instead, he admired the approaching fleet and sighed. "It's so beautiful. I've always heard people say that Cuckoo's gunships broke through the waves and formed a majestic formation. I couldn't imagine what it was like. Now I know. If I were the enemy, I would just surrender. There's no way to fight this battle. In front of us, there's nothing but ships. When we cut through the fleet later, it will be even more shocking. I've seen hundreds of fishing boats moving together, and I think it's spectacular. How many ships does the great Tang fleet have? It's invincible." Hearing his words, the other crew members on the deck felt the same. The closer they got, the more they felt the oppression of the motherland's invincible fleet. They belonged to the great Tang. Usually, they didn't need to send many. 1 or 2 gunships and 3 to 5 supply ships were enough to protect the safety of the people outside. When there was a real problem, the great Tang would gather so many ships and form a boundless fleet. With the protection of the armed forces on the sea, they could go anywhere in the world. "Captain, when we go back, if we see ships from other small countries, such as Jinla or Japan, we'll stick to them and see if they dare to provoke us. The invincible fleet of the great Tang will crush them," a crew member shouted excitedly. "You're the one who sticks to them, and you dare to provoke them? Isn't it a provocation? The great Tang fleet is powerful, but it's not for you to provoke them. Don't you need to spend money? Are you stupid, or are Xiao Bao and Cuckoo stupid? Or is it the emperor?" The captain followed the voice and glared at him. "Isn't it said that the great Tang is willing to do all it can for one person?" "I'm also a person of the great Tang," the man retorted. He was immediately met with all sorts of criticism. "I say, Qin clan's second son, I told you not to come. You're such a fool, but you insisted on coming. Next time, no matter what you say, I won't agree to bring you along. Idiot, in the future, I'll call you that. And you dare to say that you'll do all it can? That's only because you're in a special situation, like when you're at war with multiple countries at the same time. It's not because you've been bitten by a fish and the entire great Tang has to take turns rubbing your face. You're truly lacking compared to your brother and brother. If you run into 2 other ships, the great Tang has to send you this fleet? And they have to cooperate with you? 1 patrol ship is enough. Qin Erbwa, you're sick. You need to be treated. Old too, I'm confused. Why do you have to provoke others? If their ships are filled with valuable goods, then after you provoke them, the great Tang's armed ships will go and help you steal the goods. But if their ships are filled with rotten fish and shrimps, then after you've provoked them, our great Tang ships will go and help you fight. We won't get any benefits. Isn't that just making trouble for the great Tang army? Brother Chen, you're not young anymore, shut up. What brother Chen? You're my younger brother, so just call me brother. You're also talking about me. Do you want to put righteousness before family? The younger brother reacted and hurriedly defended his older brother. That's right, you're my older brother. You, all of you, stop talking about my older brother. Look at the ships. After having their fill, the crowd stopped mocking the second son of the Qin clan and turned their gazes to the great Tang fleet. Bong! Bong! Bong. 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 Suddenly, the sound of drums and horns came from the fleet in front of them. All sorts of small flags began to move, and the ships with sails began to lower their sails. "Big Uncle, what are they doing?" the captain's nephew asked curiously. The captain was also puzzled. As he watched, he suddenly realized that the clouds in the sky were moving faster and faster. Immediately, he shouted to the surrounding crew, "Quick, lower the horizontal sail and raise the jib. A gale is coming from the side. Don't look at the ship, or else it'll be blown away." Only then did the crew react. They hurriedly got into position and began to do their work. Soon, the horizontal sail was lowered and the jib was raised to a separate position. The speed of the ship began to decrease. The people on the observation deck did not continue to stay and slipped out to the deck. After a while, the crowd gathered at the front deck. Only the people controlling the sail and the helm were unable to leave their positions. Normally, when encountering such a situation at sea, one would be very nervous. Each time, they would be worried that something would happen and that they wouldn't be able to return home. However, the people on the ship were very relaxed. In front of them was the fleet of their motherland. If the wind was so strong that it was dangerous, the fleet would definitely send a ship to inform their merchant ships. Since no one had come to inform them, it meant that the wind wasn't out of the control of the fleet. Since this was the case, the 5 ships on their side would enter the fleet in a short while, and the fleet would protect them. The wind began to pick up, and the sails of the 5 merchant ships formed a large angle with the ship. If one only looked at the sails, they would feel like the ship was moving at an angle. As the wind howled and the waves battered the sides of the ship, the people on the ship weren't worried in the slightest. All of them steadied themselves and experienced the feeling of riding the wind and waves. Although the wind was blowing from the side, the ships were actually moving faster. 30 minutes later, the 5 merchant ships finally brushed past the closest Tang warship. The flags on the ships fluttered in the wind. Soldiers wearing different types of navy uniforms were saluting the merchant ships. Their standard standing posture and neat movements made the people on the merchant ships tear up. They all returned the salutes that were out of shape. As they went deeper and deeper into the fleet, they couldn't see the outside anymore. There were only ships, countless ships, and the orderly salutes of the soldiers on the ships they passed. These orderly movements made the blood of the people on the merchant ships boil. They saw the majestic warships, the resolute soldiers, the rolling dark clouds, and the flapping war banners. For a moment, they felt very reassured. There was nothing in the world that could fight against this army. It was too strong, and the eyes of the soldiers showed no sign of retreat or weakness. "Good soldiers, once we return and sell the goods, I will take out 10% of the net profit and send it to the barracks. The soldiers of my great Tang can't be wronged. Our dignity in the outside world depends on them," the captain solemnly said. Chapter 1346. The 5 merchant ships passed through the fleet in a daze. They didn't know how much time had passed, but when they came out, they found that the gale had already passed. The people on the ships were all very excited, occasionally turning their heads to look at the seemingly endless fleet. After looking around for a while, the captain returned to his cabin, picked up a pen, and wrote, "We're still in a land of many cannibals, in that part of the sea. I know that it won't be long before we get home. On the way, I saw patrolling armored ships and merchant ships like mine. Whether it was whales or dolphins, they were all very ordinary on the surface of the sea where the sun constantly rose and set. Even Africa didn't shock me. After all, someone else had been there before me. I knew that the last part of the journey would go very smoothly, that no country would come to make trouble. I have always firmly believed that the great Tang's gunships were the most awe-inspiring. But I must say that the fleet I saw today can no longer be described as awe-inspiring. Without seeing it with one's own eyes, one would never be able to imagine such a scale. This is a sight that should not exist in this world." Warships much larger than merchant ships were anchored on the surface of the sea in rows and groups. When I looked through my binoculars, I couldn't see the end of them. They simply floated there, doing nothing, but my heart was filled with boundless pride. I truly didn't dare to guess what I would do if I were an enemy of the great Tang. Perhaps surrendering would have been a good idea, but I would have to kneel on the deck before the gunships could open fire. But I wasn't. I kept telling myself that I wasn't an enemy, that I was a citizen of the great Tang, and I was proud to be a citizen of the great Tang. Thus, I decided to take out 10% of the profits and use it on the great Tang's fleet. They were worth it, and I had no regrets. The soldiers of the fleet were in no mood to consider the thoughts of the people on the merchant ships that had just passed by. They simply expressed their welcome. According to Cuckoo's request, whenever a Great Tang army left Great Tang territory and encountered a non-combatant of the Great Tang, they had to give them a salute. It was these people who paid the taxes that supported them. Thus, as soldiers, he naturally needed to provide them with sufficient assistance. Since they didn't need him and the others to help them fight for the time being, showing them some goodwill was also a form of assistance. Cuckoo had said that the salute of a soldier was the most beautiful scene, and it would make the people of the Great Tang feel at ease. Now that they were at ease, all that was left was to continue the assault on the Duo Eater. The Duo Eater would never have imagined that a group of Tang soldiers would appear in such an important place. At the narrowest point of the straits, the people who were beginning to approach the shore were very excited. They had already seen the ships of the man-eaters anchored one by one at the rudimentary docks. Actually, it was not quite correct to call it a dock. It was a pity that in such a good natural deep water place, those boats were too small. Moreover, they were dragged to the shore, where the water was not deep. There aren't any reefs down there. If I had known, I would have just let the big boats come over. It's really a good natural harbor, but the scenery is a little lacking. I thought that I would be able to see a cluster of buildings and all kinds of tropical plants. A sailor who had just docked his boat looked at the scenery in front of him and felt a little disappointed. He had always imagined that other people's docks would be like Lu Zhou's. When he entered the dock from the outside, he would see a cluster of buildings and a pleasant greenery. However, this was not the case at all. There were no buildings, only a dozen or so boats stranded on the shore. Then, what entered his eyes were mountains, rocks, and yellow hills. The first impression it gave was that it was a barren place. Moreover, there were no lush forests on the mountains. They were all bare. Only when he looked carefully would he see specks of green grass growing with difficulty and tenacity. Why didn't the Duo Eater build up such an important place? What a pity. Zhang Daqiang, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and move the things ashore. Just as this person was lost in his thoughts, the captain's voice rang in his ears. He was so frightened that he hurriedly jumped off the boat and began to cooperate with the others to move the things on the boat ashore. The first batch of things carried by the small boats were machine guns and ammunition. They thought that they would be blocked by the enemy if they came over, so they were prepared to force their way ashore. In the end, they found that the actual situation was different from what they had expected. There was no Duo Eater at all. What they saw was only desolation. The boats that were dragged to the shore had not been used for a long time. There was a lot of sand in the boats, and the bottom of the boats was a mixture of black and brown sand. It was obvious that the boats had not been maintained for a long time. If they were to go out to sea now, it would be easy for them to leak. They could even break the boats by gently knocking on a rock on the shore. However, the team still had to follow the previous steps. They moved the machine guns ashore, connected the ammunition, and prepared to face any possible dangers. When all the things were moved ashore, 6 of the 8 people on each boat stayed behind while the other 2 rowed back to provide support. As for sending a big boat to approach directly, they still did not dare. Sitting on a small boat and not being able to see the reefs underwater did not mean that it was equally safe to send a big boat over. Zhang Daqiang was one of the people who stayed behind. He was a very good sniper. He had received training in jungle warfare and street warfare. He had also specially gone to Fengzhou, to be precise, the southern bank of the Yellow River in Fengzhou. There was a desert there. It was very big. Zhang Daqiang had never walked from one side to the other, and no one would ask for that. However, he had survived there for 2 days. Yes, 2 days. During those 2 days, he only carried a wet towel wrapped in layers of oil paper and a single-edged serrated knife. Other things, he did not carry. The experience of those 2 days was definitely a choice between life and death. Fortunately, there were many eagles circling in the sky. The 2 most beautiful ones were red and white. The red one was called the Red Luan, and the white one was called the Shuiyun. If he felt that he could not stand it anymore, he would wave to the sky. There would be eagles bringing water and other supplies, but at the same time, he would be eliminated. Those who were eliminated would not be able to go ashore and continue to move forward. Zhang Daqiang also participated in other training after that, but it was still in the desert. He only came out after 4 months. Who knew how many layers of skin on his body had fallen off? Damn, it's so hot. Zhang Daqiang and the others left in a small boat. Some people stayed behind to provide cover fire, while he joined one person on each boat. There were a total of 200 people. They were very familiar with each other. They were teammates who had survived together in the desert. Yes, it's hot. A weak voice followed. Zhang Daqiang did not need to look back to know who it was. The person's real name was Tu Dong. He was the 4th child in the family. His nickname was Rabbit. 2C, Rabbit. It was very pleasing to the ear. When Zhang Daqiang heard Tu Dong's voice, he didn't feel that Tu Dong was a very weak person. Tu Dong's voice was always so soft, and his expression was always shy. However, this kid was not weak at all. He was the most skilled at catching snakes and skinning them. He was also very bold. No matter what the desert thing was, as long as it was said to be edible, he dared to eat it raw. He ate it more delicious than anyone else. The most important thing was that he was very sensitive to water. He could always find the place with the heaviest water vapor under the sand, and then use simple tools to gather the water. Of course, his marksmanship was not bad. Otherwise, he would not have been arranged to be in the first batch of commandos. Don't talk so much when you're hot. Get ready and start adjusting your state. Today, we must advance 50 miles and clear all obstacles along the way. We must circle the area where the quicksand may appear and clean up all kinds of dangerous insects and animals in the desert. The person who came down from the other boat said to Zhang Daqiang and Tu Dong unhappily. The 2 of them immediately shut their mouths and began to prepare. They put on their gloves, tied up their sleeves, checked if the straps on their boots were done properly, and tied up their pants. They put on their hats, tied up their collars, and covered their face masks and reflective glasses. Every part of their bodies was covered, and not a single trace of their skin was exposed. In addition to the large dual backpacks, the guns in their hands, and the knives at their waists, they felt even hotter. However, none of them changed into trousers and vests. In the past, they did not know, but after participating in the desert training for 4 months, they had a deep understanding. In the desert, one should not think that it was cool to wear less. The temperature of the sand was very high. If one's skin was exposed, it would be cracked by the sun. The most important thing was that the water in the body would be lost very quickly. Now, they looked uncomfortable, but they could survive very well and save water at the same time. The pain of those 2 days was still etched in their minds. Even so, Cuckoo and Xiaobao only passed on the surface. The real survival time was 3 days and 3 nights, 72 hours. The reason why they did not add an extra day was because the rescue team could not keep up. During those 2 days, they could not just hide in one place. They also had to complete the mission. Otherwise, it would be much simpler. They just had to dig a hole in the sand dune facing away from the sun, bury themselves in it, and hold on for a while. Zhang Daqiang, who had a deep impression of this, did not say anything, but he could use sign language. He said to Tu Dong next to him, "Cuckoo and Xiao Bao are really amazing. When we went for the training 3 years ago, they must have thought of this moment. If we had not experienced it before, we would not have been able to walk too far. Of course, if Cuckoo and Xiao Bao are not amazing, who is? I am now wondering, how do the local polyphagous people survive? Do they also walk on the sand and be fine? Tu Dong also used sign language to say. Although it was not a desert in front of them, there was not much greenery. It was yellow, whether it was the mountains or the ground. Coupled with the salty sea breeze and the big sun in the sky, it was easy to imagine how difficult it was to live here. At this time, the captain made a hand gesture and jogged forward. The others lined up and cooperated with each other to follow. Only the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed in the place where the 200 people were walking. The wind was still blowing, and from time to time, the dust on the ground would rise. The clouds in the sky did not have any intention of stopping. They floated by, but not a single drop of rain fell. Chapter 1347. When the Tang army landed behind the Duo people, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also set off with their troops. None of the 3,000 people in Simo Domo's tribe were missing. It wasn't that they didn't want to secretly leave the group, but they considered that if they didn't follow the larger group, the rest of them wouldn't be able to survive. Simo Domo took all the food and dried meat, most of the metal tools, and the livestock of the tribe. The people who stayed behind had to find their own food and use tools made of wood and stone. If the rabbits and deer were their food, then they were also the food of the wolves, tigers, leopards, and other carnivores. They didn't think that they could easily defeat the animals that wanted to eat them, and they didn't think that they could easily catch the animals they wanted to eat, especially salt. Who would provide it? Thus, everyone left. At least they didn't have to worry about starvation if they followed the Tang army. There were fewer old people in the group, and none of them were sick. Simo Domo had thought of all sorts of ways to let these people end their lives early. Otherwise, a person who couldn't work and needed others to take care of them would be a burden. Fortunately, Simo Domo wasn't stupid enough to treat the children as a burden, so the children were still alive. The women weren't. Simo Domo had quite a number of women, a total of 14. Looking at each of them, it was obvious that the local aesthetic view was different from the Tang people. Duoduo felt the same way as Simo Domo. He felt that the 14 women were beautiful. Of course, even if his aesthetic view was slightly different, he still felt that Cuckoo was more beautiful. The main reason was that he felt that this person who was called Demoness Cuckoo was strong enough. Not only could she command a battle, but she also had a fighting strength. At the same time, she could sing, dance, and cooperate with Xiao Bao to make delicious food. Such a woman was really hard to find, especially her skin. Why was it so soft and white? She was much stronger than the women on his side. Duoduo made such comparisons, but he still liked the other beauties in front of him, even if they were inferior to Cuckoo. Cuckoo didn't belong to him. Every time he looked at her, he felt a pain in his chest. He couldn't find such a woman, or he would be bullied all day. Xiao Bao, I just realized that you're really a man. Toto's eyes swept over Simo Domo's woman, and he didn't forget to talk to Zhang Xiaobao beside him. Zhang Xiaobao was a little nervous. He unconsciously covered his lower body with his hand and squeezed out a smile. How did you find out? You weren't beaten up by your woman, Cuckoo. Aren't you a man? Toto gave a reason that he thought was correct. Zhang Xiaobao began to worry about Duo. Could it be that after being kicked by Cuckoo, he began to change his outlook on life, the world, and values? Were there only two choices in his eyes? Men can do better than women, and women can do better than men, so they have to be on opposite sides. Zhang Xiaobao felt that he should help Duo, so he said, in fact, she didn't hit me because she didn't want to, not because she couldn't beat me. I think you should contact more people outside, especially to see how good the life of the people outside is. In your situation, I guess you can only get in touch with the 126 people in your tribe. They have nothing to do, so they bully each other. Whoever wins will be powerful. Don't you know that there are many people outside who are more powerful than you? My wife and I don't have the leisure to play at home. There are many things outside that we need to calculate together. There are problems with our own people's lives, and there are problems with the enemy's strategy. I advise you to learn from me and think more about the outside world. Simo Domo also beat women. Duo found a realistic example to prove that he was right. Is he powerful? A small leader in charge of more than 3,000 people is powerful? He also has nothing to do. I never think that a man who beats women has something to do. Zhang Xiaobao was very disdainful of Simo Domo. A tribe of more than 3,000 people was considered a social group. A small place was a small place. Unfortunately, even with the large population in India, not many people took them seriously. The main thing was that their military power was not strong. And the most hateful thing was that other people were thinking of ways to make money when they encountered economic crises, but they actually sold their wives. This kind of behavior was no longer an attack on ethics and morality, but on human nature. Zhang Xiaobao had thought many times that if he had a wife, when he had no money, he would take his wife to the market and sell her. Through all kinds of psychology, he would tell himself that it was right to do so. However, in the end, he failed. He couldn't convince himself at all. If he sold a wife who usually cooked, ate, and suffered with him, how cold-blooded would he be? That was not a commodity, but a period of time and memories that had a close relationship with him. The most infuriating were those women who were sold. They were very honest and accompanied the men to sell themselves. This might be a kind of habit. For a race and country with such a habit, the slightly stronger countries in the world would look down on them, let alone pay attention to them. Wife, speaking of the behavior of selling wives in India, it reminds me of lions, Zhang Xiaobao thought and suddenly said to Wang Wan who was beside him. If it were someone else, they would be confused by Zhang Xiaobao's words. The jump was too big. Just now, he was talking to Duo, and in the blink of an eye, he mentioned lions. However, Wang Wan could understand. There was no need to deliberately think about it. She could empathize with Zhang Xiaobao's words. She could understand Zhang Xiaobao's psychological activities very well. So she said, "Don't mock the lions." The lions didn't take the initiative to give their wives away. They ran away because they couldn't beat them. Moreover, they have to bear the pain of losing their children. Unless there are other lionesses in the pride who don't have children, the new male lions will kill the cubs. Oh. Thank you. Please allow me to apologize to the lions. This reminds me of a documentary film from more than 100 years ago, The Adventures of the Lion King. At that time, there was a little lion. It needed to be killed, but it didn't want to die, so it ran away. The lioness stopped the new male lion and created the conditions for it to run into the swamp. I thought it would die, but it tenaciously survived. A few years later, it became a very powerful male lion and found the former pride again. I admire the person who recorded all of this with influence. What are you two talking about? Duo was confused. We're talking about our own words, Zhang Xiaobao replied with a smile. I don't understand. Duo felt that what he said in Tang was right. Why couldn't he understand? He couldn't figure out what the two were talking about. Zhang Xiaobao still said with a smile, "Can others understand you when you talk to your woman?" Yes, Duo said honestly. You're a failure. Zhang Xiaobao didn't give him any face. I think so too. My woman is not as good as yours, Duo admitted. Wang Wan sneered, it's your man who is not as good as mine. Don't put yourself so high. If Xiaobao had your woman would definitely live better than you. Then I'll give him my woman. Are you tired of living? I'll let Xiao Nan use you for target practice. Do you believe it? What is target practice? Like the deer before, put you 200 steps away, you can run, and Xiao Nan will shoot you. Why? Forget it, your IQ is not good. It's a waste of a bullet to shoot you. Go back to the team. Look at your tribe, it's a mess. You want to compete with my man? You can't even manage a team of more than 100 people. TSK. Wang Wan said to Duo in disdain. She took a step forward and prepared to kick. Duo hurriedly ran away, followed by his cursing voice. Scared me to death. If he pushed the women in his tribe in front of me, won't I starve to death? Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be frightened and sighed. Do you really want to vomit when you see them? Wang Wan asked with a smile. I want to die. Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty. Wang Wan smiled and lightly hit Zhang Xiaobao. Let's go. Look at Simo Domo, he's still living well. He doesn't care about his women, does he? I think he cares about his status. Women are just a tool for him to show his status. What do you want? Zhang Xiaobao blinked twice, looked at the 14 women belonging to Simo Domo and then looked at the other strong men in his tribe and asked. Just as you guessed, I think those women don't care about him very much. What they have is not love, but a simple social need. No one's departure will hurt anyone. It's not even comparable to the psychological impact of a pet dog's death on the owner. Wang Wan's meaning was very clear. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao, waiting for him to say something supportive. Zhang Xiaobao nodded his head. I think it's okay. Brother, sister, are you really going to give Simo Domo his women to some of the people in his tribe who have contributed the most to us through labor evaluation? Xiao Bei jumped over like a rabbit. As she walked, she tilted her head and asked. How do you know? Zhang Xiaobao habitually patted his sister's head. Xiao Bei was not disgusted. She enjoyed it and let her brother pat her head. She said, because your life is not a failure. Duo is leading his small tribe to survive, but he doesn't even have a tacit understanding with anyone. He doesn't know what his family is thinking, and his family doesn't know what he's thinking. He's so pitiful. I think so too. He doesn't even have two sisters like our Xiao Bei. Isn't that so? Zhang Xiaobao used internet language. This kind of words sounded very cute, but he would not say it to adults. Yes. Xiao Bei nodded. Go ahead and teach. You're messing up our Chinese culture. You're saying all kinds of things to your younger brothers and sisters. When the time comes, can you still tell who is who? Wang Wan was really helpless against Zhang Xiaobao. He taught blindly, drew cartoons, spoke internet language, wore European princess dresses, ate Western food, and dozens of commonly used foreign languages. His teaching methods were messed up, but Zhang Xiaobao still enjoyed it. Zhang Xiaobao did not care and said, they will know how to choose. They say it's Chinese culture, but what is China? Yanhuang? China? Many of the idioms and allusions are not from the Tang Dynasty. If we really talk about things before, why is Chang'an the capital? Does the Central Plains include Chang'an? Chapter 1348. Wang Wan did not have time to argue with Zhang Xiaobao. He could teach them however he wanted. Anyway, her younger siblings had learned well. They were not domineering when dealing with outsiders, and they were not arrogant when dealing with their own people. Moreover, they would be more down-to-earth when speaking to honest people. They would not be at a disadvantage when talking to treacherous people. This was very good. Teaching children was not to let them learn how to ask for guidance, nor was it to let them know how to calculate the games in other people's casinos through probability and fuzzy mathematics. There was also no need to memorize the 4 books and 5 classics. At the same time, they could understand and write the same type of articles. The ultimate goal of teaching children was to let them adapt to society and be able to survive in all kinds of complicated situations. Many people who had countless master's and doctorate degrees under them might not even finish middle school or high school. Since there was no reason to argue, there was no need to argue too much about this. It was better to do something practical. The practical thing was that the people under Simo Domo's management were now bald. Regardless of gender, age, they were also given a medicinal bath. The clothes were not made yet, so they had to wait. Therefore, the children were all naked now. Fortunately, the girls had a simple belly band. Xiao Bei said that he was afraid that Xiao Yuan would see something he should not see. Xiao Yuan did not say anything. He just let people tie leaves with a special smell with a rope and hang it on the little boy, saying that it could repel mosquitoes. The adults were actually the same. Before the new clothes were made, they could not wear their old clothes, except for those that had been washed and sprayed with disinfectant. However, not everyone had several sets of clothes. At noon, a more practical situation appeared. All the old people, children, and pregnant women were given dishes cooked in a large pot by the chefs. There were 2 dishes and a soup. The amount was very large, and they were all meat. Xiao Bei and the others' dishes were naturally cooked by Zhang Xiaobao himself. There was braised mushrooms, fried wild celery, and a vegetarian soup. The fried potato strips inside were the children's favorite. The children of Seymour Domo-He tribe did not have a share, but the children under Duodwa's command still ate. Seymour Damoka was in a bad mood when he saw this situation. He didn't care about the mushrooms and wild celery. What he cared about was Zhang Xiaobao's attitude. He was keenly aware of Zhang Xiaobao's status in the Great Tang. The Duogans and the Great Tang had already proven this point. Ordinary people would not be able to eat Zhang Xiaobao's dishes. Normally, only the emperor and Zhang Xiaobao's family could eat them. Just like himself, he used to be able to make some food, but ever since he became the leader, he had never done it. Even when he did, it was for himself. He felt that others did not have the right to taste it, including his women and children. Then, he saw the dishes cooked by Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao's woman, Wang Wan, did not eat them, which was very normal. Xiao Bei and the other 9 people ate them. He was a little confused. Perhaps it was because the children were young and should be taken care of more. There were sick people in the team, but they could also eat. How was this the behavior of a leader? Zhang Xiaobao had degraded his own status. The most infuriating thing was that Duo, a person who could be abandoned at any time, actually allowed their children to eat Zhang Xiaobao's dishes with Xiao Bei. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Seymour Damoka's expression turned gloomy during the meal. He accompanied Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to eat. He sat on the right side, while Duo sat on the other side. Today's meal was still stew. There was no choice. There were too many people, and they were marching. Regardless of whether they liked it or not, only stew could absorb nutrients the fastest, and it was also the most convenient to cook. When marching and fighting, it was already not bad to be able to eat stew. Under normal circumstances, they would eat dry rations and river water. Zhang Xiaobao did not think that the food was bad. He had once rummaged through the garbage bin to find food, so he had very low standards for food. At the same time, he had very high standards. He could eat anything, but he always liked to personally make more delicious food. He also did not think that Seymour Damoka's daily life was so extravagant that he could not eat the food made by the chefs from the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families. This batch of chefs was indeed not the best. Because of their physical conditions, they had to adapt to various climates before they could be brought out. But if you randomly picked one of the chefs from the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families, how could they be bad? Stew was a cooking method, but it did not mean the taste. Buddha jumps over the wall was also stewed. Who said that it was not delicious? Right now, Seymour Damoka did not put his mind on the food. Instead, he kept looking at where Xiao Bei and the rest were. Zhang Xiaobao was unhappy. Damn it, why are you looking at my younger brother and sister for no reason? So Zhang Xiaobao was angry. He glared at him. With a bang, he was shocked. He looked carefully. Wang Wan, who was beside him, threw the bowl at Seymour Damoka. It was so hot that Seymour Damoka jumped up and hit the bowl while screaming. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. I haven't done anything yet. Why did you throw the bowl first? Seymour Demoka, stop screaming. Let me ask you. If you don't eat the food, why are you staring at my younger brother and sister? Tell me, do you want to kidnap them to threaten us? Wang Wan held her chopsticks tightly and questioned. She looked like she was going to stab him with her chopsticks if he did not agree with her. The people nearby who could hear the commotion stopped what they were doing and looked over. Xiao Bei, who was eating at a table, threw his bowl on the table. He stood up and took out a small pistol. He pointed it at Seymour Demoka and said angrily, "So you are targeting us?" Seymour Demoka did not feel that the stew on his body was hot. He recognized the thing in Xiao Bei's hand. It was called a gun. It was a very beautiful gun. It had a pink surface, a smooth shape, a straight line, and a black muzzle. Especially when the one holding it was a child. A child always carried a gun. If he was in a bad mood or happy mood, how many people would die? No, I am not. I am not looking at you. I am looking at Dwedwa's child. I am not convinced. Why can their child eat with you, but my child can't? Seymour Demoka had to tell the truth. He was afraid. He was not afraid of Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao, but of Xiao Bei who was holding a gun. It was the same reason why the Tang Empire's officials were afraid. Children had the biggest advantage. They were impulsive and unreasonable. They were not as rational as adults. It was normal for them to do things that they should not do. Xiao Bei looked at his sister. Wang Wan and Wei Wei turned sideways. He made a few gestures with his hands and blinked his eyes. Xiao Bei understood. So it was to trick people to seize power. Seymour Demoka was really sad. Knowing that he had to find an excuse to deal with people, Xiao Bei was very cooperative. He said to Seymour Demoka with a cold face, "What does me inviting Uncle Dwedwa's child to eat have to do with you? I understand now. You did not follow us willingly because you lost the bet. You want to steal our power while you follow us. You are so ambitious. You even want to control me? Don't you want to know who I am? In the whole world, other than my parents, Xiao Yuan's parents, our grandparents, and my brothers and sisters, who dares to control me? I, Xiao Bei, came to this world to enjoy life. I am not to be controlled by a person who lost the bet, a leader of a tribe with only 3,000 people. Are you unhappy? There are many things that make you unhappy. Do I need to care about you? You don't eat when you are eating. When you stare at me, I feel uncomfortable. Who asked me to? What did I say? Oh, right. Whoever makes me feel uncomfortable for a while, I will make them feel uncomfortable for life. Tell me, how do you want to die? Are you bullying me because I am a child? Let me tell you, many people have died in my hands. Have I ever blinked? In my eyes, human lives are like grass. Humph. Xiao Nan, kill him. Bang. Xiao Nan opened fire and shattered the bowl in Seymour Demoka's hand. Bang. Another sound was heard as the wind blew a hole in Seymour Demoka's sleeve. Then, Xiao Nan frowned and looked at his gun. He said, "Why is it wrong? I was aiming at the head." Again, shoot a few more times. I don't believe that it won't hurt at least once, Xiao Bei said. Seymour Demoka immediately knelt down and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He shouted, "Help, Xiaobao, cuckoo, I won't dare to look blindly anymore." That's not right. Who allowed you to shoot so casually? Pistols also have recoil. What if you hurt your wrists? Pay attention to your status. You have to kill people personally. Zhang Xiaobao scolded Xiao Bei and the others. Wang Wan also glared at the little guys in front of Seymour Demoka and said, "Xiaobao, I think Seymour Demoka didn't mean it. Why don't you give him a chance?" Yes. Give me a chance. I definitely won't dare to look blindly in the future. I won't be jealous either. Seymour Demoka realized that Cuckoo was a good person. She was better than Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao wanted to shoot to shock his wrists. How can my younger brothers and sisters be wronged? This time, I definitely can't. Enough. Seymour Damoka already knows that he was wrong. Why force him to death? Wang Wan interrupted Zhang Xiaobao. She looked at Seymour Damoka and continued, Chief Seymour Damoka, although this matter doesn't matter much, children are different from adults. I can't tie them up. How about this? You stay away from them and don't let them see you. What if the little guy shoots accurately again? Don't you think so? Yes, yes. I'll stay away. I won't be near them. Seymour Damoka agreed readily. Someone come and take Seymour Damoka to a safe place. Wang Wan ordered. Immediately, someone came and took Seymour Damoka to a safe place. Seymour Damoka felt very wronged. He didn't mean that. How did it become like this? He didn't know that he actually didn't feel wronged at all. If he could let the elders in the tribe accompany him to eat, or let his women accompany him to eat, Wang Wan would temporarily tolerate him. But he only cared about himself. He was too selfish. This kind of selfishness reflected in the process of surrendering. He didn't have any weaknesses. Even if you used his family to threaten him, it would be useless. This kind of person could be used but could not be trusted. The problem was that Wang Wan felt that Seymour Damoka didn't even have any value to be used. He didn't look like a traitor who could be used to help the team and their own people. After using him, they would get rid of him. In this world, no enemy would be good to a traitor. It only depended on how much the traitor could contribute. Therefore, Wang Wan decided to follow the plan. She didn't kill Seymour Damoka, but tied him up. Chapter 1349. Seymour Domo was sent to a place where he could not interact with his own tribe. Wang Wan was still angry and coldly ordered, "Didn't you see my food spilled? Give me another portion." Immediately, someone brought a new bowl of stew over and begged for forgiveness. Wang Wan waved her hand and chased him away. Duo was dumbfounded. He had been watching and listening from the beginning, but he could not figure out what was going on. It was a very normal situation. Why was Seymour Domo being escorted away? And that young man's marksmanship. Previously, he had shot the deer more than 300 meters away and directly pierced through the eyes. Now, he was less than 10 steps away and both shots were off. Wasn't Cuckoo very good to her subordinates? Why did she treat them so coldly? Previously, she did not eat special food and ate with everyone. She seemed to be very protective of her subordinates. Now that she acted like this, wasn't she afraid that her subordinates would be disappointed? "Madam, don't be angry. It's a small matter." Zhang Xiaobao smiled and comforted her. "Shut up. Seeing you annoys me. You can't do anything well. Look at Xiaobei and the others. How much grievance did they suffer just now? Don't talk to me today." Wang Wan scolded Zhang Xiaobao again. Zhang Xiaobao's smile was even more flattering. Yes. Madam is right." Duo began to feel depressed. He realized that he could not keep up with other people's thoughts. Cuckoo was too domineering. Zhang Xiaobao was not like a man at all. The others returned to their previous state, but Wang Wan kept a cold face. Xiaobei quietly nudged the young man and gave him a thumbs up, meaning that he was really good at shooting. The young man was very embarrassed and said softly, "It's okay." The cook who was scolded by Wang Wan just now was also very happy when he returned. He even took out a small mirror and tried to imitate the expression from before. Then, he boasted, "I'm also a good actor." "Stop bragging. Just now, when I saw you cooperate, your hands were shaking." A woman beside him snatched the mirror and rolled her eyes at the chef. Chef chuckled. "Madam, you can't expose me right in front of my face. Even if you bully me, you won't be able to show off your abilities. Be careful, if the young master and young lady find out, they'll teach you a lesson. Don't think that you're powerful and take advantage of them." Just because I didn't say anything doesn't mean that I really don't know how to resist. You only know how to use the young master and young lady to pressure me. When did you become the second master? The woman continued to roll her eyes at Chef. How could I bear to? It's fine if you bully me when you have nothing to do. Look at our family's little young master, he always gives in to his wife. You have to learn more from your wife. It's fine if you bully me when you have nothing to do, but when you have something to do, you have to support me. I know. I always listen to you, especially at night. What about tonight? Idiot. Duo didn't know how the chef who delivered the dishes communicated with the woman just now. He was still using his little experience and wisdom to analyze Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's behavior. Wang Wan had an "I'm very angry" look, but she didn't eat less. It was lunch, so she had to eat more. Otherwise, it would be difficult to cope with the exhaustion of her body. Zhang Xiaobao also ate a lot. The only difference was that there was no staple food at noon today. There was only meat and wild vegetables in the stew, so he ate very slowly and chewed very carefully so that his stomach could digest faster and replenish the nutrients before he finished eating. Wang Wan was the same. She chewed fast and ate slowly. The more broken the food in her stomach, the more the stomach acid would come in contact with. Moreover, she drank some white wine, a tail, to stimulate the gastric acid secretion. Duo didn't think that it was bad. Eating vegetables seemed to be the same as eating rice. It was fine as long as he could eat until he was full. After eating 3 bowls in a row, he couldn't eat anymore. He sat there and looked at the tail of wine in the wine cup in front of him, reluctant to drink. Come, find the warriors in the tribe. Wang Wan found that she couldn't eat anymore, but there was still some food in the second bowl in front of her. She put down her chopsticks and ordered. There were many warriors in the Shima Duomo tribe. Wang Wan called for the warriors, but in fact, they were all leaders of small tribes. They might not be the best hunters, but they were the smartest in the tribe. A group of people gathered and looked at Wang Wan. They were all full. One was because the dishes were really good, and the other was because there was enough salt. It was not like before, when there was little salt, they didn't put it in the food. Instead, they took out a little and put it in the water to drink, or put the food there and then dipped it in the salt to eat. Now that they could eat casually, they naturally wanted to eat more. Therefore, they didn't chew and directly swallowed it. Even the soup of the stew was not wasted. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao could also understand. That was why they didn't let people cook the staple food at noon. Otherwise, it was easy to make the people in the tribe eat too much and get sick. The digestion of staple food was very slow. Of course, it was easy to delay the digestion. Drink water. After eating, keep drinking water. The concentration of stomach acid was low, so the digestion of food could be slowed down. The disadvantage was that drinking too much water would cause diarrhea. Wang Wan didn't care about how others ate. Seeing that everyone was here, she said, "Now I will announce a new rule. Women in the tribe who don't have a man can choose a man by themselves. Women who already have a man can also choose a new man. But a woman can only choose one man, and a man can only choose one woman. In the past, a man who had many women could still have many women as long as the woman didn't leave him. From tomorrow onwards, the resource point system will be implemented. It means that how much game a man can get, he will get the same amount of points. The same goes for the wild vegetables a woman picks. Go back and tell them. If I find any man threatening a woman, I will kill him directly." After speaking, Wang Wan waved her hand like she was shooing away flies. She lowered her head and continued to eat slowly. In the end, there was only 1/3 of the bowl left. She pushed it in front of Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao took it and continued to eat. As he ate, he said, "Fortunately, I am prepared. You usually don't eat this much, but you insist on eating more. Do you think your digestive system can change immediately according to your situation? That's why I say you are a good husband." You usually look like you don't pay attention to anything, but in fact, you are very careful. Don't worry, I won't leave you and choose another man. Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. I really don't care. I can't keep you because I don't have the ability. But if you leave, don't think about coming back. I have done everything I can. If I can't keep the woman I love by my side and let her go with someone else, it means we are not fated. You should tell those leaders that a man can have more than one woman, just like us. Men who don't have women should not complain about society, but should be self-reliant. The status of women has never improved. Their improvement is relative, because they find men who can get more living resources. So there is a phenomenon. Men who earn more money also have more women. For men who earn less money, the status of women has improved. But for men who earn more money, the status of women is lower. Zhang Xiaobao said with a nonchalant expression as he ate. Wang Wan continued to beat Zhang Xiaobao, male chauvinism. You care about the woman who loves you, but you never compromise with the woman who wants to leave. For the woman you love and love, you can give up everything, but you will never be sad because of a woman's betrayal. You will not wrong the woman who loves you, but you will not wrong yourself because of the woman who wants to leave you. Unfortunately, there are few people like you. Many men want to find more women when they have the chance. When a woman wants to leave them, they feel uncomfortable. That's because they don't treat women as lovers, and they don't treat themselves as human beings. A person's life is only a few decades. Who cares about your life? If you've seen through everything and think that men and women are the same, then you can find 10,000 women. If you've seen through everything and think that you only love one person in your life, then you'd better not find a second woman, because you can't get past yourself. You are the latter. I never measure my success or failure by the number of women. So what you said just now made me very angry. You are needlessly provoking my view of love. As for me, now. You are gentle enough, right? What are you doing? I just said it accidentally. Don't be angry, honey. I know you are a good man, at least a good man in the eyes of women like me. Of course, many women may not have the same position as me. Eat quickly. Others have finished eating and are waiting for you. At first, Wang Wan gave in, but later on, she felt uncomfortable and glared at him. Zhang Xiaobao immediately lowered his head and ate fiercely. Who asked him to care about his only wife? If he spoke too deeply, it would hurt their feelings. The two of them had a debate and psychological analysis, but the Shima Domo tribe was in chaos. Many men felt the crisis, and many women felt that there was new hope. Then the struggle between women and between men and men began. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan held hands and watched coldly from the sidelines. They felt that there was no right or wrong in the struggle between men and women. There was only choice. Of course, such a choice could be regretted and chosen again. Unlike Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, once you made a choice, even if you regretted it, you had to admit that time had passed. There was also the rejection in the depths of your heart. A mistake was a mistake, and you would not be given another chance to start over. The two of them had such personalities. So when they watched the people of the Shima Domo tribe make another round of choice, they felt both blessed and disappointed. It's too cruel. Originally, they were together, but many of them left. Little Yuan, will you do it in the future? Little Bei did not know about love, let alone sex, but she knew that it was a very painful thing when the people she usually played with suddenly became strangers. Little Yuan also frowned as he watched. He really could not understand and was as sad as Little Bei. When he heard Little Bei's question, he thought for a while and said, when a man rides a bamboo horse, he uses a tripping rope. Watering orchids and flowers together, they both look forward to blooming. Little Yuan, I know you're the best. I won't put a tripping rope for you in the future. Brother Ilong, what do you think of the jingle-like nursery rhyme that Little Yuan just sang? Little Bei happily pinched Little Yuan and asked Su Ilong. Su Ilong, who thought that she had gotten over the shadow, suddenly remembered what happened 2 days ago. Jingles and nursery rhymes? You can't scold people like that. You can't kill people like that. Chapter 1350. Now that Seymour Duomo's authority had been taken away, the women in the tribe were redistributed. The men in the tribe did not show any sense of collective honor. They were happy and worked harder to hunt wild beasts. The women in the tribe were more excited than the men. For the first time, they felt that their status had been elevated. They could freely choose a man instead of being assigned to a specific person. Therefore, they dug up all kinds of wild herbs seriously and took good care of the children in the tribe. It was like the simplest animal courtship. Regardless of whether it was a female or a male, they had to show their strengths to attract a better partner. This was natural selection. It was the most tragic for the males. They had to defeat their own kind to get the opposite sex. This was how the tribe survived. The old men that Seymour Duomo did not kill were taken care of by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan like treasures. Seymour Duomo did not kill them not because he did not want to, but because he did not dare to. For people who depended on the weather for their livelihood, it was too difficult for the young to survive. When to plant the crops, when to harvest them, and how to take care of them were all knowledge or experience. If they killed all the old men, the tribe would be ruined. That was why Seymour Duomo left a small group of strong old men to do the work when there was no danger. When there was a problem that could not be solved, he would ask them for help. Just like how Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan loved the local old men when they went to Luzhou, the experienced old men could predict the weather more accurately than satellite cloud maps. Of course, weather prediction was also an accumulation of experience. It was not enough to just have equipment. There must be a corresponding module and a calculation formula. It's going to rain. It's going to rain heavily. It will rain for at least 5 days. I was wondering why the weather was so stuffy. Zhang Xiaobao had just received information from the old men in the tribe that there would be 5 days of continuous heavy rain. Wang Wan did not doubt this at all. There had always been a lot of rain in the area, otherwise, there would not be floods every year. However, it had rained for 5 days in a row. How could the team cross the river? The Brahmaputra River was not a small ditch. It was impossible to swim across the river unless they threw away all their supplies. With this thought in mind, Wang Wan began to fret. I kind of hate Zhang Shogui and Yang Xishuan. They had many ships before, but they destroyed all of them after attacking the man-eaters. There's no time to cut wood now. Are we really going to have to run all the way to the Bay of Bengal and then cross the sea? It's mainly because the locals are too poor and backward. Can't you just build a bridge? Using chains or bamboo ropes with boards on top will make it much more convenient. We can't afford to be delayed for 5 days. I'll get someone to ask when they'll get off the boat. If they can spare 10 hours, we'll cross the river now. Zhang Xiaobao had a deeper understanding of the battle for bridges in war. It was no wonder that in every major war, there would be countless bridge explosions and bridge defenses. Building a ship was truly not an easy and relaxing job. Speed was the most important thing in war. The old men in the tribe ate pretty good food, and new clothes were made for them first. Similarly, they did not have much of a sense of belonging to their tribe. When they were questioned again, they discussed it with each other and came to a rough and accurate conclusion. It would take no more than 6 hours, at most 4 hours. Moreover, there would be light rain in front of them. Sending more than 15,000 people across the river in 4 hours, including livestock and other supplies, was a terrifying task. If it were a war, perhaps they would first force a portion of the people and weapons across and then stand guard on the other side of the river. Once the situation on the river improved, they would then provide cover for the others to cross. Duoduo clearly did not think that they could cross now. He did not care about the delay, as long as he and his tribe had a good life. Seymour Domo, who was being controlled, rejoiced in his misfortune. He was not stupid. How could he not guess that his authority had been taken away by someone else? Furthermore, it was the most despicable scheme and means. His woman was no longer his. He even hoped that there would be a flood that would drown all the Tang people, or that there would be a landslide on the mountain where they were camping. But it was clear that the Tang army, whether they were marching or resting, was extremely meticulous in surveying their surroundings. There was simply no danger like this, unless there was a sudden earthquake that caused the entire area to collapse. Since he could not count on a flood or a landslide to pose a threat to the Tang people, it was not bad to slow them down. Seeing the Tang people unhappy would make him feel better. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not have extra time to think about whether there were people with dirty thoughts. The two of them were calculating what they could do in 4 hours. Build the boats and cross the river. It's time to test us. We don't have 10 hours of preparation time, only 4 hours. Who is the elite will be shown at this moment. Wang Wan gritted her teeth and made up her mind. An ordinary Tang army would need 10 hours to complete the task, but her family's team was not an ordinary Tang army. They had to be different. I think it will work. Zhang Xiaobao knew that it was time for him to go out and help with the planning. 4 hours. Cutting trees, setting up boats, crossing the river. Everyone had to move. With an order, the entire team began to move at full speed. Xiaobei and the others stayed together, not moving around or making a sound. They also called all the children to their sides and took turns singing, dancing, and telling stories. Su Ilong was watching and learning. She knew that the 9 little guys were usually very steady, but they were always surprised when telling stories. The plot of the story deeply attracted the children of the tribe, and the environment and culture in the story were also in line with the local situation. The 9 little guys told the story in the form of relay. One person would talk for a few minutes and the next person would change. The plot was continuous. This made Su Ilong confused. She pulled Xiaobei, who had just finished telling the story, and asked, "Where did you hear the story from?" "Here. We made it up ourselves, okay? Do we need to learn this kind of story without any connotation from others? We have succeeded in dealing with the past few hours. The adults are all busy, and the children can't run around. It just so happens that you have nothing to do. Do you know how to play a musical instrument? Any one of you, we will improvise a song, and you will be responsible for the accompaniment. Everyone in the team has their own position and value. It's time for you to show your value." When Xiaobei was explaining to Su Ilong, she suddenly remembered that the other party had nothing to do, so she quickly arranged a job for her. Su Ilong showed a troubled expression. He knew how to play musical instruments, and he knew quite a few of them. Huqin, pipa, flute, and guqin, he could play a lot of songs. But when it came to improvising accompaniment, he was confused. He knew what it meant. It was that the other party randomly found a tune to sing, and he had to use an instrument to match it. There was no practice during the process, and there was no fixed tune. The requirements for the performer were extraordinarily high. Even the women in the brothel didn't have such means, unless they found a professional band in the Pear Garden. I'm afraid that I can't cooperate well," Su Ilong said with a blush. "You can't even play a tune? Then tell me, what's the use of you? I only know now that brother's words are very reasonable." Xiaobei was very dissatisfied. She always felt that it was fine to play as much as she wanted, but she had to be able to take it out at the critical moment. Since she couldn't do it, why did she play along and not learn? Su Ilong didn't have any confidence to refute, and asked with a red face, "What did your brother say?" "Don't be afraid of a godlike opponent, but be afraid of a pig-like teammate," Xiaobei said mercilessly. "I'm a pig?" Su Ilong's face was even redder. Xiaobei curled her lips. "Don't belittle other people's pigs. Pigs can swim over, but can you swim? You still need us to help you. Look at you, you can't shoot accurately, you don't have the strength to move things, you don't even know how to use a knife when cooking, your drawing isn't as vivid as Sister Xiao Zhu's, your poetry isn't as good as Xiao Yuan's, and your calculation isn't as good as Brother Xiaohai's. You didn't discover your organizational ability at all, and you still refuse to accompany the accompaniment. I don't even know what words to use to describe you. Su Ilong only felt her face burning. She admitted that Xiao Bei was right. She didn't have any advantages in such a team, and all the strengths she could show were ruthlessly suppressed by others. How about this? You don't need to accompany, you can be a prop, okay? Xiao Bei was not thinking about how to attack people, but to use them, so she could only rearrange. What prop? Su Ilong asked, but she had already nodded. It was not good for her to not agree. If she was useless, she might as well die. You've seen our toys, right? There are a lot of big-headed people in it. It looks very simple, but if you want to show it completely, you have to coordinate the actions. We'll tell a story, and you'll wear the big-headed people. You can think of your own actions according to the plot of our story, okay? Xiao Bei thought about it and chose the simplest thing for Su Ilong to do. You mean I'll be ordered around by you? Su Ilong obviously didn't want to do this. You tell the story, and we'll wear the big-headed people to coordinate with you, okay? Xiao Bei asked. Let me wear it, I'll do my best. Su Ilong had nothing to say, because she didn't know how to tell stories. She had already decided to change herself, but there wasn't enough time. Now that she had encountered a situation, she had to cooperate. Otherwise, she would lose her last bit of use. Xiao Bei and the others took care of the children, and the adults were very fast. Those who were chopping trees did not stop, and those who were weaving ropes did not stop. Some people had thin threads on their bodies and first swam over, and then used the thin threads to pull the thick threads bit by bit. After waiting for 2 hours, rows of lattices like swimming lanes appeared on the river surface. The logs were placed down and walked along the lattices, one after another. Soon, a pontoon bridge was formed, and after a simple fixing, a large group of people and horses could pass through. Before the rain fell from the sky, the heavy weapons were first transported over. After waiting for 3.5 hours, the rain began to fall. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, and the other supplies began to be transported. After 4 hours, the rain became heavier. Only then did the others leave, and the river surface did not rise much for the time being. After 4.5 hours, the ropes that no one continued to reinforce were broken by the rushing of the river. The tribesmen who crossed the river looked back and let the rain fall on their bodies, as if they were in a dream. Chapter 1351. The people in the tribe knew what kind of river this was. It flooded every year. If the weather was bad, they might spend half a year in the water. The plains where the river rushed out were the plantation they relied on for survival. The mountains were where they hid from the flood. They were powerless to resist and could only obey. They also knew how fierce and merciless this river was. They had seen the Tang army before. They were fierce and powerful, especially with weapons that they had never seen before. They could kill people from afar, and they could even kill a large number of people. The leader had already said that this was the most powerful army of the Tang Empire. It was even more powerful than their own army. That army also crossed the river. With boats, they crossed the river very quickly. They were much faster than the people in the tribe. In the past, there were about the same number of people now, but they did not even need to use the boats for a day. The leader said that they were the most powerful, but that was the most powerful. What were they doing now? When they cut down trees, they did not use handheld saws. They used a buzzing thing. In a short while, one person cut down the tree. Then, he used the useless tree branch to gently cut that thing off. Although the sound was unpleasant to hear, the speed was so fast that it was unbelievable. In the end, in a little more than 2 hourglasses, they all crossed the river. They had the same number of people, but they were twice as fast as the most powerful Tang army. What kind of army was this? There was a relatively older child who was not a coward. Seeing that no one was restricting him, he ran to the side of the protected Seymour Domo and asked, "Chief, their army is more powerful than the ones that came before. Didn't you say that the ones that came before were the best?" Simo Domo he liked this child very much because this was his son, his biological son. It was just that he never had the chance to admit it. It was not that he did not want to, but he did not dare. This son was born to one of the king's women. He met her when he went to the royal city. Then, he tried his best to bring this woman to the tribe. However, she was not his woman, but the king's woman. Therefore, this child's status had always been very high, and he was doted on. However, he could not and did not dare to say such things. The child grew up, and the king seemed to have forgotten that he had a woman. Every time he saw the child looking at him with a condescending and unfamiliar gaze, Simo Domo felt his heart ache. He felt that he owed the child a lot. Hearing the child's question, Simo Domo thought for a while and said to the child, "The Tang army that came before was indeed the best. However, what you see now is not the Tang army. It is the army of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They are in the Tang, but their army is not under the control of the Tang. It is said that there are two similar armies in the Tang Empire. One is under the command of the Emperor of the Tang Empire, and the other is under the command of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. So when we lost the bet, we could only submit. We can't beat them. Then why didn't they rebel?" The child's thinking was very simple. He thought that with the power of the army, he could be the emperor. Simo Domo looked around vigilantly. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, he breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, "Don't say such things in the future. I also want them to rebel, but they won't. What do they use to cut down trees?" The child was also worried. Although he was young, he also knew that as long as this kind of army rebelled, the Tang Empire would not have time to bully his own country. Simo Domo shook his head. "I don't know. Go and ask Xiaobei and the rest. They should know. They can bring you along to play." "Yes, yes. They sing well, dance well, and can tell stories. I will go and ask them now." When the child thought of Xiaobei and the rest, he immediately became happy. After saying this, he jumped and ran to look for them. Xiaobei did not hide anything from the child about the technology. She told the child everything she knew about the diesel-powered chainsaw. Anyway, she understood that she only knew how to do it, but not why. The principle was very simple, but it was very difficult to make it. The team brought the advanced chainsaw with the results of scientific research. One was to be used at critical times, and the other was to collect data for the Ministry of Works. At the same time, they also had to help the agriculture temple cut down some uncommon trees and collect seeds when conditions permitted. Xiaobei did not believe that the people in the tribe could make a chainsaw just by looking at it and listening to the principle. If they really had that kind of level, Xiaobei did not mind teaching them more theoretical knowledge. The child who asked for information was indeed not a genius. Even if Xiaobei explained the theory in a very simple way, he still could not understand. Knowledge needs to be accumulated. Just like a newborn child, you can't even stand properly, so how can you know what is running? So for the next few days, you have to stay by our side and learn. Call the other children together. In a month's time, I'm going to take an exam. Whoever does well will get an electric toy. It's more fun than a chainsaw." Xiaobei saw that the child really could not understand, so she gave up on the idea of finding a genius. She began to use this matter to tempt the child. Giving out an electric toy a month was not a big deal. The learning that Xiaobei mentioned was actually learning the Tang language and the Tang language. Every day, she would teach the child to pronounce 10 words and write 2 words. In a month, she would be able to pronounce 300 words and write 60 words. Teaching a child to learn the Tang language was difficult, but teaching a group of children was easier. They would definitely communicate with each other, repeatedly speaking and listening. Even if a child forgot, the others would be able to recall it with a reminder. The 9 children were very clear that they were engaging in a cultural invasion. However, the children and adults in the tribe did not understand. They were happy to learn, and they were happy to see the children learn. After crossing the river, they walked in the heavy rain for 3 days. Before the rain stopped, the group arrived at a plain. The plain was not as flat as one would expect. It could not be compared to the iconic plains of the Tang Empire. At a glance, there were no protrusions. Instead, there were small hills and hills. In the autumn season, there were still various colors accompanying them. It lacked the most charming red and yellow leaves. It was also because of this that the group dared to move at a normal speed. Otherwise, in such heavy rain, they would really suspect that there was a swamp ahead. Xiao Bei and the others didn't discover any swamps. Instead, they felt that the grass here was very tall, and the trees were very dense. Seeing that the people walking around had all changed into high-waisted boots and leather pants, they could imagine how dangerous it was. Thus, Xiao Bei and the others kept their heads down as they walked, afraid that some snake that had escaped detection would jump up. From time to time, the sound of gunshots would echo in the air, accompanied by the cries of some animal. Another 2 days passed, and the group left the place where it was constantly raining. Only then did they come to a riverside to rest. They had to wash their clothes and bathe. They also had to eat the animals that they had hunted a few days ago and simply prepared. There were elephants, tigers, wolves, deer, and other animals. These animals did not enjoy the benefits of crossbows and were directly shot down by guns. When dealing with a small elephant herd, they had no choice but to use grenade launchers and mortars. The group really did not have the time to waste on these animals. Otherwise, they would not be able to complete their strategic objective. There were already 2,000 people pushing forward lightly. When they reached the place, they would hide and guide the path for the large group behind. Brother, didn't you say that people are resistant to cultural invasion? Why is it that when I teach them to speak the Tang language, they like to learn it? Xiao Bei took a bath, changed her clothes, and became beautiful and clean again. She found her brother who was cooking and asked. Zhang Xiaobao was cooking the elephant's ears. The 2 big ears were placed in a pot and braised with seasonings. The elephant's tail and trunk were left to others to handle. The rest of the meat was cut into pieces and boiled in very salty water. Wang Wan was helping at the side. She was the same as Zhang Xiaobao. She did not like to eat the elephant's trunk, and it was not like the geoduck clam. However, the elephant's ears were not bad. There were crispy bones inside, and they were bigger and thicker than pig's ears. They tasted good. Of course, one could not eat too much of them. If one ate too much, one would get sick of the taste. Xiao Bei also knew which part was delicious. After asking, she stared at the pointy part of the elephant's ears and swallowed twice. Zhang Xiaobao was bored and guarded the pot. From time to time, he would use a spoon to push the elephant's ears or add some water. The ears were big, and the pot was small. He was afraid that they would stick to the bottom and dry up. When he saw Xiao Bei come over and ask, he took the spoon and stirred the pot twice. He answered, "This is the terrifying part of cultural invasion. Because there is no war, it will not cause any harm to the body. When a strong country transmits its culture to a weak country, only a small portion of the weak country's people will be worried. The rest will support it. Learning the language of a strong country is not very useful, unless you want to go to a strong country or have close contact with people from a strong country." Xiao Bei nodded. Just as she was about to continue asking, Zhang Xiaobao continued, "Then why do you want to learn it?" There are a few factors that cannot be ignored. First, you are not sure if you will have to deal with people from a strong country in the future. Second, there are many technical and literary things that require you to know the language of a strong country. Third, the fear and yearning of the weak for the strong. Fourth, this is more sinister. Sinister in what way? Xiao Bei was very interested in this. A weak country has a large population, but the people are smart and willing to work hard. Most importantly, the majority of people have their own thoughts that belong to the soul of their people. At the same time, they have a strong ability to integrate. At this time, learning the language of a strong country is very useful. Today, a portion of them will migrate to a strong country, and tomorrow, another portion will migrate. Everyone will live together without language barriers. When the population reaches a certain level, the strong country will not be able to ignore this group of people. In the process of mutual influence and change, the race with a strong integration will definitely gradually gain the advantage. This may take a long time, but according to the theory of racial survival, this is reasonable. Zhang Xiaobao explained with a smile. Then will the people who go to a strong country protect their original country when there is a conflict? Xiaobei did not believe it. Zhang Xiaobao also did not believe it. He shook his head. Not necessarily. A person's mind is the most difficult to understand. Unless a weak country becomes a strong country, it will be possible for the majority of the people who went to a strong country to support it. But if that is the case, what is the use of those who went to a strong country? Why should they learn other people's language? Xiaobei imagined that the people of the Great Tang would become people of other countries after going to other countries. She felt very uncomfortable. Because they have to interact and learn. In fact, there is still a small portion of people who can be useful to their original country. This is very good. Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was too profound to talk about such things with his sister. For a moment it was difficult to understand, so he immediately ended the topic. He immediately scooped up some soup from the pot and put it to his mouth. He stuck out his tongue and said to his sister, "I think it's too bland. Try it." "No, it's all seasoning." Xiaobei took a step back. She knew that the braised soup was delicious, but it did not mean that the braised soup was delicious. Zhang Xiaobao smiled. "Then go and see if there is anything else you can help with. When the braised soup is ready, I will call you." "Okay, I will continue to teach the children the language of the Great Tang. In fact, I am also learning their language. It is not that I have any yearning for a lousy country like theirs. I just hope that when I interact with them in the future, I can do it myself and not be deceived by them." Xiaobei looked at the two big ears in the pot. She clasped her hands behind her back and walked away like a teacher. Chapter 1352. Cultural invasion had always been a long and arduous task. Wanting to carry out cultural invasion without large-scale slaughter was basically no different from a dream. Xiaobei did not expect that the tribe's children would immediately abandon their own ethnic traditions after she taught them. However, Xiaobei had an absolute advantage. She was a child herself, and there were 8 other children supporting her from behind. After some research, to Su Ilong's surprise, Xiaobei began to introduce the situation of Tang Dynasty to the children in the tribe through an interpreter. She didn't mention anything about boundless fields, towering mountains, or surging rivers. She was talking about the endless amount of honey that could be eaten, the fatty but not greasy braised pork, the sleigh that could run hundreds of steps in the snow with a gentle slide, the maze that could not find a way out after turning around, and the mirror that could change into various shapes. In addition, there were beautiful clothes, water guns that could shoot very far, and all kinds of huge animals in cages that could jump into lakes that would not sink. The children in the tribe listened to Xiaobei's introduction and imagined a dreamy fairy tale world. They were all full of yearning for Tang Dynasty. Su Ilong felt that this was a lie. She admitted that Tang Dynasty did have everything that Xiaobei said, especially the braised pork. This thing was also a kind of extravagant hope for the adults. They could not eat it every day. It was a good life to eat it every 3 to 5 days. The children could eat it because they were in the school and had the support of countless merchants. The merchants' thoughts were very simple and could be classified into 4 categories. First, they felt that the local children were indebted to them because they had paid for it. Then, in the future, the local adults would have to help them. Su Ilong felt that this kind of people were too direct, but she could not criticize them. They had simple thoughts and really did it. Second, they wanted a reputation. At the same time, it was also for their own family's business. Under normal circumstances, they were merchants who did daily necessities. If they did not take money, people would not go to their shop to buy things. Third, their business was big. They needed more loans from banks to complete the operation of the funds. If they did not take money, the examination would be stricter than the merchants who took money. Especially when there was no physical collateral, credit loans were impossible. What credibility did a merchant who was not willing to take risks for Tang Dynasty's children have? A sense of social responsibility was not just for show. Fourth, their family was rich and they simply liked children. They just wanted to see their children's smiling faces. There was no end to the complexity of human nature, but Su Ilong knew that in such a complicated society, it was no different from a dream for someone who was not from the Great Tang to enjoy the same benefits. This group of children had been filled with hope by Xiaobei's words, and all of them worked even harder to learn the language and characters of the Great Tang. However, the result that awaited them was that even if they entered the Great Tang, they would still need to pay if they wanted to go to school. This was because many outsiders had already begun to do so. For example, the wealthy families of Xinhua and Japan took the initiative to come to the Great Tang without being invited by the Great Tang. They exchanged the money they earned in their own country with the Great Tang Bank in their own country for the money of the Great Tang. They brought their children to the Great Tang just to let their children have a better future. Su Ilong felt that as a powerful country, it was wrong to bully a small tribe. They should show more magnanimity, and Xiaobei and the others were too utilitarian. He planned to have a good talk with Xiaobei and the others. At the very least, he would stop lying to them. Otherwise, his conscience wouldn't be able to live with it. Snow-white paper is very precious. It's even more precious than the leather and cloth you use to write. Let me show you what the children of the Great Tang use. Just as Su Ilong was about to have a good talk with Xiaobei and the others, Xiaobei took out a book. It was a very simple book with large white characters. The cover was an ink painting with linen patterns. There were 2 lines of words on it, without a chill to the bone, how can there be the fragrance of plum blossoms? The words were written like plum blossoms, proud and unyielding. Su Ilong had never heard of anyone who wrote this sentence, and he didn't know that the words were called thin gold. The only thing he admitted was that what it said made sense, and the writing was not bad, whether it was the content or the words. But now, all of this was not the main point. The main point was Xiaobei's publicity. As long as you come to the Great Tang, you will have the chance to use such beautiful paper. Is it white? Come, let our sister Xiao Zhu write a few words. Xiaobei passed a pencil to Xiao Zhu who was beside him. Xiao Zhu was very shy and didn't like to talk, just like Xiao Hai. When the two of them were together, they had a common language. Xiao Zhu often helped Xiao Hai to draw pictures. Xiao Zhu could always draw a line that Xiao Hai needed to use when calculating very accurately, so Xiao Hai recognized this future wife. He also always helped Xiao Zhu to calculate the scale of a picture, especially the golden section line. He calculated that very quickly. With a few strokes, with Xiao Yuan's cooperation, Xiao Zhu wrote the words on the white paper. The content was simple. It was a children's song that Xiao Yuan wrote at the last minute. But when he was talking about the children's song, Xiao Yuan looked at Su Ilong. Isn't it beautiful? Xiao Bei continued with his cultural invasion. Xiao's sister Bei, what? A child in the tribe who was younger than Xiao Bei asked with the language he just learned. Normally, he should ask, Sister Xiao Bei, what did you write? But he was not familiar with the culture of the Great Tang. Once the word sister overlapped, it would be distant. People who were close to each other would usually only call one word, brother, sister, and master. If the overlapping usage was used together, it would be called brother and sister. If the brother was placed in front, it would be brother, followed by sister. If the sister was placed in front, it would be sister, followed by brother. How would the children in the tribe know the depth of Chinese culture? They could only understand according to what they learned. Su Ilong also did not correct the other people's way of addressing. He was now thinking about what Xiao Yuan wrote. In fact, even if Xiao Yuan wrote 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 7 6 5 4 3 2 1, Su Ilong would not laugh at it. He did not dare to. He did not want to be lectured by Xiao Yuan again. Su Ilong knew that people were so strange. When a person with a few million strings of coins wore a set of hemp clothes, others would praise him. When a person had a few strings of coins but insisted on wearing silk, others would laugh at him. It was the same when it came to writing articles. A person who could write classical literature, even if he used common language in the process of writing, people who read it would not belittle him because they would know what kind of foundation he had. But if he could not even write classical literature and insisted on pretending to write, even if he used a few decent-looking words in the article, people would look down on him. It could be seen from the writing. It was very simple. Different contexts used different words. It would only make people laugh. Su Ilong knew about Xiao Yuan's background. Even if it was a children's song, he still had to treat it seriously. Xiao Bei looked at the children's song written by Xiao Yuan and gave Xiao Cheng a look. Xiao Cheng immediately took out a harmonica from his bag. Sister wrote Rainbow Clouds Chasing Moon. Start. Xiao Bei nodded and gestured. Miso miso do 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 do. Xiao Cheng followed up with a short prelude and immediately entered the main spin. Xiao Bei began to recite the nursery rhyme when the first note of So la duo li mi sola rang out. We just met and played by the river. The sand was piled high, and the mud was smeared on his face. You said I was naughty, and I said you were silly. A lollipop was bitten into two halves. She smiled at him, and his mouth was as sweet as hers. One day, you said you wanted to go far. Our fingers hooked, and we missed the mountains and rivers. I don't know what time it was, or what year it was. Beside the unforgettable beach, there was still water gurgling. It was already late at night, and the moon was hidden from view. The rosy clouds chased the bright moon, separated by a single heart. Soa duo, duo duo, soa duo, duo duo, soa la duo li mi sola la duo li mi sola. Xiao Cheng's harmonica also entered the next section at this time. It was the same beginning, but the difference was that the harmonica was added to the accompaniment. It sounded like there were some other chords that were like blues and tango rhythms at the end. The children in the tribe did not know what song it was. They only felt that it was very sad, especially the content of the interpretation. Many of the children pouted and their eyes turned red when they thought of leaving. Su Ilong was stunned and speechless. He had heard this song before. It was Rainbow Clouds Chasing Moon. There were many people who played and hummed this song in many places in the Tang Dynasty. Some even wrote lyrics. He always felt that this song written by Wang Wan was very beautiful. Whether it was the beginning or the climax, it was the same. The whole song was like the waves, layer upon layer. Moreover, he knew how to play it and received the cheers of the other officials of the same generation. Especially when he was happy, he would play it twice. But it wasn't until today that she understood that this Rosy Clouds Chasing the Moon wasn't a happy song at all. It was a song of longing that was difficult to meet despite being separated by a long distance. Those layers were not waves, but the lingering feelings of the heart. And Xiao Yuan used a nursery rhyme to express the true meaning of this song. Xiao Qiang's harmonica continuously used single-note vibrato, accentuation, and accompaniment to express this feeling of longing and reluctance incisively and vividly. Did everyone hear it? Did you see it? Is this kind of paper good? Xiao Bei acted as if nothing had happened and asked the other children with a smile. Su Ilong felt that his chest was tight and his stomach was uncomfortable. He wanted to vomit blood to reduce the pressure on his body. You can't play like this. I want to die. How can you be like this? The key now is Rainbow Clouds Chasing Moon, okay? If it's not a damn white paper, can you still distinguish the priority? Su Ilong felt sad for Xiao Yuan. He thought to himself, Xiao Yuan, is your role just to cooperate with the white paper? Don't you know how many people who treat this as a happy song will feel ashamed when you understand the feelings of Rainbow Clouds Chasing Moon so thoroughly? Looking at the children in the tribe, Su Ilong felt balanced in his heart. Sure enough, the children did not think about the white paper. They were also affected by the song that was accompanied by the harmonica just now. One by one, they had not recovered yet. Looking at the situation, they wanted to play together and then had no choice but to part. After that, they could only chase after the moon like the rainbow clouds, but they could not catch up. Brother Ilong, what are you doing? Help me. Tell them, is this paper good? Xiao Bei's voice suddenly came. Okay. Su Ilong's mouth moved. Chapter 1353. Look, our Tang Empire's very knowledgeable and handsome young master also admits that our Tang Empire's children use good paper. Then, I want to ask, do you all want to go to Tang Empire? Do you all want to play with many children of the same age? As long as you open your eyes, there will be many children to play with you, and there will be endless good food. Do you all want to? Xiao Bei continued to sway the white paper, at least that was what Su Ilong thought. Yes. The children shouted in standard Tang Empire's language in unison. Su Ilong felt that just vomiting blood was not enough to express his feelings. He should cry bitterly, the kind that shook the 9 skies. He was really convinced. He finally understood what it meant to have telepathy. Could it be that Xiao Yuan could not write anything else? Could he only write such a simple and touching nursery rhyme? Obviously not. Xiao Yuan's literary talent was definitely not limited to this. It was very easy for him to write more profound and beautiful poems. However, little Yuan had chosen such a nursery rhyme. Its composition was so shallow that it would make countless people laugh at it. Its content, when matched with the tune of rosy clouds chasing the moon, made people unable to laugh. He did not distinguish himself, he only cooperated. What a motherfucking tacit understanding. The moment Xiao Yuan asked Xiao Zhu to write, he knew what Xiao Bei needed. The two of them did not speak, nor did they exchange glances, but Xiao Yuan knew what to do. Xiao Bei also knew how to choose the song. Their purpose was simple. It was nothing more than to let the children of the tribe feel the pain of playing together and then parting, and then tell them that they did not have to part in Tang Empire. At the last moment, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were in charge of persuading the adults of the tribe to follow them to Tang Empire, while Xiao Bei and the rest could let the children of the tribe to assist them. How the hell are they going to let people live? I finally understand what strategic thinking is. The cooperation of Xiao Yuan, Xiao Zhu, Xiao Chang, and Xiao Bei is only one part of the strategy. Su Ilong felt a chill in her heart. She finally understood why the officials of the Tang Empire were so afraid of Xiao Bei and the other patrol inspectors. What was truly frightening was not the fact that they had committed 5 crimes, but the fact that there were 10 or 9 patrol inspectors. The most frightening thing was that they clearly knew everything, but pretended not to know when they were dealing with you. Thinking of this, Su Ilong no longer had any jealousy in her heart. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but she couldn't. When the gap was too big, there was no way to be jealous. She could only be envious and work hard to achieve this goal. He didn't know how Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had raised this group of children. Why didn't his master and elders teach him like Xiao Bao and Cuckoo did? He was also jealous of the chemistry between Xiao Yuan and Xiao Bei. Usually, he would see Xiao Bei bullying Xiao Yuan, and Xiao Yuan always looked like he was easy to bully. However, it was clear now that Xiao Yuan was not easy to bully. He was just coaxing Xiao Bei, just like how Xiao Bao coaxed Cuckoo many times. However, if someone thought that people like Xiao Bao and Xiao Yuan who were afraid of women were easy to bully, they would instantly feel the fury of Xiao Bei and Cuckoo. They would definitely fight to the death. Definitely. Su Ilong unconsciously said the words in his heart. At this moment, he also hoped that he had a girl like Xiao Bei or Cuckoo to accompany him. It was okay to give in a little. A man who could make his woman happy was definitely happier than a man who was feared by others outside. Brother Ilong, definitely what? Xiao Bei had already completed her task. Now, the children in the tribe were learning mathematics from Xiao Hai, so she went near Su Ilong and asked him. Definitely. Yes, you lied to them. Su Ilong woke up at the crucial moment. How did I bully them? Xiao Bei raised her head and asked. You said white paper. How many pieces of white paper does Tang have? When they arrive at Tang in the future and realize that the paper they use is not as white as the one you took out, how are you going to explain it? Su Ilong thought of what happened before and asked casually. Xiao Bei blinked her eyes. That kind of white paper can't be used to write calligraphy. After writing, you will realize that the ink soaked back and forth. When the paper was processed, lime was added, and then talc was added. It can only be used to write with a pencil. In the future, I will teach them how to write with a brush. First, take out some white paper. After they write a few times, they will definitely feel that it's not good. This way, I won't have to worry, right? You, this. Xiao Bei, you even schemed against children? You took out white paper to attract people, and then used a brush to change it. I am a child. Brother Ilong, I am also a child. What are you going to do to me? Xiao Bei looked at Su Ilong with a very cute look. Su Ilong squatted down and hit his head with both hands, muttering, Long live the Emperor. Your Majesty, I finally know why you put Xiao Bei and the rest in the position of Tang Patrol. It's too torturous. I swear, if I were a local official, would do my job well. I won't be greedy at all. I want to be loyal and patriotic. Brother Ilong, I support you, Xiao Bei said in an understanding manner. Su Ilong hugged her head and fell to the ground. She rolled a few times and lay there looking at the sky. She found that the blue sky was still there, and the clouds were floating. The sky was clear, and the days could be leisurely. Everyone experienced the leisurely days on the way. Seymour Domo discovered a fact that was not good for him. As the people in the tribe changed into new clothes and could eat good food every day, his existence became less and less obvious. The people in the tribe no longer talked to him. Every day, they happily did things according to the orders of the Tang people. They were more diligent and more proactive than before. The people in the tribe that he originally controlled had a happy expression on their faces, as if it was a happy thing to be able to work for the Tang people. Regarding this, Seymour Domo only felt annoyed and regretful. He realized the reason. That hateful and terrifying Xiao Bao and Cuckoo actually adopted a new method. It was a point system. How much prey was hunted, how much firewood was collected, and how many wild herbs and mushrooms were harvested would give corresponding points. A warrior in the tribe who hunted a tiger alone was first reprimanded and deducted points. Because he did it alone with a spear, it was very dangerous. Therefore, the team deducted points from him, saying that he should have cooperated with others. Unless it was a critical moment of life and death, he could only do things on his own. 8 points were deducted. 8 points was the value of 2 taels of salt, and 8 points could be exchanged for 2 taels of salt. Of course, it could also be exchanged for other things. After the deduction of 8 points, he was immediately given 20 points. Because of his bravery and strength, the tiger that he hunted was indeed worth these points. But there was also a warning. The next time he went out to hunt a big animal, it would not be as simple as a deduction of 8 points. When this person in the tribe got his points, he exchanged them for a set of beautiful clothes for women. Then, one of his women ran to this person's side and completed the wedding in the Tang ceremony. He also received extra blessings from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who gave him a set of ceramic utensils worth more than 10 kilograms of salt. Seymour Domo knew that these things on the surface were not the most important thing. What was important was that his own people were ignoring him. His woman was taken away by someone else, and it was the kind of relationship that both parties were willing to have. Seymour Domo was very sad and helpless. He really could not compare to the person who hunted the tiger alone, whether it was in terms of strength or courage. But he was not satisfied. After traveling for another day, he found an opportunity. He said to the person who was in charge of guarding him, "I think you are more powerful than your leader." "Who?" The person came over and asked softly. "Zhang Xiaobao." "Look at your body, then look at him. He does not have much strength. You can definitely kill 2 people like him, but now you are following him and listening to him. I feel sorry for you." Seymour Domo sighed and said. The person who was chosen by him thought for a while and said softly, "Did you see wrongly? The young master can fight 2 people like me. It's not a life and death battle, otherwise, he can kill 5 people like me. I was chosen from the 4th generation of guards, but I'm not good at fighting. When I was chosen, the 3rd generation people could beat me like I was a toy. You are afraid, so you think he is powerful. Just like me and my tribe, I am not powerful, understand?" Seymour Domo thought that he found an opportunity and said. The person nodded. "I know. I also found that you are very weak, so there are only 6 people protecting you. If you can be like Little Master, there will be at least 20 people protecting you, and they will all be the 1st generation guards. You don't understand Little Master, so you think he is easy to bully. In this hot environment, if we were betting on Little Master, would be dead now. You don't know Little Master's killing methods. He is more powerful than Little Lady, but he doesn't make a move." The person couldn't help but shiver as he spoke. Obviously, he had seen Little Master's actual performance. At that time, he jumped on roofs and ran on walls. At that time, he adapted to the terrain. At that time, he used spear and knife skills. At that time, he used close combat methods to exchange injuries for lives. Seymour Domo didn't know and was very puzzled. He looked at the person beside him and continued to persuade, "Don't think too much of him. Even if you punch him, he will dodge. I can see that you are very strong. Little Gongzi won't dodge. When I attack him, he will block and dodge. He will stick close to me, and the next moment, I will fly away. And even if I fly, Little Gongzi will continue to attack me. Do you think I don't know? Little Gongzi practices Bajiquan, body hardening skill, and the will to fight with his life on the line. Then go catch Cuckoo and use her to threaten him. I can see that Xiao Bao cares a lot about this woman." Seymour Domo didn't give up and continued to persuade. He thought he had a chance. "I can't beat this little girl. I can think of a way to kill her, but don't even think about capturing her. In my manor, there are also some women like me who are in charge of fighting. They have a name, they are called the Overlord Flower. Perhaps because of their physical conditions, they have a weaker physique, but their willpower is higher than mine. If I can't catch them, they will hurt themselves to hurt the enemy. In reality, when their arms are caught by me, they will use the method of breaking their arms to complete their attack. The little lady is such a person, so the little Gongzi has never used force to oppress the little lady. Then you think you can make me betray you? I am telling you this because the journey is too long, and I have nothing to do. At the same time, I want you to know what kind of people you are facing. You think they are the same as you? You want me to deal with my family's young master and young madam? Fuck, look at the other 5 people around you. If I had hesitated just now, I would have died. You're such an idiot. Brother Wang, why don't you believe me?" The person who was talking to Seymour Domo looked at Seymour Domo with disdain and asked the person beside him with a bitter face. "It's not that I doubt you, but you know the rules. If someone is close to Seymour Domo, the rest of us will have our guns loaded. If I am close to you, are you sure you won't load your gun?" The person who was called Brother Wang didn't change his expression at all. "You see? Brother, it's not that I don't want to give you face and make you waste your time, but I have no choice. I also have parents and children. Then why are you telling me this?" Seymour Domo didn't understand. "Do you want to be with your people in the future, and you can get more women?" The person who was called by Seymour Domo asked. Chapter 1354. As the group continued to move forward, Seymour Domo became more well-behaved. When the group passed by a certain place to rest, he took the initiative to make contact with the locals. He said that he was sent by the king and that he could lead others to a better life. By the time they left the territory of the Kama Nagbo kingdom, he had successfully recruited more than 300 people to follow behind the group. Of course, the children were still under the care of Xiao Bei and the others. Seymour Domo had finally regained his authority. The people who had been tricked by him saw that the things provided here were indeed good. They did not think about anything else and obediently followed him. They listened to Seymour Domo's lecture. Then, the strong men dispersed to listen. They returned to other places and told others about this set of theories. Then, they went to the agreed meeting place and waited for the person who could bring them happiness to come and pick them up. They held sharp knives in their hands, as well as dozens of kilograms of salt and canned food. Seymour Domo had agreed with them that they would get 10 jeans of salt for every person they brought. If they were able to get more people, they would get an additional jeans of salt. If they were able to get more people, they would be able to get an additional jeans of salt. If they were able to get a dozen people in a month, then they wouldn't need to get more people in half a year. If they didn't want salt, they could exchange it for other things, such as powerful and easy-to-carry crossbows or silk clothes. After the people who were recruited by him heard this, they felt that it made sense. If they put their children in the group, they wouldn't have to worry about anything else. They could put all their effort into recruiting people. While Seymour Domo was happy that his beautiful days were getting closer and closer, Xiao Bei and the others thought that they had found a new continent. When the group stopped to wait for the people and animals that they had sent out, Xiao Bei found his brother and sister. "Brother, give me 10 strings of money." Xiao Bei extended his chubby hand. "What?" Zhang Xiaobao didn't have money on him. He spread his hands, indicating that he couldn't afford it. "You can pawn something for 10 strings of money. I'll tell you a way to make a lot of money." Xiao Bei didn't withdraw his hand. Zhang Xiaobao rummaged through his body and took out 2 small copper beads. He said to his sister, "Nowadays, copper is also very valuable. All right, this time, I'll count your hidden weapon as valuable. My method is to say the same thing to the others, and then have them give you the money. Then, you give me the money. Every time you succeed, you get 1/10 of the money. Then, they go and say it again. What about you? I can just wait to get rich, right? Even if I say 10 successful missions today, even if I don't complete all 10 missions, I'll only say 1 a day. A month later, it'll still be 30. Their chances of success aren't high. 1 a day, 900 in the second month, and 27,000 in the third month. According to the formula, I'll definitely be a millionaire in half a year. Do you have the formula?" Zhang Xiaobao asked his sister with a smile. Xiao Bei blinked and stuck out his tongue. "Formula? Is it mathematics? Using a mathematical method to calculate, for example, if I go to someone else and they give me 10 strings of coins, I'll give you the money? What about me? The person I find will go to someone else. What about him? You have to make it seem reasonable for others to be willing to join. That's right, it needs to be calculated back and forth. The people below will get less than me, right? No, if they get less than me, why would they give me the money?" Xiao Bei thought it through very well. When it came to the specific organizational situation, she realized that it wasn't simple. She looked at her sister, hoping that she could give her an idea. Wang Wan patted her forehead. In the end, someone thought of it. "Xiao Bei, your method won't work. No one is willing to give you money for free. Moreover, if they can persuade others to give you money, why would they give it to you? So, I'll give you 2 methods. One is to get people to buy the new products of your precious candy house. 1 candy costs 50 strings of coins, and then get this person to help you sell the candy. First, let them brag about your candy. This is good, that is good. How much can they get from selling 1 candy? How much can they get from the next level? When they sell a certain amount, they'll be promoted." Wang Wan knew that pyramid schemes weren't good, but she was willing to explain this to her sister. She didn't believe that the little ones would be poor enough to participate in pyramid schemes. Xiao Bei thought about it and shook her head. No, how much is the candy worth? People aren't fools. No matter how luxurious it is, they can't sell it at such a high price. Moreover, there are more and more people participating. Everyone will eat candy, right? Then, the second method. Actually, your brother is better at this than me. You prepare some capital, not too much, and then use you as a bank. You collect deposits and give high interest. At the same time, you get this person to help you collect deposits and still have high interest. The more people he finds, the higher the interest. Your marketing concept is investment. The more money you have, the easier it is to make money. You exaggerate your funds, and then others will believe you. Isn't it the same wherever the money is? You can get more interest by saving it for you. Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and explained to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei furrowed her brows and clenched her fists. She said with a bitter face, "What happens in the end? There are two outcomes. One is that you do have the ability to invest in finance and earn more profits than you give away. This way, you can make money. The other is that you don't have the ability, and then the market collapses. You take the money and run away. The other people who invested later will cry." As Wang Wan spoke, she looked at the sky in the distance. She seemed to be reminiscing, but also seemed to be at a loss. Isn't this cheating? If the interest is low, people won't come. If the interest is high, how can we earn? Xiao Bei sighed. It's not cheating. It's just a private capital operation. Isn't it the same if the money is stored in a bank? The bank will take out loans and use the money earned to pay the interest. At the same time, they will keep a portion of the profits. It's just that the risk is too high, and it doesn't match the overall economic stability of the Tang Empire. That's why your brother and I don't allow them to take out high-interest loans in private. Instead, we try to perfect the functions of the bank, including small loans for families, as well as venture investment for the production and research of the new real economy. Not every loan will make money. Some will even lose money. Not every venture will get a corresponding return. But these are all allowed. Wang Wan introduced the inside of the bank to Xiao Bei. She only mentioned it briefly and didn't go into too much detail. Even if she did, Xiao Bei wouldn't understand. Xiao Bei nodded, looking very depressed. So it's like this. I thought we were the first to think of it. Others probably thought of it long ago, but no one dared to do it. Are there any other loopholes to exploit? There are. Wang Wan didn't expect Zhang Xiaobao to answer such a small question. She could easily explain it clearly. For example, shares. Our family has a cooperative relationship with many businessmen in the Tang Empire, including your precious candy house. Can this note be traded? No, you can't. If you sell the note, everyone will buy and sell. It will be chaotic, Xiao Bei said firmly. Then can I use the restaurant that belongs to me as collateral in the bank? Wang Wan asked. Yes. Xiao Bei nodded. Then let's open a restaurant together. I need money. Can I put my part of the restaurant as collateral to the bank? Wang Wan asked again. Xiao Bei was stunned. She immediately figured out what was going on and continued to frown. I know. If you say no, it's obviously unreasonable. If you say yes, then you have to put the note as collateral. And if you don't want to continue the cooperation, you're just selling the note. No matter who comes to buy it, what will you do? Set up a place to trade shares and notes. Everyone can buy and sell notes there, Wang Wan replied. Why not now? They're all doing private transactions, right? Xiao Bei thought of a problem. Wang Wan smiled and said, yes, a small number of them are doing private transactions. There will be more in the future, but not in the short term. Your brother and I don't have enough manpower, and there are few financial operators. In a few years, you'll know that when a country develops, economic problems will appear one after another. As long as people have desires, they can't stop it. Xiao Bei couldn't imagine what the future would be like. She nodded, not fully understanding. She returned the 2 copper beads to her brother and ran to the other little guys to repeat the story. Seeing his sister run away, Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said to Wang Wan, "Our brothers and sisters are very smart." After discovering what Simo Domo was doing, they actually came up with such a good idea. No matter how good their ideas are, they can't compare to yours. Look at the idea you gave Simo Domo. It's so good and so insidious. Wang Wan thought of Simo Domo, who had been cheated, and felt sorry for his people. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao's plan wasn't an illegal pyramid scheme. It was very reasonable. Using people to find people and developing underlings to gain benefits. It could be settled with salt, but it could also be exchanged for other things of equal value. During this process, there was no deception. As long as people came, they would give. The more people they brought, the more things they would give out. The problem was that this was still a slave society, just like the places her team had to pass through. There, Zhang Xiaobao used salt to encourage people to catch slaves and use slaves to exchange for salt. Now, it was another way of saying it, but it was still encouraging people to catch slaves. When the people before really did exchange for salt and weapons, what would happen to the people who couldn't be persuaded? They would definitely use force to solve the problem. Then, they would form groups and gradually grow in size. They would use the money from selling slaves to continue to tempt others and arm themselves. In that case, the entire area would be included. What would happen to this place in the future? Zhang Xiaobao looked very innocent. He looked at Wang Wan with a confused expression and asked, "Who did I accidentally hurt again?" "No, you're helping others." "I used the wrong word just now," Wang Wan looked back and said. "Thank you. I'll forgive you this time." Zhang Xiaobao sighed. Brother, there's a telegram. We've been contacted again. Look." As Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were talking and joking, a group of little guys rushed over. Xiao Bei led the way and waved the translated telegram in his hands. Zhang Xiaobao took it and glanced at it. He stuffed the telegram into Wang Wan's hands and said, "Someone is restless again. They think that I can't deal with them because I'm far away, right?" Wang Wan also read it and handed the telegram to Xiao Bei for them to play with. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Previously, I was talking to Xiao Bei about illegal pyramid schemes and stocks. This time, there's futures. I remember someone from Japan was playing this game. This is just a game of warrants. Now that food futures have appeared, can't they stop?" Chapter 1355. The 9 little guys and Su Ilong looked at the information on the paper very seriously. The content was not complicated. It said that there was a problem in the Hunan province. There were more than 300 land renters who did not sell the wheat after the autumn harvest in exchange for money to pay the rent. Instead, they directly took out the money to pay the rent. Then they joined forces and held a big trading party, saying that they wanted to buy wheat from people in other places. They used a broker as a guarantee. Each side took out 10% of the total price of the wheat as a deposit. A month later, the settlement would be made. If they could not pay, or did not have extra money to buy, the 10% deposit would go to the other side after deducting the broker's guarantee fee. After the imperial court learned about this, they did not know what to do for a while. They had to send a telegram to inquire about the same situation as before. That situation was that someone did not sell the grain. There was a certain connection between the two. Su Ilong and the 9 little guys did not see what was going on. It was nothing more than someone who did not sell the grain and then bought the grain. "What did you learn from it?" Xiao Bei asked Su Ilong. Su Ilong scratched his head and carefully read the information twice. His eyes were still blank. He knew in his heart that things were not simple. Otherwise, Why would the imperial court spend so much effort to contact Xiao Bao? Was it hoarding? Obviously, it was not that simple. How much could 300 land renters hoard? For a small area, they would have a great influence together, but it did not matter at all to the whole Tang Empire. Obviously, someone in the imperial court saw the problem behind it, but could not solve it. To be precise, it was not that they could not think of a way. An administrative order was passed down, and the world was peaceful. Without an order from the government, it was estimated that the imperial court did not want any risk to deal with it by such means. That would cause the order to change in a short time, which was a blow to the authority of the government. Now that the telegram was sent, it was to let Xiao Bao deal with people through economic means, playing the game of Jianghu, and using a strong foundation to deter people who were ready to make a move. After thinking for a moment, Su Ilong said to Xiao Bei and the others, the imperial court saw that this matter was not simple, so they asked your brother and sister to deal with it. The purpose is, we understand. The purpose is to make people with bad intentions fear my brother forever. Once the administrative order is used, although the merchants will be honest, they will have thoughts of winning. From then on, they would no longer be worried about my family, nor would they be afraid of the top-ranking list. They would constantly look for loopholes to change the policies of the imperial court, thereby influencing political power. But if my brother wins, they will have to behave for a long time. A person's fear is not how strong the enemy is, but how deep the enemy is. The unknown is the most frightening, and my brother is such an existence. But what we're asking you is not the situation I'm talking about. It's what you've analyzed from the telegram that the imperial court is worried about. Why didn't you think of it? Xiao Bei rolled her eyes at Su Ilong in dissatisfaction. She said what Su Ilong wanted to say and asked again. Su Ilong smiled embarrassedly and continued to scratch her head. No, if I could think of it, why would the people in the imperial court ask about your brother? Have you guessed it? How can we ask you if we can guess it? Xiao Bei smiled slyly, then looked at her brother and sister and asked, Sister, you were talking about futures just now. What is that? Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was indifferent. It was not that he did not understand, but he felt that such a small question should not be answered by him. Wang Wan glared at Zhang Xiaobao fiercely and explained to her brothers and sisters, futures is a term that stipulates that goods will be traded within a certain period of time, or it is expected that goods will be traded at a certain time. For example, it's my birthday and I want to buy a cake from your precious candy house. When you send it to me on my birthday, I'll give you a deposit first. If I don't want it, I'll give you the deposit. If you don't send it, you have to compensate me. Under normal circumstances, you won't give me the deposit, but in futures, you have to take out the money as a guarantee and give it to a third party, such as a broker. Then I can rest assured. Oh, I understand. It's just buying and selling things. You make it so mysterious. You want to buy a cake from me, but you don't trust me. Got it, got it. Xiao Bei looked like he understood and patted his chest. Wang Wan and Wei Wei smiled and continued, what's the most interesting thing about futures? When I buy a birthday cake, I don't buy it from you. I only say that I want to buy it. For example, the Glory and Splendor I-Series cake that you sell is priced at 20 strings of coins. It can be given to more than 100 people. As for me, I don't want to spend 20 strings of coins. I think it's too expensive, so I said that I want to buy it with 19 strings of coins. When your brother found out, he discussed it with me. He was willing to buy me a cake that costs 19 strings of coins on my birthday, the same as my request. I took out a part of the money as the deposit, and your brother took out a part of the money as the deposit. If the price of the cake is 19 strings of coins when your brother bought it, he will lose 1 string of coins. If it's 18 strings of coins, he will make 1 string of coins. At this time, it depends on how much the deposit is. If it's 2%, then suddenly the price of the cake will be 21 strings of coins. Your brother will choose not to take the deposit, otherwise he will lose even more. If it's suddenly 17 strings of coins, then I don't want the deposit. I might as well buy a new one myself. If the price of the cake rises little by little to 19 strings of coins and 500 coins, then your brother's deposit was 380 coins. Now he has to add in the next 500 coins, which is 10 coins. If he can't take out the 10 coins, then the broker will terminate the deal between me and your brother, and give me the 380 coins. Of course, the broker will have to take out a part of the money, but I can't guarantee it for free. On the other hand, it's the same for me. If the price of the cake drops, I have to make up the money according to the decrease. Otherwise, the broker will also give my money to your brother. Xiao Bei and the others were in a daze. They looked at each other, then gathered together and whispered. Xiao Bei rolled his eyes and said, "Doesn't that mean that we can make money without having anything in our hands?" Yes, this is called futures, real futures. It's not like the simple things that appear in Hunan province where both parties' deposits are unchanged. Wang Wan looked to the east and seemed to see a group of people who thought they were smart in Hunan province. They were happy there. The eyes of the 9 little guys were full of excitement. They learned a lot today, and also touched the threshold of a certain industry. It turned out that money could be earned this way. Of course, it was also lost in this way. Suilong also seemed to see a new sky. What surprised him even more was that when the problem that the imperial court couldn't solve was passed on, Wang Wan didn't care, while Zhang Xiaobao looked disdainful. What did this mean? It meant that what the imperial court found difficult was not difficult for them. And according to what Wang Wan said, it was even better than what some people in Hunan province did. For a moment, Suilong began to mourn for the more than 300 people. You said that the tricks you tried so hard to come up with were like children playing house in front of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. The two of them were disgusted and absolutely disgusted. Now there were still people in the country looking for trouble, but they were not afraid of them. Dealing with them would be a piece of cake. Thinking of this, Suilong also relaxed and asked Wang Wan, "What they did is not good?" It's hard to say whether it's good or bad. There's no problem with the futures trading itself. What's wrong is their ideas. They purely want to seek greater benefits, and they are clearly aware of the impact that their success will have on the Tang economy. Why didn't they do it earlier or later? Why did they have to wait for me and Xiao Bao to come here and do it when the war is going on? What are they thinking? Xiao Bao, tell me, what are you thinking? As Wang Wan spoke, she suddenly questioned Zhang Xiaobao, who was standing aside as if he had nothing to do with it. Zhang Xiaobao blinked and showed a confused expression. He looked very confused. Sister, what does it have to do with brother? Seeing that his sister was talking about his brother, Xiao Bei did not speak up for his brother, but asked very curiously. Ask your brother. Wang Wan stared at Zhang Xiaobao again. Seeing the little guys looking over, Zhang Xiaobao smiled shyly and said, "It has something to do with the national policy I mentioned before. One is the centralization of agriculture, and the other is the rent discount rules. After promoting agricultural production and reducing the excess loss in the process of direct payment of grain, it will inevitably lead to the concentration of grain in the hands of individuals. At the same time, there will be more fluctuations in the price of grain. This is the two-sided nature of the matter." This matter was caused by you, brother? Xiao Bei was surprised. Don't push the responsibility to me. I didn't go back. I thought it was too late to deal with it when I went back. Who would have thought that there was a group of stupid people who think they are smart? They don't want to live a good life, but they have to find trouble. Zhang Xiaobao would never admit that he was guilty. Suilong didn't know what to say. She found that she couldn't keep up with the others' thoughts, so she had to ask the question that she had been thinking about before. Xiao Bao, what did they do wrong? They didn't use the normal way of futures to protect the price. They maliciously raised the price. Zhang Xiaobao didn't need Wang Wan to say it this time. Protect the price? Xiao Bei asked. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Yes, protect the price. For example, you have a large piece of land planted with rice. The price of rice last year was 10 coins per bushel. This year, there is still a month before the harvest. You don't know the price yet, but you are afraid that everyone will harvest less than last year. Then what will you do? You can sell it now and say that you want to sell it for 10 coins per bushel. You pay the deposit, and then others will buy it. When it is time to harvest, the price will change. A bushel of rice will become 11 coins. At this time, you will lose 1 coin per bushel of rice that you sold before, right? But you planted rice, and the rice you planted became 11 copper coins, which was 1 copper coin more than the 10 copper coins you expected. You used the money you earned and the money you lost to offset the losses, ensuring that you could sell a bucket of rice for 10 copper coins. On the other hand, if it becomes 9 coins, you will earn 1 coin from the futures contract you sold before, and you will lose 1 coin per bushel of rice. In the process, you will lose some money to the broker. This is the protection price. You can hedge back and forth, or you can directly sell the rice to others in the end. The premise is that they want the rice. Otherwise, they will rather pay you the deposit. Ah! You can play like this? Xiao Bei's eyes lit up when he heard this. Then he remembered what happened before and asked, why didn't the 300 people from Hunan buy instead of selling? Because they are provoking. They are not preserving their value, but gambling. They want to get double the profit. There are many people watching and waiting for their results. If they succeed, more people will join in, Zhang Xiaobao said angrily. He did not care about this kind of behavior. What he cared about was what those people thought. Each and every one of them had a stable life and began to look for excitement, right? Aren't the people on the list smarter than you? What does it mean that they did not move? If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know why flowers. Wrong. How many eyes does Ma Wanya have? The little guys were as angry as Suilong. They also knew what was going on. Suilong clenched her fists and gasped for breath. She said, everyone is busy making the Tang Empire better. You have already personally participated in the war. The people on the top list of billionaires are all cooperating. Many people spontaneously came out to help transport the war resources and repair the roads. When everyone is united, there are still people who play tricks behind their backs. They deserve to be killed. If they can be killed, there won't be this telegram. Xiao Bei was just angry, but he was not worried. He rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. Brother, sister, should we let Changpingsang release the grain now? Kill them at a low price. Wang Wan touched Xiao Bei's head. No, Changpingsang is the intervention of the Imperial Court's administrative order. It will disappoint the people on the list. In fact, this kind of thing can be solved by you guys. Yes, it's enough for you guys to do it. Zhang Xiaobao also echoed. Xiao Bei and the others were stunned. They looked at each other and did not know how they could solve the problem. However, they knew that their brother and sister would not talk nonsense. If they said that they had a way, then they must have a way. In an instant, they were excited. Xiao Bei clapped his hands. We can deal with them? Ha 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 ha, I'm happy when I think about it. In that case, we will be more powerful than you two. We will let them know that their little tricks are useless and not even worth you two to do it. We will scare them to death. Let's see who dares to watch and is ready to learn from them. Suilong's head was full of question marks. The Imperial Court's problem fell on the 9 children? If it was really done, more than 300 people in Hunan province would be sad. So he asked, how do we do it? Yes, tell us. We will deal with them. Xiao Bei waved his fist. Wang Wan still had a calm smile on her face. She said to her younger brothers and sisters, now that your darling candy house has stopped the cake business, with the autumn harvest in various places, the cake business should also be reopened. There is a kind of cake that can be made with the method of making ice cream, but the price is more expensive. There is also a kind of cake that can be made with rice flour, and the taste and texture are not bad. As for the cake made with rice flour, it will be boring to eat too much of it, so we will send a telegram now and tell the darling candy house in the country to involve the branches in Hunan province and the surrounding areas. From now on, we will not buy any wheat and flour. At the same time, we will develop a new darling rice noodles and a cooling series of drinks. Before that, we will sign a contract with an organization of more than 300 people to sell wheat and flour. Let them lose money. It is best to get some coarse grain products. Write in the darling candy house's newspaper that eating noodles is not good for health. Xiao Bao should eat more other things. This time, it was Xiao Yuan who said it. Chapter 1356. So simple. Su Ilong listened to the plan and couldn't believe it. It's not simple, it's the rules. In the economic field, the absolute oppression of the dominant capital over the small capital. More than 300 land renters may seem like a lot, but it depends on who they are compared to. My candy house can bully them to death. Without capital, whether it's the virtual economy or the real economy, they can only follow the trend. If they want to follow the trend, they have to be prepared to be drowned by the waves. Zhang Xiaobao said with a deep gaze. Wang Wan showed a different kind of smile and said, but my Xiao Bao is an exception. My Xiao Bao plays the unconventional game. If those 300 people are under his command, I have to deal with them personally. I need to mobilize more capital, and even so, I'm not sure I can keep him. I believe you. Su Ilong nodded. Xiao Bei and the others went to send a telegram to their precious candy house. They told the people in the candy house to inform Beijing and then leave it be. To them, they couldn't meet in person and then fight against the other party. They could only command from afar and didn't feel any sense of accomplishment. They were not afraid that the merchants from other roads would transport wheat to Hunan because the transportation cost was very high. After they transported the wheat over, they would find that the price had to be very high to make a profit. Moreover, there were merchants who could reduce the transportation cost on a large scale. These people in the upper echelons of the Tang Empire's economic field were not as stupid as the 300 people from Hunan who acted first. The 300 people were ignorant and fearless. If they didn't enter that circle, they would never know the rules of that circle, and it was difficult for them to personally understand the strength of Zhang Xiaobao. Just like the people at the top of the mountain and at the bottom of the mountain, they were so small when they looked at each other. The difference was that it was easy for the people at the top of the mountain to come down, but difficult for the people at the bottom of the mountain to go up. Half a month later, news came from the three fronts again. They had continued to penetrate more than 1,000 kilometers into the territory of the Duo people in three directions. The Duo people's response was to strengthen the defense and clear the field. At the same time, the main force of the Tang Empire retreated. Now, the Tang Empire's Third Front Army was resting and waiting for the follow-up supplies to arrive. The Duo people's army was also gathering and blocking the front of the Tang Empire's Third Front Army. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took out the map and looked at it. Because there was no detailed information and only circles were used to represent various places, the two of them estimated that the Tang army had already passed through Afghanistan and entered Iran. Looks like we have to speed up. It's not in line with the strategic goal. Why did they fortify the walls and clear the fields? Is Qiu Shou done? How do you deal with the food? Zhang Xiaobao clearly saw the third line of troops rushing over, but he didn't show a happy expression because his tactics couldn't be used in the current situation. He wanted to defeat the main force of the Duo cannibals and then use economic means, but now it seemed impossible. Moreover, he could imagine that many people would die during a large-scale retreat. The old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled would not be able to keep up with the retreating troops. In addition to the complex terrain, it would be considered good if 3 or 4 out of 10 people could make it back alive. It should be known that when the Tang Empire's army advanced, there would be non-combat casualties. They were all young adults, not old people and children. Wang Wan also frowned. She also didn't want to occupy a place where there was no human habitation, but she understood that this was the best way the duo people could think of at the moment. Looking at the map again, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Let's not go anymore. Let's go back and provide support to the pyramid schemers at the top of the tower. Let's go home and not go any further. Our landing forces over there have probably already taken over a large area as well. We'll be able to complete a pincer attack with the third line of troops. Besides, we don't plan to attack all the way to Mecca in one go. Let's just stay here and find the oil first. Then, we'll ship it to Xinyuan Island for processing, which is Luzon Island. There is also a lot of coal there. Don't ship it to the Tang Empire anymore. When the technology is mature, we can go back to the Tang Empire to build a factory. In the past few years, in order to develop, our local workshops have destroyed a lot of the environment. Of course, the people of the Tang Empire don't know whether the environment is good or bad. In the past, they always encouraged the destruction of forests and farmland. Let's not go back directly. Let's go through India. I think we can recruit a lot of people along the way. When we reach the coast, we can take a boat back. I believe that the fleet that goes around the sea will increase the transportation efforts when the frontline troops have the advantage." Zhang Xiaobao temporarily put aside his depressed mood and thought about the next step. As for the duo people's headquarters, let's put it aside first. As long as the fleet was there, they could control the Euphrates River. Then, the duo people's region sandwiched between the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea was basically under control. They would fight when they had the time. The troops at the front line were in a war situation for a long time, which had a great impact on the morale. The main problem was adapting to the environment. Not to mention the soldiers, even he, who used to fly all over the world, couldn't withstand the wild environment of the Arabian region. After a long time, people would go crazy. The driving force that supported the Tang army's advance was the belief of the strong country. Wang Wan's mood was the same as Zhang Xiaobao's. She felt uncomfortable. She thought that she would have the opportunity to personally organize a few tactical cooperation and have fun. In the end, it turned out like this. She complained about the duo people in her heart. Didn't they say that they would rather die than surrender and kill people who didn't share the same belief? Why did they surrender now and know how to make a strategic retreat? If only they could hold on a little longer. The Tang army wouldn't have rushed in directly. What were they afraid of? In the end, they played the scorched earth strategy. Many people died, and the autumn harvest wasn't good. Why bother? After feeling depressed for a while, Wang Wan ordered, "Someone, send a signal. Tell the third line troops to look for supplies on the spot. There's no need to attack anymore. Wait for the landing troops to join up. After the last land supply arrives, there won't be any more land supplies." Someone immediately sent a telegram while they could still contact. Otherwise, there might be no signal at any time. Wang Wan then said to Zhang Xiaobao, "That's why people always say that in the course of war, there will always be accidents like this. We can't control them even if we want to. We only consider our own strategic arrangements, but we don't study the other party's thinking. In the future, there will be more oil. It's just that our oil extraction technology, just like when China attacked India in the past, who would have thought that the Indian army would be so weak? At that time, China, India, and the United States were all dumbfounded. In the end, it was the United States that airdropped supplies to India. Once again, it proved the absolute superiority of advanced weapons over backward areas. It was hard not to be convinced. As for oil extraction, it's simple. Just dig. I don't believe that all the duo people in the war zone will be killed. There will be a large number of survivors. Now, there are already people digging oil wells. As long as they give enough benefits, they will be able to dig more. For example, in our Great Tang, other than the oil that flowed out naturally, there's also the oil that has just been dug out. This kind of technology doesn't need to be used in the duo people area for the time being. To them, oil doesn't have much use. One is used for war, the other is used for fires, and the other is used to treat skin diseases for camels. It's not worth much. Once it's dug out, it's very simple to fill it up. Just a few barrels and it'll be a ton. We can give them more valuable things in exchange, such as cooling ointment and toilet water. 10 tons. They only need 10 tons of oil to get a small box of cooling ointment. After applying a little, they won't have to worry about getting heatstroke easily. It's suitable for both young and old. Zhang Xiaobao couldn't think of a better idea. The industrial foundation was there, and the current Great Tang was using indigenous methods. It wasn't easy to get a gasoline engine and make a plane, but until now, there was no news of it taking off successfully. Wang Wan sighed. A lot of resources have been wasted, and now you're starting to scheme against people. You didn't have a chance to carry out your previous schemes. Do you have anything to say? What should I say? I'm used to it. Not every scam will succeed. There will always be stupid people. If you put food in front of them, they won't even open their mouth. How can you trick them? Let's first occupy the line between the Euphrates River and the Persian Gulf. After that, we'll discuss with the Duo people. In any case, that place wasn't theirs in the first place. While their teachings are still not stable, we should quickly change them and instill the idea of loyalty to the country in them. As for the plan to build a road that connects here, we'll continue to postpone it. However, we don't know the specific situation. If we can build a road here, it's better to build the road in our Great Tang first. Zhang Xiaobao said as he rolled up the map. He leaned back on the chair and closed his eyes to rest. Wang Wan, on the other hand, pulled a chair over and laid down, resting her head on Xiaobao's lap. During dinner, the two of them announced their decision to go back. The happiest one was Su Ilong. He felt that if he continued to follow the team, he would die in a foreign country. He admired the soldiers who came to fight. They suffered more than him, advanced faster than him, and still had to fight the enemy. Whether it was the psychological or physical pressure, it was countless times greater than him. At dawn the next day, the team set off and headed south. They had to pass through part of the Indian territory and then to the seaside. They would wait for passing ships to help deliver the news and then return home by sea. Your Majesty, eat some melon. Not far from the capital, beside an artificial saltwater lake, Gao Lishur held a plate with cut melon on it and spoke to Li Longji, who was lying under a parasol. Li Longji waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to eat. He said, "It's so hot this year. Is there a disaster?" Gao Lishur pondered and put the plate on the table. He answered, "A state and 2 counties in the Yangtze River Basin were flooded. A county in the Yellow River Basin also had a flood." Drought? No. Oh, it's good that there's no drought. After the flood, people will move out and wait for the water to pass before they can go home and rebuild. I'm only worried about the drought. After a few years of drought, locusts will fly everywhere. When the lives of the people are better, I'll be in a good mood. Today, when I saw the other places on the lake that are open to others and the children playing happily, I felt better than eating iced melon. Li Longji was lying there. Wei Wei raised her arm and pointed. There were indeed many children crying and splashing in the water. Your Majesty is gracious to the world. Naturally, people will live well and know how to be grateful, Gao Lishur said. Humph. Li Longji snorted coldly and said, "Not necessarily. There are always people who think that peace is not good and want to find something to do. How's the situation in Hunan province? The price of wheat is 20% lower than last year. Changpingsang is preparing to buy grain at a premium. The price is the same as last year, but they have to wait. They have to wait for Xiaobei and the others to finish the contract with the candy house. It's estimated that those people have lost a lot of money because they negotiated with the candy house for too much grain." Gao Lishur rejoiced in his misfortune. Chapter 1357. While Li Longji and Gao Lishur were talking, Empress Wang and Wu Huifei, who were wearing swimsuits, also came to the shore. While pouring water from the bucket onto themselves, they listened to Li Longji chat. The two of them liked this lake very much. They didn't have to swim by themselves. They just had to lie down casually, and they wouldn't fall in. However, there was also a disadvantage. There was too much salt. Every time they came out, they had to wash it, otherwise it would hurt their skin. Hearing that the topic was about the Hunan Road, Wu Huifei, who had just finished washing up, interrupted and said, I also heard that the candy house signed a contract with more than 300 people for 1 million strings of coins. If they can't come up with enough money when the time comes, they will lose 100,000 strings of coins. On average, each person who rents the land has to come up with 3,000 strings of coins, which is enough for them to earn in a few years. Empress Wang came over while drying her hair. Hearing Wu Huifei's words, she was worried. If they come up with the money, where are the little guys going to find food for them? It's grain for 1 million strings of coins. How high will it be? Li Longji chuckled. He looked at his empress, then at Wu Huifei, and shook his head. Obviously, the empress couldn't compare to Wu Huifei in this aspect. Gao Lishur explained, Empress, don't worry. 1 million strings of wheat is a lot, but it depends on who collects it. The Hunan Road is only near the Yellow River. Water transportation is developed, and there is a railway passing through. Even if they transfer it from other places, they can transfer the grain here. Empress Wang thought about it and felt that it was right. Although it was the little guys who did it this time, they had Xiao Bao and Cuckoo behind them. At the same time, the candy house itself had cooperation with many people, such as logistics and grain companies. Even if her uncle and Cuckoo didn't care, the little guys still had a way to send the wheat to the place. Empress Wang was just happy for a while, but now she felt a little uneasy. Although she didn't care much about economic issues, she still understood some things. She asked, what about the transportation cost? If the transportation cost is more than 1/10 of the cost, Xiaobei and the others will lose money. I don't want to see the little guys lose money. The more Empress Wang thought about it, the more she felt that her consideration was reasonable. More than 300 people in Hunan's circuit had made a mistake. As a result, the little guys went to clean them up and even paid for it. If the money was wasted on transportation, wouldn't it be a lose-lose situation? Wu Huifei picked up a piece of watermelon and was about to eat it. Hearing Empress Wang's words, she stopped eating and said with a smile, Sister, you are thinking too simply. It doesn't cost much to transport from other places to Hunan to the area where the 300 people are. Have you forgotten who controls Hebei province? Ever since Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had solved all the tribal problems in that area had always been the center of grain farming. There were early rice, late rice, spring wheat, winter wheat, rape, sugarcane, soybeans, and so on. The grain produced in Hebei province could solve the grain supply and demand problem of several provinces. That was a plain. Originally, that area was not under the actual control of our dynasty, so the grain had little impact on our country. Now, it was not the same situation as before. In addition, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo controlled all kinds of crops in the northeast area. If they were not loyal to the emperor and patriotic, they could have messed up the agricultural economy of our dynasty. Especially this year, the Ministry of Works and the Agricultural Temple worked together to modify the diesel engine into a suitable machine for farming. Before the beginning of spring, we did not have to worry about a disaster in some part of the country. The cost of growing grain had always been very low. It was just that in order not to affect the price of grain in other parts of the country, a small part of the price was artificially raised by them. More of the grain was brewed into wine by them. Some of it was sold overseas, and some of it was stored. Without the two of them controlling that large area, how could His Majesty dare to be so casual in the court? For example, the general controlling the military power in Luoyang was not someone His Majesty wanted to hold before. It was not that His Majesty thought the other party was loyal, but that he didn't care. Oh, "Please forgive me, Your Majesty, this concubine talked too much." Wu Huifei, who was talking endlessly and excitedly, suddenly realized that as a member of the harem, she had been too ostentatious today. She should have followed the empress and managed the harem well. It was not right to run out to discuss politics. Furthermore, she had dissected His Majesty's thoughts in front of others. If the ministers knew, there would be a good show to watch in the next morning court. Li Longji, who had come out to relax, did not mind. He lightly patted his leg and said, "There's no harm in talking about it today." "I really do think so." With Xiao Bao and Cuckoo around, no one in the Tang Empire would dare to have other thoughts. Unless they can get rid of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo first, they would all have to obediently work for me. As for the matter just now, I want to add a point. Other than the grain in the Hebei province, which can be transported after crossing the river, there is another reason. Even if those 300 people had the money to buy the grain, they would have to bear the loss of 10%. Where would they sell their wheat in the future? It doesn't matter if Xiao Bei and the others put 1,000,000 strings of coins in their hands. They have more money now. If they keep putting it in the bank, can those 300 people afford it? If they want to sell a small amount, the surrounding area will be saturated with wheat. If they ship a large amount to a distant place, who will they sell it to? Merchants who can afford to buy the goods don't dare to buy it. Therefore, their losses will be greater. After Your Majesty and Sister Huifei's words, I feel better again. After this matter, those who have other thoughts should be honest. There is no need for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to do anything. Only the little guys can deal with them. But what about the 300 people who rented the land? Empress Wang began to worry for the people who had been cheated. Although the actions of those 300 people were hateful, they were still people who had supported the lease of the land. If they really lost their capital and even owed more debts, would they be able to survive until next year? Sister, don't worry. Xiao Bei and the others won't kill them all. They just want to warn people and don't intend to take advantage of them. Sister, you will know when the time comes. Wu Huifei's understanding of human nature was much better than Empress Wang's, and she was also good at scheming. Back then, she had almost gotten rid of Empress Wang, but Wang Wan made a move later. That's good, that's good. Empress Wang was completely relieved this time. Wu Huifei also took advantage of this happy moment to say to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, go down and swim one more time. Unfortunately, it is open to the public and there are too many people." Her obvious hint was understood by Li Longji and the others. Empress Wang's face turned slightly red. Li Longji suppressed the restless thoughts in his heart and sighed, "Sigh. If it is not open to the public, how can it be profitable? Even if Xiao Bao and Cuckoo don't care about this money, can I monopolize it? This is not the palace, what will the people think? I still plan to invest more money to continue expanding the unsinkable lake. I want to let the people in the capital and the people who come to the capital know that there is water and there is no lack of people. It belongs to the category of physics, so that children will have an interest in this area from a young age. Speaking of which, I can't do as well as Xiao Bei and the others. Every candy house has a swimming pool for children to play in, and it is free. This way, when the weather is hot, the children don't have to play in other water to prevent danger from happening. Didn't Your Majesty already give them tax exemption? I think it's good to expand it. There is so much salt in the sea, and it can't be used up easily. The lake doesn't need to be dug too deep, and it won't cost much to transport the salt." Wu Huifei quickly said something nice. Li Longji stood up from the recliner and stretched his arms. "Let's go, into the water." In a large courtyard in Hunan province that was connected by someone, the 311 people who participated in the speculation of the wheat price were all gathered here. At the same time, there were people from the broker house watching over them. They were not afraid that they would not pay, but they were worried that they would take things too hard and commit suicide. Now, everyone who knew about this understood that the 300 people who joined forces were in for a bad time. The price of wheat did not rise as expected, and instead fell a little. Their opponent was the Tang Empire's patrol inspector, who was also the cute Xiao Bei, and the other 9 people. Some people were gloating. They wanted to see what would happen to this group of people who were looking for trouble. Some people were surprised that the local incident had alarmed the Zhang family and Wang family. It seemed that their actions had angered Xiao Bao. Some people were glad that they did not participate when they were found. Otherwise, they would be one of the unlucky people. The merchants who had more money were in awe of Xiao Bao. They had long seen through the hidden meaning behind this incident. They knew that the imperial court and the Zhang family and Wang family would deal with it. However, they did not expect that the one who made the move was not Xiao Bao, but an even younger child. From the fight between the two sides, they could feel the will of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They did not need to deal with it personally. This was not only to suppress the 300 people, but also to warn others who had the same idea. It was also to deter people like them who had entered the ranking list. The meaning was very clear. Haven't you merchants been trying to test our methods all this while? Then let's see if you can find a loophole and make us unable to deal with it. Didn't some of you want to know how powerful I, Xiao Bao, am? Now you see clearly, right? I, Xiao Bao, am no longer capable, so I can only let my younger brothers and sisters take action. Who will be the next batch of people to test? The merchants in the ranking list knew that this kind of deterrence was the most powerful. The 300 people had just thought of a move, but before the spectators could increase their confidence, they were immediately dealt with. Xiao Bao did not even bother to deal with it personally. Not to mention that they did not manage to find out the truth, it made Xiao Bao seem even more profound. Perhaps in the future, when someone thought of a good move, it would still be Xiao Bei and the others who would deal with it. Xiao Bao could not be bothered with it. This was a blow to their confidence. When they thought that they had become stronger and could touch that high and mighty existence, a clap of thunder woke them up. What they had touched was a dream. The people in the broker house naturally understood the intentions of the Zhang family and the Wang family. They also understood that Xiao Bei and the others could not force 311 people to their deaths, so they had to protect them well and persuade them. At this time, someone was talking to 311 people. This time, what you did was really overboard. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are waiting over there. Instead of helping them, you want to take advantage of them. Making money from war is a big crime. Do you see? They have made a move, and you are about to lose all your capital and owe them a debt. But don't worry, there is no obstacle in life that cannot be overcome. I believe you all know that Xiao Bei and the others will not be ruthless. If you don't want their wheat, you can just pay the deposit and distribute it to you. Each of you will pay 3,000 strings of cash. That's a lot of money. I understand, you understand, and Xiao Bei and the others understand. You should do what you should do now. Settle down and wait for Xiao Bei and the others to save you, okay? Don't worry, after all, you still supported Xiao Bao's national policy. You have both merits and faults. The 311 people who were listening were all silent. Chapter 1358. Our Tang Empire will get better and better in the future. Once a person dies, they will never see the future again. Live, do everything you can to live. I remember that in the past, our Tang Empire people's lives were much worse than now. Many people were thinking of ways to make their lives more comfortable. When they don't get what they want. Brother Su, don't say any more. We never planned to die. A man who looked to be in his 40s among the people being preached at interrupted the chattering of the talkers. The person who spoke choked. He looked carefully and found that some of the people who had committed did not show the slightest determination to die. He quickly said, "It's good that you don't die. It's good that you don't die. Brother Cheng, since you can think things through, my mood is also better." Yes, it's better. The other talkers also laughed. They finally breathed a sigh of relief. What they were most worried about was that the people in front of them could not think things through and would go to a dead end. If that happened, they would be the unlucky ones. Although the talkers were not responsible for guaranteeing the life and death of both sides, it still depended on who was involved. They knew very well that even if one of the 311 people died because of this, it would bring trouble to the 9 little guys of the Zhang family and the Wang family. This kind of trouble did not come from the imperial court and the people. The imperial court would not deal with Xiaobei and the others, and the people would support them. The trouble came from Xiaobei and the others. The 9 little guys would definitely regret and think that they forced them to die. After all, they were still young. The person who was called Brother Su was called Su Lin. His courtesy name was Maorong. It was a very nice name, but it was not given by his family. It was a name he changed last year. Now that there were more schools, there were also more scholars. He felt uncomfortable using the cheap name he had when he was young. So he found a school and asked the teacher to help him choose a name. He paid the teacher a set of pig intestines and then went to the yamen to change his name. He had a meal with a few people who had changed their names and bragged about each other's names. He was very proud of himself. Nowadays, he liked to let others call him by his name. Whether it was someone close to him or someone he met for the first time, he always told others what his name was and what his name was. At this moment, the opportunity came again. He said to Brother Cheng in front of him, "Brother Cheng, please call me Maorong. My name is Lin." When it comes to choosing characters, one means opposite, and the other means compatible. As you can see, I am compatible. Old Brother Cheng didn't have a new name. It was just casually given by his father. He was called Xing Pingping, probably because he wanted to be mediocre, peaceful, or plain. It definitely didn't mean that he wanted to rule the world. He did not have a Chinese character, so Su Lin could only call him by his surname. He wanted to get closer to him as there would be another person who would call him Maorong in the future. Xing Pingping didn't think too much about it. What he was thinking about now was what he had to face. 3,000 strings of cash was indeed not a small amount to him. A portion of the money he used to rent the land was borrowed. He owed a debt and had to pay it back. He could think of a way to get the money, but what would he do in the future? Without the capital, how long would it take to pay back all the money on the land that was still in his hands? Hearing what Su Lin said, he lowered his head and thought for a moment. He pursed his lips and the wrinkles on his face squeezed together. He discussed with the other party, "Maorong, can you give me the money? What I mean is that we have to deal with you. Anyway, we have to pay you a part of the fees. We owe a lot of people, so it's better to only owe you one." When Su Lin, who was still smiling, heard this, his expression immediately changed. He revealed an embarrassed expression and said, "Brother Cheng, you think too highly of me. I'm just an ordinary person in a broker house. How could I dare to guarantee you 100,000 strings of cash? Even if I sold myself, I still wouldn't be able to get it. But Brother Cheng, don't worry. I said before that the people you owe money to are not others, but Xiaobei and others. They won't kill you when you can't get the money." The other people in the broker house nodded. Did they have such a business? Yes, but it depended on who it was. Those who had ability and money could help raise money and get benefits from it. But for the group of people in front of them, they knew that the broker house would not provide any help to them. Now they were looking at them because of Xiaobei and others. Xing Pingping sighed and said, "We don't owe Xiaobei and others money. We tried our best to borrow 10% of the deposit from others. We can't pay it back. I'm afraid." "What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that others will hurt you? How dare you? Who has such a great ability? You don't take the broker house seriously. Those who can't be provoked won't use force against you. Those who can only use force to ask for money from you are not very capable. Let's not talk about other things. Your safety is guaranteed." After we came out, the boss said that you must stay alive and wait for Xiaobei and others to come back. We will also find your family for you. You can do things under our arrangement first, or stay here and direct how to sell your food." Su Lin patted his chest and guaranteed. He really had the confidence to do so. The main problem was that Xiao Bei and others did not intend to let 311 people die. In the whole Tang Empire, unless the emperor personally ordered to kill, no one could do it, not even the kings and princes. Su Lin even faintly believed that even if the emperor did it himself, if Xiao Bao and Cuckoo did not let him, the final result was that they could still save the people. The wrinkles on Xing Pingping's face stretched a little, but there was still a kind of sadness that could not be removed. He looked at the people in the broker house and asked, "If my 3 grandsons and 2 granddaughters change schools, I'm afraid they won't be able to adapt. Brother Cheng, don't worry about the children. They just won't see you for a while. No, if you want to see them, you can come and see them. They can still go to school where they used to be. Let the school know and they can live there. As for food and drink, you don't have to worry about it. The school will take care of it. This is not a remote place, but Hunan province. There are countless merchants. How can the children in the school lack things?" Su Lin continued to persuade. If it really did not work, the branch of the broker house would lose a little money. Every few days, they would send the children to reunite with their parents. "I'm afraid that they can't find us, so they will go to find, lend them 100 guts. Not to mention hurting the children, even if they go to the school to threaten them. Then you don't have to pay back the money, because the creditor is gone, ha ha ha." Su Lin said and couldn't help but laugh. Many people also laughed. Indeed, as he said, if someone really did something dangerous to the children, the result would be only one word, death. As everyone talked and laughed, the mood of more than 300 people changed unconsciously. They all thought about it and found that they really did not have to worry too much. It was just owing money. They could find a way to pay it back. While they were talking, in the middle of the day, the people of the broker house began to deliver food. The dishes were not bad. There was a fried eggplant, a scrambled egg with cucumber, and a bowl of mung bean water, sorghum rice, and salted beans. However, this money had to be credited to the accounts of more than 300 people. When there was a chance in the future, they would collect it from them. The taste of the food was naturally not as good as that of the small pot, but the more than 300 people who had temporarily put down some of their worries had a good appetite. They ate very happily. Everyone ate and chatted. Su Lin was still the most active person. He held a large bowl and squatted near Qing Pingping. He ate a few times and asked Qing Pingping, "Brother Qing, I want to ask you something. They were led by you. What were you thinking at the beginning? Why did you have to pick a critical moment to find trouble?" Qing Pingping's hand movement paused. He simply held the chopsticks in his hand. His eyes looked over the bowl and stared at the ground in front of him for a while. Just when Su Lin couldn't help but ask again, he finally spoke. "I didn't want to find trouble for anyone. When Xiao Bao made the national policy, we were the first to follow. Then we found that by doing so, we could make a lot of money. So my heart became alive. Before, we didn't have the opportunity to make a lot of money. Now the opportunity was in front of us. We could reach out and touch it. Wouldn't it save us many years of work? We got together and thought about it. We had a lot of land in our hands. The wheat was also under our control. If we worked together, we could raise the price and lower the price if we wanted. Especially now that there was a war, the army used a lot of food. Our food couldn't be directly transported to the battlefield. It was too far. The imperial court's method was progressive transportation. The food would be transported from one place to another. Once the food was transported, our Hunan circuit would inevitably lack food. The grain merchants would raise the price. Since that was the case, why didn't we raise the price ourselves and then sell it? You know what happened next. We came up with a plan. If it succeeded, we could make double the money. As for failure, we really didn't think about it. We have a lot of people, a lot of land, and a lot of food. I thought about it. When doing business, whoever has the bigger capital can use this bigger capital to make more money. Those with small capital can't even qualify to join. As Qing Pingping spoke, the people around him nodded. They had really thought about it this way. 311 people, if they worked together, would have a lot of power. If the 30,000 people who were renting land worked together, they could control the price of food in several dozen provinces. Big Brother Cheng said exactly what we wanted to say. Moreover, we thought about it. First, we would work together and raise the price a bit, but not too much. We knew that Xiao Bao wouldn't allow the price of the necessities of the Great Tang to fluctuate too much. 1/10 isn't much, right? But if we did this, if we succeeded, we wouldn't be earning 1/10, but 2/10, or even 2/10. In truth, we were just testing Xiao Bao to see if he would say something and tell us to behave. If he said something, we would raise the price by 5 or 3%. But who knew? Another person chimed in, and then stopped talking. He lowered his head and ate sullenly. Who would have thought that Xiao Bao would act so quickly and so decisively, right? You all thought that you had a lot of money, but in the end, Xiao Bei and the others used even more money to deal with you all. Su Lin also felt that the other party was unlucky. Xiao Bao wasn't like this usually, but now he didn't give them any face. Yes. Qing Pingping nodded. I figured it out. Xiao Bao doesn't care about raising the price of food a bit. He won't allow us to be distracted. Chapter 1359. After the incident, more than 300 people were very annoyed. Most of them regretted and blamed themselves. They had succeeded in testing Zhang Xiaobao's bottom line. However, the result was different from what they had expected. They felt annoyed again and ate faster. They did not care about the taste at all. In a short time, they put down their bowls. Some people took the initiative to help wash. This work could not be done by the people from the broker house. Otherwise, they would have to pay more. The more than 300 people suddenly had nothing to do. The people from the broker house also could not find any entertainment. Their job was to accompany the other party and watch over them. They did not want to let anything happen to them. The sun began to move to the west, and the shadow on the ground grew longer. The more than 300 people waiting for their families to arrive first met the person in charge of Changpingsang. This person had a cold face, as if everyone owed him money. He glanced at the more than 300 people with a silent gaze. Everyone who was seen by him lowered their heads. They had seen people from Changpingsang before. It was not the expression of the person in front of them. Instead, he smiled when he collected the grain and when he gave out the grain. He gave people a very gentle feeling. Why was his attitude different? It was obvious that what they had done had angered him. There are still a few days until a month. You signed the contract with Xiao Bei and the others for a month. Are you going to continue to wait, or admit your failure now and pay the money? The person in charge of Changpingsang asked coldly. What's the difference? Qing Pingping stood up when he saw everyone looking at him. The person from Changpingsang glared at Qing Pingping and said, the difference is that if you pay the money now, I will collect the grain immediately. Look at what you have done. You have to raise the price of wheat. How can I, Changpingsang, collect grain? If I collect according to the normal market price, people will not sell to me because of the high price. Everyone is waiting for a month to come. Then, they will consider whether to let me, Changpingsang, buy it. The person in charge was very angry. Changpingsang in other places had stored the grain they harvested last month, but he was still waiting. A lot of work was delayed. Collecting grain was not as simple as taking out money to buy the grain and sending it to the granary. They had to screen it, look at the weather, and design the mat and fence used to release the grain. If one was unlucky and the grain was bought before the enclosure was made. Moreover, the measures to prevent moisture were not appropriate. When the grain was not protected properly and there was a heavy rain, the wine could be made directly. Otherwise, the wheat would germinate and become moldy. However, Qing Pingping and the others insisted on raising the price of the wheat. The other local people were watching and did not buy at all. They were not willing to sell to Changpingsong at the normal price. Now, the price had dropped because of Xiao Bei and the others, but Xiao Bei's contract with the other party hadn't expired yet. If they were to accept the wheat now, a portion of them would be willing to sell. That way, the price of the wheat would increase, and Xiao Bei and the others would definitely suffer losses. There was also a portion of them who clearly knew that more than 300 people would lose, but they still had a little bit of hope. What if, at the last moment of the last day, the price of the wheat suddenly increased? As the person in charge of Changpingsong, how could he not be angry? The role of Changpingsong was to coordinate the price of food. If the price was low, they would buy it. When the price was high, they would sell it. When the price was low, they would sell it. When the price was low, they would sell it. When the price was low, they would not let the people spend too much money to buy food. When the price of food was stable, Changpingsong did not need to care. Usually, he just needed to maintain it. However, he knew that how could it be stable now? This was the time of the autumn harvest. Moreover, this year, there were the most people renting and consolidating land in Hunan. Efficiency had increased, management had kept up, and grain production had also increased. Under such circumstances, how could the food not be cheap? Maybe, he admitted, it was this group of idiots who did it. In the first few days, the price of the local wheat had increased by 20%. How could Changpingsong, who was in charge of him, buy it? He didn't want to buy it, but the problem was that when the wind blew over, the price of the wheat would definitely plummet. He still had to buy it. Otherwise, the wheat would be bought by other grain merchants when the price was low. He would be incompetent and derelict in his duty. The provincial capital of Hunan province was so close to Luoyang and the capital. How could he make a mistake under the emperor's nose? The more he thought about it, the angrier this person in charge became. He even felt that he was about to fall ill from anger. Looking at the person in front of him, for a moment, he couldn't control his emotions. He took 2 steps forward, raised his arm, and slapped Xing Pingping. I hate that I can't kill you. After the slap, the person in charge knew that it was wrong to hit people. He shook his hand, stared at Xing Pingping, and threatened, hurry up and decide, or I'll send a report to the Zhang family and Wang family and tell them about your matter. I'll ask them if they still want to let me live. Today, you've tricked me once. When Xiao Bei and the others come back, I'll personally find them. Don't hit people. Let's talk nicely. Brother Tian, calm down. Don't worry, they can't make much waves. Our Tang Empire won't be in chaos. I think the imperial court knows that the matter didn't happen to you. Why bother? Are you free tonight? Brother, I'll find you to drink some wine. This year, the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's mansion shipped a lot of wild animals. I haven't eaten this year. The wine is not expensive. Their grain is used to make wine. I bought 2 jars of the year before last. Su Lin reacted and squeezed between the person in charge of Changpingsong and Xing Pingping to persuade them. As a person of the broker house, he had a wide range of connections. He had eaten with the person in charge several times, Tian Monsong, so he could talk about small things. Tian Monsong took 2 steps back and continued to say angrily, they shouldn't have left the grain to make wine in Hebei province. They should have attacked Hunan province. How dare they raise the price to make money? The more they plant, the more they lose. Yes, Brother Tian is right. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are really kind and soft-hearted. They can't bear to see others suffer. Whenever there is something, they have to suffer first. Let's have a drink tonight. I'll tell you, I also got a deer penis, which is very nutritious. Brother Tian, you're lucky. Su Lin followed the words and stopped Tian Monsong from continuing to hit people. Tian Monsong took a few deep breaths, barely squeezed out a smile, and said to Su Lin, Brother Marong's wine must be drunk. It just so happens that I caught 3 more snakes this morning and took them to cook. I didn't want to catch them, but the 3 snakes were unlucky and were caught by a rat trap. They were really unlucky. They just wanted to eat the mice. I don't know the details of Changpingsang, but I know that there are endless mice in there. As long as they are not poisonous snakes, the more the better. They can help to eat the mice, right, Brother Tian? Su Lin was in a better mood when he heard the other party call him Marong. Tian Monsang nodded. Yes, you can only use clips in the grain depot. You can't put drugs in them. Otherwise, if the mice don't die immediately after eating them, they will run outside. Other people's cats and dogs will die after eating them. I want to specially raise snakes. Snakes are stronger than cats. Once the mice get into the hole, the cat needs to have a beard. If the beard is bigger than the hole, the cat can't get in. Snakes are different. Snakes are thin, and their bones are broken. Basically, all the mice can get in. Speaking of the grain depot, Tian Monsang was also happy. He was in charge of a place, and he was very professional. He knew what was going on inside. Su Lin immediately said, Brother Tian, I think it's possible to raise snakes. They are not poisonous. Let them catch mice. When there are fewer mice, you can catch snakes. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Brother Tian, you have to take this seriously. Maybe you will report your idea. Moreover, raising some snakes first will be useful. It will be a great merit for Brother Tian. Tian Monsang just said that he wanted to raise snakes. Now that he heard Su Lin's words, his eyes lit up. He felt that it could really be done. If this method was approved by the imperial court, he could be promoted. The most important thing was that he was not afraid of others stealing the credit. If there was credit, everyone would use it together. The snakes raised not only catch mice, but also reduce the loss of food in the grain depot. At the same time, they could eat themselves and sell them for money. Cheating in Changpingsang's account book and profiting from it would kill people. However, raising snakes would not kill people. It could also increase additional income. How big was Changpingsang? How many mice were there? How many snakes could be raised? How much could a snake be sold for? Tian Monsang pondered. His hands kept moving beside his legs. Obviously, he was in an excited situation. Seeing Tian Monsang's appearance, Su Lin knew that what he said was heard by the other party. Then he felt that it was very interesting. The 2 of them talked. How could they come up with a good idea? If the other party had credit, could he count himself in? He was not an official and did not need to be promoted. It was also good to give some rewards. After thinking for a while, Tian Monsang woke up and asked Qing Pingping, give me a straight answer. There are only a few days left. It's getting late. I will go back first. If I don't get your answer tomorrow, don't blame me for being angry. I would rather take the risk of being punished. When I collect food from you in the future, I will use my private power. Don't think that you are powerful. As long as you are on my side, as long as you are still farming, I will let you know who to listen to who. After giving the final ultimatum to 311 people, Tian Monsang looked at Su Lin with a smile. This time, the smile was more sincere. Brother Maorong, don't wait for it to get dark today. Let's go early. If it doesn't work, I will talk to your boss and say that there is something important to discuss with the broker house. What do you think? Su Lin nodded repeatedly. He understood what the other party meant. It seemed that the other party was really going to do what he just said, and he didn't forget to remind people that he would share the benefits with him. Su Lin then said to the other colleagues in the broker house, everyone, I will leave early this time and go over there with Manager Tian to discuss something. When the boss comes over, remember to help me tell him. There will be benefits for all of us. In a burst of laughter, Su Lin left with Tian Monsang. The 2 were going to buy a few vegetables and then cook a few more. They had a good drink tonight. The place had been chosen. It was Changpingsang's grain depot. When the 2 figures disappeared, the people of the broker house said to Qing Pingping and others, did you see? There are many smart people, but it depends on where they use their minds. You are harming others without benefiting yourself. In the end, no one will get a good result. Others are benefiting the country and the people. You should think about it carefully. Don't delay it for a month. That is a problem of attitude. While the others were thinking about what had just happened, Qing Pingping was different from the others. He was thinking about whether he should also figure out a good way to benefit the country, the people, and himself. Should he also raise snakes, catch field mice, or raise owls? Chapter 1360. Night fell. The moon was not so round today, so the stars in the sky seemed to be brighter. Tian Monsong and Su Lin moved a jug of wine, 5 jeans of it, and made a few dishes. They stayed under one of the racks in Chongping Granary's granary. It was hot, so there was no need to heat the wine. They lit a few ropes made of wormwood. As the smoke lingered, there were fewer mosquitoes. However, they had to pay attention to the fire. They could not let the wormwood rope catch fire, let alone stick it to the grain pile. In fact, it was not a problem to stick it to the grain pile. As long as they did not drink too much, it was difficult for a small fire to burn the whole grain pile. If they were to burn it, they would first burn the mat on the outside. Once the mat was burned, the food inside would continuously flow out. They would directly put the fire under the mat and then let out smoke. If this pile of food was just smoking, it would not be finished in half a month unless oil was poured on it and then flames were lit in different places around it at the same time. Because the grain was not so dry, if they did not believe it, they could find a pile of wheat or rice with shells, and then use a match to see how long it would take to light the pile of grain into a bonfire. In addition, there were people patrolling, so Su Lin and Tian Monsong were not worried at all. There was no wind tonight, so the fragrance of the wine and dishes rose straight into their noses. It smells good. Come on, brother Tian, drink a cup first. Su Lin picked up a wine cup and said to Tian Monsong. Tian Monsong also picked up the cup, touched it gently, and the two raised their heads and drank. Tian Monsong smacked his lips and slowly exhaled. He felt that his stomach immediately became warm. A part of the smell of wine came out of his nostrils, and his whole body was comfortable. Good wine, but it is a pity that it is not easy to buy. Marong, where did you buy it? Tian Monsong praised, picked up a piece of deer penis, threw it into his mouth and chewed slowly. Su Lin picked up a cucumber, dipped it in the sauce, and replied, of course it's good wine. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo wouldn't sell bad wine. They don't sell wine that is less than 2 years old. Drinking new wine is bad for the body. Drinking a small cup of this kind of wine a day is not bad, especially when it's soaked in medicine. They only sell hard liquor, and they don't sell anything less than 50% alcohol content. Moreover, they distribute their goods throughout the Great Tang. A portion is given to the restaurants and a portion is given to the merchants. Otherwise, if they focus on selling in one place, the local people won't need to make wine anymore. Benevolence, righteousness, kindness. Alright, don't say that they're kind. We all know that they'll only be kind if you don't make any mistakes. Tell me, did you buy your wine from a wine merchant? There wasn't any when I went there this year. Tian Monsong refilled the wine cups of the two people. When the wine was about to overflow, he stopped pouring wine and urged Su Lin to tell him where the wine came from. Su Lin drank another cup and then said, this year, they didn't distribute the goods at all. When the soldiers in front were transporting the wine, I happened to be strolling on the side of the road with my brothers. I saw that their carriage was hard to move. It was raining, so I went over to help. I worked for the whole afternoon. Where did you buy the wine that they gave you? You said that you bought it before. Tian Monsong found fault with him. The people in the broker house were different from the people who worked last time. We all agreed that if someone asked, we would say that we bought it. Otherwise, wouldn't it all be taken away by others? Drink. Su Lin didn't feel embarrassed. He calmly expressed his thoughts and grabbed another braised pig to kick and gnaw on. Tian Monsang drank the wine in the cup and refilled it again. At this time, he couldn't continue drinking. He had to eat. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to eat in the end and would feel uncomfortable with a stomach full of wine. Moreover, when pouring the wine, it had to be very full, especially when drinking from a small cup. Otherwise, when drinking, it would be disgusting. Drinking wine was different from drinking tea. There was no problem with inhaling when drinking tea, but when drinking wine, one had to hold his breath and exhale after drinking. Of course, this was excluding those who ate rice mixed with white wine. No wonder. Speaking of giving wine to the soldiers, the news from the front line hasn't been coming back recently. It's not like before, when there were new things in the newspaper every day. Let's talk about the situation in front. I read the newspaper today. There's no latest news at all. Just based on what happened last time, the advertisements have changed a lot. Tian Monsang said leisurely. He didn't seem to be in a good mood. Su Lin sighed. I'm also very worried about the soldiers in front. I guess they've pushed too deep and can't connect with the telegraph. Think about it, the environment there is so complicated. There's thunder and rain, the signal is bad, and the person in charge of the relay has to hide. I'm already very satisfied with my life. I just hope that our Tang Empire can become more powerful. Just like what happened to Zhenla a few days ago. Those who dared to bully us, what happened in the end? Our Tang Empire's meteor battle team has been mobilized. If the newspaper didn't report it, I wouldn't have known that there was such a team in Tang Empire. When there's a chance in the future, when our family has more money, I'll take my family out to see the whales and places with koalas. It's a pity that people live their whole life only in front of their own home. As Su Lin spoke, he thought of a childhood friend of his. In the end, that kid ran to the boat and came back 3 times. Each time, he brought back something from the outside and showed it off in front of him. Fortunately, he still remembered to give it to him after showing off. Otherwise, he would have cut ties with him. But as long as he listened to him talk about the outside world, he yearned for it. Different sceneries, different animals and plants, and the local aboriginals over there. They sailed the boat while fishing. Life was indeed colorful. Su Lin's words made Tian Monsang yearn for it as well, but he shook his head helplessly. I can't. I'm an official. Unless I resign, I can't bear to. I can't bear to be an official either. Hey, Brother Tian, look, is there a snake over there? 2 of them, Su Lin said as he realized that there were 2 long objects moving under the moonlight about 10 meters away. Tian Monsang looked over and nodded. Yes, it's a grass snake. It's probably looking for mice to eat. They also need to eat, unlike winter where they can hibernate. I wonder, what if there's no winter? For example, on an island near Luzhou, I heard that it's very hot in winter. It's not hibernating. It's not cold, just like bears. The bears in the north hibernate and their paws are delicious. The bear paws in the south are much worse. Brother Tian, are you sure you want to raise a snake? If you raise it well, can you apply for a few more months of leave? Take it as a reward. You can take your family out to play. Don't go too far, just a place where you can come back in 2 or 3 months. Speaking of the snake, Su Lin began to give Tian Monsang ideas. As long as he made contributions, the imperial court would definitely reward him. There would be official positions, money, and holidays. If the snake was raised well, other places could also learn from it. There were countless granaries in Great Tang. How much food could they save every year? Moreover, if they sold the snakes for money, they would not have to hand over the money. They would be left for Changping Song. With an additional income, they would be in a good mood. The imperial court would also be happy to see this. Tian Monsang's eyes were fixed on the moving snakes. When the 2 snakes turned and disappeared behind another granary, he retracted his gaze. He drank another cup of wine and said, "Raise." Brother Tian, you'll definitely succeed. I congratulate you in advance. Su Lin congratulated him, but his eyes were fixed on Tian Monsang. Tian Monsang, of course, knew what Su Lin wanted. He said with a smile, Mao Rong, raising snakes is not my problem alone. I need your help. Brother Tian, I'll do my best. Su Lin smiled, knowing that his benefits were coming. We're not familiar with raising snakes in Changpingsang. Mao Rong, you'll have to help us find an expert. Also, there aren't enough snakes in the granary. I'm worried that I'll be cheated if I buy them from outside. I'll have to trouble you. I also remember that owls eat mice, so... Brother Tian, that won't do. Owls eat mice, but they also eat snakes. The two of them can't be raised together. Su Lin quickly reminded him. If these two things were raised together, only the owls would be left. Tian Monsang suddenly understood and laughed. Yes, if we can't raise them together, we can raise them separately. Brother Tian, owls are different from snakes. They can fly, while snakes can crawl. If you raise snakes in the granary, there's a ditch outside. You can control it. How big of a net do you need to pull out to raise owls? It's okay to just eat mice, but it eats a lot. What if it eats other people's domestic poultry? Su Lin had to continue to remind him. It's drunk. Look at me, I won't raise it. If I don't raise owls, I'll raise snakes. Brother, you're right. Snakes eat chickens too, but you can control them in one place and pull out the net. Brother, you have to pay attention to the matter of buying snakes. Tian Monsang smiled embarrassedly and made up his mind about raising snakes in Changpingsang's granary. If he really raised snakes, he would be promoted and earn money. He could also take more vacations and take his family out. Not to mention going too far, even if he went to Lu Zhou's place, he could see the bright moon rising from the sea and the scenery from the horizon. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. Coupled with the wine, Tian Monsang began to feel tipsy. However, he was not drunk, just comfortable. The food was more delicious, the wine was more mellow, and the moonlight was more charming. After eating some more food, Tian Monsang asked Su Lin, Brother, where do you think there are more snakes here? If they're not poisonous, I don't want a snake to run out and bite the child. If that happens, not only will I be promoted, but I will also be punished. Brother Tian, don't worry. I promise I'll find you all the snakes that are not poisonous, and I don't want the big ones. Otherwise, I'll be done for if the child dies. Brother Tian, if you want to talk about snakes that are not poisonous, it's Old Willow Village in Hongnong County. There are many willow trees, rivers, tree holes, and all kinds of small animals. It's also cool, so the snakes are willing to settle there. Su Lin thought of a place and told Tian Monsang that if the other party agreed, he would arrange for someone to go there and collect the snakes. At the same time, he would ask if there were any willow mushrooms. If there were, he would buy them together and cook them for his child at home. I know this place, Old Willow Village. It's amazing. The little girl is only 10 years old, but she's actually a 7th grade official. Oh, a 7th grade official. It's said to be under the control of the county, but who dares to? The willow weaver is famous, and she can grow her own doll. My family has several. My child likes it, and it's not expensive, so I buy it for them. Speaking of Old Willow Village, Tian Monsang had a deep impression of it. When he thought of the dolls at home, he smiled happily. However, Su Lin shook his head and said, Brother Tian, you're talking about the past. Now, Old Willow Village is being bullied by the new county magistrate. Oh, why is that? That new county magistrate is called Lu Yan. He has the same surname as most of the people in Old Willow Village. Maybe they were from the same family 500 years ago. Yes, Lu Yan, I remember now. He's from Qianzhongdao, the former county magistrate of Bajiang County. He rose from 7th grade official to 6th grade official, which is quite a fast jump. What happened to him? It's a long story. Drink. Su Lin raised his cup again. Chapter 1361. Old Willow Village, which was mentioned by Tian Monsang and Su Lin last night, had lost its usual tranquility. Early in the morning, the new county magistrate, Lu Yan, who had just been in Hongnong County for a month, came to Old Willow Village with a group of people. He brought a notebook with him so that he could write on it. Lu Yan, who came from Qianzhong, was not as rustic as people thought. After all, Qianzhong Dao was too remote and poor. Any normal Tang person would have a feeling that they had a high status when they thought of that place. It was the same as the people in the capital who thought they had a high status. Of course, the people in the capital now did not think that they had the highest status. They still had Luzhou above them. Luzhou used to be a place where people were sent away, but now, it had become a place where many rich people bought houses. People who came from other places would be conquered by the beauty of Luzhou, but Luzhou's people came to the capital with their chests held high. Luzhou's people would only restrain themselves when they came to Sanshui County. It could not be helped. Sanshui County was the foundation of the Zhang family and the Wang family. It was the first place in the entire Great Tang. Whether it was in terms of scenery, culture, economy, or politics, Sanshui County stood there like a benchmark that had never been surpassed. In that case, Bajiang County of Qianzhong Dao was the poorest of the poor. Not to mention now, even in the era of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the development of Bajiang County was slower than other places. However, as the county magistrate from Bajiang County, Lu Yan did not look rustic at all. He looked like a person from the capital. He had fair skin, a straight nose, and a straight mouth. When he stood there, he exuded a different temperament, like a gentleman. It would be better if his eyes were not so aggressive. However, people who saw him always felt that his eyes were small and always looked at people intently. The gentlemanly aura of a gentleman was completely destroyed by his eyes. To sum it up in one word, he was domineering. Here, circle this place with lime first. We have to build an octagonal pavilion and paint it red. It will create a strong contrast with the surrounding scenery. However, a red pavilion with green willows will not make people feel awkward. Yes, it has to be like this. Lu Yan stood beside the river that passed by Old Willow Village and gave the order to the Yamen people who followed him. Immediately, someone came over with a bucket of lime and drew a circle on the ground according to Lu Yan's instructions. Lu Yan kept a straight face and continued to walk forward. As he walked, he came to the side of an iron chain bridge. Seeing the state of the iron chain bridge, Lu Yan frowned. Then, he ordered, "Tell them to lay down the boards on the bridge. I want to go over." This was not his first time here, but his fourth time here. He had just arrived in Hongnong County, but he had specially come to the same village 4 times. It was obvious how much he valued this place. However, today's 4th visit was different from the previous 3. Today, the plank on the iron chain bridge had been removed. Obviously, the other party knew that he was coming and did this on purpose. Lu Yan knew that the other party didn't want to let him go because they wanted to go against his plan. They didn't go well the first 3 times, and the 4th time, the other party didn't want to talk to him anymore. Lu Yan also knew the situation in Old Willow Village, but he didn't believe it. He believed that what he did was right. As long as it was right, even the emperor should support it, let alone Xiaobei. The Zhang family and the Wang family didn't want to be reasonable. More importantly, once he succeeded, his status would be improved. Others didn't dare to provoke the Zhang family and the Wang family, but he dared. What he did was right. He wanted to tell the world that the Tang Empire didn't only have Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, but also he, Lu Yan. Originally, he wanted to ask Lu Feifei to go to the Yamen directly. However, when he thought about it, Lu Feifei had already been ordered to go to the capital to bring some willow trees and mushrooms in Old Willow Village. At the same time, she had to bring back new seeds from the Senongsi Temple. Lu Yen didn't want to wait for a little girl, so he came here first. He thought that he could deal with the problem directly as the county magistrate. However, the customs in Old Willow Village were different. He had talked with the old guy 3 times, but the old guy didn't agree. Wasn't it just a few changes? Didn't he hear that poverty leads to change, change leads to success, and success leads to longevity? The old ways of Old Willow Village had already hindered the development of the Tang Empire. Now that he was in Hongnong County, he had to speed up the development. Before he took office, he had a thorough understanding of Hongnong County. He also made a perfect development plan according to the local situation. During the flood, the people of Old Willow Village did contribute. However, one couldn't just lie on the book of merit and not strive to improve. His arrival would change everything. In the future, Hongnong County would be a better place than Luzhou. It was closer to the capital and developed quickly. It would become another benchmark of Tang Empire. The more Lu Yen thought about it, the more confident he became. At the same time, he hated all those who hindered his development, and the old village chief of Old Willow Village was one of them. Lu Yen, who was immersed in his dream, felt something was wrong. Didn't he order his subordinates to call for help just now? Why didn't he hear anything? Call for help. Lu Yen ordered again. My lord, it's not that I don't want to, but it's useless. They won't lay down the bridge for us. When Xiao Bei and the others came, the planks on the bridge were all pulled down. The villagers knew they were coming, but they didn't lay down the planks. In the end, the protection team had to lay down the planks with their bodies. A yamen runner explained to Lu Yen. What he meant was that Xiao Bei and the others were already famous at that time, but they still couldn't do anything. Now that Lu Yen was here, who were you? Who would care about them? You came 3 times and failed to negotiate. They wouldn't come out no matter how hard you shouted. Xiao Bei? Humph. You're not 10 years old yet, right? I'm 36 years old this year. Hee hee, shout. Lu Yen sneered and ordered again. Everyone who came with him retreated at the same time. When they were 10 steps away from him, they stood still and lowered their heads to look at their shoes. Lu Yen suddenly felt that his breathing was smooth and his surroundings were empty. He turned his head with a sullen face and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. How dare you disobey my orders? At most, I won't be a yamen runner anymore. I'll go somewhere else. I'll move. What can you do? If I offend you, you can bear with it. A county magistrate, a 6th rank official, and a lower 6th rank official. I'm 36 years old. I don't dare to offend Xiao Bei and the others. You're too powerful. What you said today, I'll tell others. I'm not 10 years old yet, but I'm a 3rd rank official. Sir, you're busy. I'll go back to pack my things and move. The yamen runner sneered after he finished speaking. He swaggered back and stopped serving Lu Yen. Lu Yen immediately realized that his qi and blood were floating up and his face was hot. He was probably tired from rushing over so early in the morning. Stop. How dare you disobey my orders? Lu Yen shouted at the yamen runner who was leaving. What orders? My cheap life. If I don't work as a yamen runner, whose orders are mine? I'll go to the restaurant between the clouds and the water in the county town later and ask the waiter to find me a new job. If I hadn't been a yamen runner in the county before, I wouldn't have taken this job when I saw Xiao Bei and Xiao Bao coming over and saying that the Hong Nong society would develop better. It's only a small amount of money a month. What do I need? The yamen runner straightened his neck and said to Lu Yen with his head tilted. I don't allow you to leave. Lu Yen stared at him like an eagle. Damn, are you the emperor? The Great Tang is not your Great Tang, and Hong Nong is not your Hong Nong. Don't be afraid, I promise that I will spread what you said today. Just be a good county magistrate and see if you can get out of here. Xiao Bei? Humph. You're not 10 years old yet, right? I'm 36 years old this year. Haha. The Yamen runner didn't even look back this time. He directly went to find a horse. He didn't want to walk back. Lu Yen suddenly felt cold all over. He really looked down on Xiao Bei and the others, but others didn't think the same as him. If the news really spread, he wouldn't be able to leave the county town, and he wouldn't even be able to go back. So he quickly stopped him. Wait, I don't care if you don't work as a Yamen runner, but I don't recognize what you said just now. That's what I meant. Xiao Bei, my nose suddenly felt uncomfortable and I humphed. Then I said that it's not easy for them to follow you out when they're not even 10 years old. I'm 36 years old. I can't compare with them, understand? You really make people look down on you. You didn't even finish a few sentences and you're already scared. Don't worry, I don't want to use others to deal with you. Disappear. After the Yamen runner finished speaking, he came to the side of the horse, turned over, clamped his legs, shook the reins, and rode away. Lu Yen stood there in a daze for a long time before he finally reacted. Since he didn't want to be a Yamen runner anymore, why did he ride the horse away? You guys. Lu Yen wanted to point his finger at the others, but when he saw that the others also wanted to leave, he thought about it and finally restrained himself. This was because he didn't know how to drive a carriage. How could he go back when everyone else had left? Lu Yen felt that it was unrealistic to ask others to call for him. He held the iron chain on the side of the bridge and looked down. He tentatively took half a step forward and retracted his leg. He asked, how did the people of the protection team go over in the past? They held the iron chain next to them with their hands and stepped on it. A scribe answered in a flat tone. I heard that there are many children. Where are the children? Lu Yen asked again. Sir, didn't you already know before you came? The children naturally step on the bodies of the people of the protection team to go over. The people of the protection team lie on the iron chain, the scribe answered again. Can they withstand being stepped on? Lu Yan's gaze began to sweep over the others. Everyone took another 2 steps back. A trace of mockery appeared at the corner of the scribe's mouth and said, it's okay for the children to step on it, but the adults can probably step on it to death. Oh. Lu Yen didn't say anything else. In fact, he really wanted the people who followed him to lie on the ground like the people of the protection team so that he could go over. However, he found that his idea obviously didn't work. No one was a fool. Walk over by himself? What if he accidentally fell down? Who would take the position of Hongnong County Magistrate? Hello, is there anyone here? I'm here in person. What we're going to talk about today is different from before. We can change it. Lu Yen shouted to the other side. After shouting for about 10 times in a row, people finally appeared on the road across the river. There were old people and children, but no adults. They were probably busy making willow weaves. A group of people stood on the other side of the bridge and looked at Lu Yen as if they were watching a monkey show. Seeing people coming over, Lu Yen breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt very sullen. If it were other places, the boards on the suspension bridge would be removed. As the county magistrate, it was no big deal for him to send the runners again. However, if it was Hongnong County facing Old Willow Village, he couldn't do that because the runners were disobedient. Change it. It's a little different from the previous 3 talks. Lu Yen didn't say anything else. Chapter 1362. The people in front of him were still watching, but no one made a sound. It can really be changed. This county is doing this for the development of Hongnong and for the prosperity of Old Willow Village. This county is wholeheartedly for the public, but you don't understand. It's disappointing. Lu Yen puffed out his chest and said sincerely. It would be better if his eyes weren't so aggressive. Have you seen it? Go back and eat your snacks. The snacks are almost ready. Today's snacks are cream pastries and potato strips with tomato sauce. The old villager said to the children who came to watch. He was accompanying the children in class and came out after class. He was just in time for the children to eat their snacks. When the children heard that there were potato strips and tomato sauce, they cheered and ran back. After all, Lu Yen couldn't compare to food. Lu Yen listened and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He came out in the morning and didn't eat. He thought he could eat here, but the people removed the plank and the market that was supposed to be there also didn't appear. This proved that there was a problem. When he came out today, someone leaked the news to Old Willow Village in advance. He couldn't do anything about it. Even if he suggested it on the spot this morning, his car was not as fast as other people's horse. Old Willow Village was indeed different. It was probably because they had saved so many people during the flood and helped others raise their children. That was why they had left behind some kind of relationship. Because of this, he should start with Old Willow Village and solve the problem there. Would other problems in the county still be considered a problem? He didn't know what the potato and tomato sauce tasted like. When he came back to Beijing, he ate pig offal and chicken liver. He heard that the meat was canned and sent to the front line. The rest of the food was used to entertain the officials who came back this year. How hateful. Why can the Zhang family and Wang family eat whatever they want? Even if you found the food, you give it to others. Do you have any respect for the imperial court? Do you have any respect for the world? Lu Yen saw that the old man in front of him was standing still and didn't say anything, so he had to take the initiative. Mr. Lu, can you come over and talk? It's too tiring to make the plank. The villagers are busy. The old villager replied calmly. Can you come over and talk? Lu Yen asked again. He stood on one side and the person who wanted to talk stood on the other side. He felt uncomfortable. It wasn't like they were his brothers or sisters. Why don't you stand and talk? I'm annoyed to see you old man up close, the old villager squinted his eyes and said. You. All right, that's fine too. Lu Yen had no other choice. He couldn't let people go over and capture the Muramesa. Otherwise, he would be easily pushed into the river. Lu Muramesa, regarding the previous 3 discussions, this county can compromise a step. Oh. Yield? Don't tell me that if we don't expand the river, don't fill the current deep river into a shallow river, and don't let the people in our village migrate out? Lao Cun stood on the other side of the river and asked. His voice was full of energy, and it reverberated throughout the river. It was much louder than Lu Yan's. Lu Yen took 2 steps back. He was afraid of being shaken off. Moreover, looking at the height made him feel dizzy. Lu Muramesa, you clearly know that these 3 points cannot be changed. Why do you still insist on saying them? This county can compromise. First, Old Willow Village can move to the county. You don't have to look for other places to build new houses. Second, the cost price of willow weaving provided by Old Willow Village can be reduced from 100 to 80. Third, Old Willow Village can collect iron chains used to tie boats from the county. The county will no longer use them for free. Instead, it will give a certain amount of compensation. Fourth. Xiao Yan, you can stop dreaming. This old man knows what you are thinking. You want to sacrifice the interests of the local people in this county to increase your political achievements. I don't know what you did when you were the county magistrate in Bajiang, but I want to tell you that if you also sacrifice the interests of the local people to obtain political achievements, you should be careful. As long as there is a report, even if you become the head of the secretariat, it will be useless. Even if the emperor doesn't punish you, will Xiao Bao and Cuckoo let you go? Before you came to Hong Nong, Xiao Bao had already made a plan for Hong Nong's development in the next 10 years. Your last position was done according to Xiao Bao's request. If you want to be a stable official, then don't move. Not only in Old Willow Village, but also in other places in the county. It's not that this old man is looking down on you, but you really don't have the ability. Xiao Bao's plan is a national policy in the imperial court, but it is a good policy in the local area. You should learn for another 20 years. When you look back, you will see how ignorant you are today." Without waiting for Lu Yan to finish speaking, the old villager interrupted Lu Yan's next words and gave him a fierce lecture. Lu Yan gasped for breath. He was angered by Lu Muramesa's words. How was this a kind warning? It was clearly belittling him as if he was worthless. After a while, Lu Yan took a deep breath and said to Lu Muramesa with a smile, "Lu Muramesa is so powerful. Why is it that I am the county magistrate of Hongnong, and you are just a village chief? That's why, you can manage a village, but when it comes to managing a county, you better work hard in your next life. This county magistrate is not here to argue with you. This county magistrate is asking you, do you understand economics? Do you understand tourism? Yes. Tourism is a part of the economy, so you can't compare them. Xiao Yan, you want to talk about finance, right? You want to talk about pure capital operation, right? This old man is a scholar, so I can read. Every time Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have new books that don't involve the secrets of Tang Dynasty, they will send a set to this old man. It's not that this old man has great ability, but Xiao Bao and Cuckoo know how to respect the old and love the young. They also know that this old man is willing to give up his life for Old Willow Village. Go back and take a good look at the plan that Xiao Bao left behind. I also have a copy, so I have to take a look at it when I have time. Xiao Bao's plan is called a plan. Yours is a one-off deal, and you don't even have a supplementary plan. Rice is eaten one bite at a time, and the road is taken one step at a time. Without so much foreign capital, and without an absolutely advantageous investment environment in the local area, how can you develop quickly? It's the plan that you said, sacrificing the interests of the local people to attract foreign tourists, and the county will get tax. You can just ask us for money directly, why do you have to go in a big circle? You're tired, and we're tired. The foundation of development is to let the local people become rich, not to let your county yamen increase the tax. Xiao Yan, do you understand? Go back, ah. The old villager lectured Lu Yan again, but this time he didn't use casual words. Instead, he started to talk about the economy, development, and planning with Lu Yan. Our Hongnong County has developed to a certain extent, and what we need is to settle down and accumulate, not to overturn everything that has been done before. It's easy for officials to overturn a decision, but the people will suffer because of it. Xiao Bao said that local officials can't just make decisions, make promises, and leave. Moreover, they can't leave now. If there's a problem, they will be punished even if they leave. Sir, let's go back. There are still many things to deal with in the county. I haven't even finished the framework for this year's autumn harvest. The deputy county magistrate who came with the old villager said. You short-sighted people, you won't understand even if I explain it to you. Let me emphasize again, I'm not discussing with you. I'm telling you what to do, and you just have to do it. If something happens, it's my fault. Lu Yan decided not to talk to others anymore. He had to use tough means to achieve his goal. He had to overturn everything before, otherwise, how could he show his ability? If he didn't show his ability, how could he continue to be promoted? It's not like he didn't know about the economy, it's just a small matter. It's your fault. Excuse me, who are you? A clear voice of a girl sounded behind the people from the yamen. The old villager on the other side of the river showed a kind smile. Lu Yan and the others turned around and saw a girl wearing a 7th-rank official uniform. There were 4 people standing beside her, and there was a word "ban" embroidered on their chests. When the deputy county magistrate saw the girl behind him, he immediately said with a smile, "Yo. Our most beautiful, smartest, and most capable Fei is back. Well, I went to the capital and took a long time. Uncle's son, why are you here?" "Huh. Where's the market?" Lu Fei said to the deputy county magistrate happily. Suddenly, she found a problem. The market that was always there was gone. The deputy county magistrate smiled. "Fei, the county magistrate is here. Maybe everyone is afraid of meeting a senior official, so they didn't come out. He also started to target Lu Yan. Anyway, it was already like this. If he let Lu Yan continue, he would not be able to recover. Lu Yan? Right? Lu Feifei knew the new county magistrate's name. Yes, it's me. Lu Yan was full of anger now. When he looked at the little girl, his eyes became sharper. Lu Feifei began to size up Lu Yan. After a while, she nodded and said, I see. You look like this. Let me introduce myself. I am Lu Feifei, Station Supervisor Lu of Old Willow Village, Hongnong County, Guo Province, Hunan Province. After introducing herself, Lu Feifei asked the deputy county magistrate without waiting for Lu Yan to speak, Uncle's son, what did he say just now? It's the new development plan of Hongnong County. If there's a problem, it's the county magistrate's fault. The deputy county magistrate explained to Lu Feifei. If there's a problem in the development of such a big county, how can he bear it alone? His life is not worth this price, right? Brother Xiaobao had said before that people shouldn't think too highly of themselves. He had said it so well. If a person had harmed so many people in a county, would he be able to bear the consequences? No, we don't need anyone to bear the responsibility alone in Old Willow Village. If we are stable, then so be it. County Magistrate Lu, can you ask other places? See if they are willing to bear the responsibility after you have cheated them. Lu Feifei's words were merciless. Because she passed by the county on her way back, she already knew what kind of person the new county magistrate was. She guessed that she pretended not to know before. Lu Yan looked at the girl in front of him blankly. He really couldn't figure out how these words came out of her mouth. Now the little girl even knew how to humiliate people in a roundabout way. Feifei, what you said is so good. The registrar who had been silent all this time also praised. Chapter 1363. When the registrar said this, Lu Yan's heart sank to the bottom. He finally understood what it felt like to have a position but no authority. He regretted that he had been transferred from Bajiang County of Qianzhongdao. He thought that since he was close to the capital and Luoyang, he would have a better chance of promotion. Now, he was facing a situation where he couldn't control the situation in the county. It wasn't like this when he was in Bajiang County. 6 years ago, when he took office in Bajiang County, he took out money to treat the people in the yamen to a meal. He bragged about the capital and said a few new words about economic construction, describing a beautiful future. At that time, he won the support of half of the people in the yamen. Most of the people in the remaining half chose to remain silent. Only a few people were not convinced, but they were dealt with later. Then, he used his social connections to borrow 10,000 strings of coins. After spending 6,000 strings of coins, he won the support of most of the people in the area. The place was poor and the people were stupid. He used the money to build fishing boats, buy animals, and get more tools. Then, he began to develop. Relying on the geographical environment, he opened up more farmland, caught more fish, collected medicinal herbs, bought mercury from other places, and so on. 6 years later, when he left office, the living conditions of the locals were more than 10 times better than 6 years ago. More importantly, he had more money in his hands. His method was the same as that of the Zhang family and Wang family. The place was poor and couldn't take out money, so he used his own money to help build his own business. Although this was against the law, the local area developed and the people's lives were better. Moreover, there were many things that didn't conform to the law. From top to bottom, this had never changed since ancient times. He also had the support of the people there. When he left, there were also people sending him off. He also had the All People's umbrella, although the entire county's population was less than 10,000. What did this mean? It meant that he wasn't worse than the Zhang family and Wang family, and not weaker than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. How could he not do what they did? Coming to Hongnong, he should have been able to show his strength. Why did he have to be influenced by Zhang Xiaobao, who didn't hold office here at all. Why? Lu Yen was very sullen. He was bitterly disappointed. He even had the idea of giving up everything and becoming an official in another place. However, when he saw the hateful faces of the people in the yamen, he gritted his teeth and decided to fight to the end. He would not give up until he had established his authority. Today, this county won't argue with you. Since you can't see the future of Hongnong, this county will let you see. When the auxiliary construction in other places is completed, if Old Willow Village still doesn't follow this county's instructions, you will be going against the imperial court and ignoring the people of Hongnong. Let's go. Lu Yen decided not to attack Old Willow Village first. Instead, he decided to adopt a new strategy. He would start from other places in Hongnong County and slowly push forward. When he finally reached Old Willow Village, he would see how they would react. Lu Yen left with a group of people from the yamen. But no matter who saw it, they would think that he left alone. As soon as the people from the yamen left, someone from the village immediately helped to lay down the wooden planks on the bridge. Lu Feifei jumped over and asked the people who escorted her back to lead the animals into the village. She began to take things out of the pouches on the animals. First, she took out the seeds and medicine provided by the Senongsi. Then, she took out all kinds of snacks that could be brought in the capital, as well as the handicrafts that were trafficked from other places to be sold. She also took out a set of glass experimental utensils from the savant's restaurant. Finally, Lu Feifei took out a wooden box and held it in front of the old villager. She handed it to him and said, "Grandpa, this is a gift for you. It's a set of fishing tackle. When you have nothing to do, you can fish by the river. We can eat the fish you catch." "Good, good, good. I'll give it to you. There are already 2 sets." The old villager smiled. He took the box and put it under his armpit with one hand and rubbed Lu Feifei's head with the other. The materials used for the new set are different from the previous ones. When I went to the savant's restaurant to ask for the glass utensils, they gave it to me. Grandpa, the capital has changed again. Except for the imperial palace, there are no single-story houses. The lowest one is 2-story. Lu Feifei took the fried potato strips from the children who skipped class and talked about the changes in the capital while eating. The old villager still looked kind. Good, good. It's good that the capital has changed. There are more people going to the capital, which means that the road is better. The people have money. You went out for a month. Did you fall behind in your studies? I didn't read much in the textbooks, but I learned a lot. I also went to a place in the Ministry of Works. Grandpa, the people there are so good. They are so knowledgeable. I couldn't understand what they said. When I read, I learned from the apprentices. Those apprentices who are not allowed to work are better than me. Lu Feifei said seriously. Her eyes were full of yearning and admiration. The old villager smiled. The people in the Ministry of Works are not knowledgeable. How can they make things? It's just that they can't learn how to write there. Yes, they don't talk about those who know things. They talk about formulas, density, and so on. They are good at math. But I stayed in the savant's restaurant and learned a lot of knowledge about writing from their staff. They taught me like telling stories. I feel that they are better than the people in the Imperial College and the Imperial College. Lu Feifei said excitedly. She even gave an example. The other children around listened attentively. They were envious that Lu Feifei could go to the capital to play. "Oh, you also went to the Imperial College and the Imperial College," the old villager said with emotion. He was also a scholar, so he naturally liked those circles. Lu Feifei nodded fiercely. "Yes, when I was in the capital, I went to most places. I could go to places that ordinary people couldn't go. Although I am only a 7th rank official, it was Xiao Bei who asked me to come here. The Zhang family and the Wang family are very good to me. By the way, Grandpa, let me tell you something." Lu Feifei suddenly lowered her voice. She looked around as if she was afraid that outsiders would hear her. She said, "I even had a meal with the current emperor." What? The old villager was shocked. The eyes of the people around him instantly widened. They knew that it was not difficult to see the emperor. They just had to go to the capital with their household registration. After verification, they could wait outside the palace. If the emperor came out, they could see him. But it was another thing to have a meal with the emperor. If Xiao Bei and the others were there, they could lead the way. But Fei Fei went there by herself. How did she have a meal with the emperor? Lu Feifei didn't wait for others to ask and said, "I didn't go to see the emperor. On the 9th day in the capital, when I got up in the morning, Uncle Zhang said that he was not too busy today. He took me to see the fun and broaden my knowledge. After all, as an official, I can't control people. If there is a problem in the future, I don't know how to solve it. I followed them. Uncle Zhang won't hurt me." At noon, Uncle Zhang took me to the canteen of the Ministry of Works. There were a lot of dishes. I could choose whatever I wanted to eat. As soon as I put the food on the plate, the emperor came. When I was about to kneel, I found that the others didn't kneel. They just respectfully greeted His Majesty. His Majesty also took a plate to eat and then sat at a table. During the meal, he asked me about Hongnong County and our village. The emperor was very good. He was not scary at all. He was even better than in the movies. When he talked to me and listened to me, he always smiled. The emperor also ate all the food he got. He also told me to cherish the food. In the end, I ate too much. Because it was my first time there, I got too much food. Next time I go there, I will eat a little more and get a little more. Sister Feifei, is the food in the Ministry of Works delicious? A little boy ate the potato and asked while sucking his fingers. Lu Feifei thought about it and shook her head. It's not as good as the food in the savant's restaurant. Why doesn't the emperor eat in the savant's restaurant? The little boy didn't understand. The old villager laughed and patted the little boy's head. He said, "Because the emperor wants to see your sister Feifei. Your sister Feifei's official position was given by the emperor himself. Oh, Sister Feifei is the best. The new county magistrate is a bad guy." The little boy understood. Speaking of the county magistrate, Lu Feifei pouted and said, "When His Majesty asked me about the development of the village, I told him how to develop the village. His Majesty even praised me. Now it's the new Lu Yen who wants to change the village. Is he as capable as Brother Xiaobao? I really don't understand what he is thinking." Immediately, the surrounding people began to attack Lu Yen with words. The old villager listened to the people in the village and didn't say anything. He could understand Lu Yan's idea. Xiao Sui and Chao Sui made it sound easy, but not everyone could do it. Who didn't want to show off their ability to others? Who didn't want to be the leader when doing things? Most of the time, even if it was wrong, one had to stick to it. Not to mention adults, when children played together, there were also children's leaders, and there were also conflicts. The old villager could understand, but he didn't intend to support Lu Yen. If he let Lu Yen show his ability, it would cause great harm to Hongnong County and Old Willow Village. But how to stop it was a problem. Lu Yen didn't look like a person who would compromise easily. He had his own persistence. If a telegram was sent to the capital, the problem would be solved. It was believed that whether it was the Zhang family or the Wang family or other officials in the capital, they all knew about Hongnong's situation. But if they really did that, who would be willing to take care of Hongnong in the future? Officials were not only responsible for governing, but also for pacifying the people, maintaining the local law and order, as well as guiding and educating the people. If Hongnong became a place that all officials were afraid of, in the future, if officials came and stayed in the yamen all day without doing anything, Hongnong would be in chaos. Alas, this won't do. Fight, he still has to fight. That's fine. I have nothing to do, so I'll play with him. A 36-year-old county magistrate. Let me teach him more about life. The old villager muttered and decided not to ask for help from the higher-ups. Lu Feifei in front of him heard it clearly. She asked worriedly, "Grandpa, can we beat him? He is the county magistrate. Our Feifei is also an official, just a level 1 official. But our Feifei is not under his control, right?" The old villager looked at his granddaughter and said with a smile. Lu Feifei's eyes brightened and said, "Yes, yes, I always forget that I am also an official. No one in the local area can control me. I am directly in charge of the agriculture temple." Then Lu Feifei began to worry again. "Grandpa, I am an official, but my power is small. I can't control Hongnong County. The power is not about the size, but how to use it. Station Supervisor Lu, I will use your identity to fight with Lu Yen." The old villager thought of a solution. Chapter 1364. The new county magistrate of Hongnong, Lu Yen, was a very unique official, at least in the place where he was in charge of. He said that he wanted to develop tourism in Hongnong County, so he was very insistent on his idea. The county magistrate had always been in charge of making decisions in the county. The registrar was just a means to balance things out. Unless the county magistrate made a mistake, the registrar would report it to the higher-ups. The deputy county magistrate was an official who helped the county magistrate, so he had no good ideas. The only thing he could do was to be passive. Lu Yen wanted to widen the river that flowed past Old Willow Village and make the water shallower. The so-called shallower water meant that the water surface was close to the shore. After widening the river, the water surface would drop a little, but it would not reach half of the theoretical level. He thought that in this way, people who were close to the shore would feel less scared and there would be more people walking on the shore. In fact, he had a problem with height sickness. Since Old Willow Village did not agree, Lu Yen started from the upper reaches of the river. The river that flowed past Old Willow Village was not a big river, but a tributary of the Honglu River. If it was not on a military map, it would not be marked on it. The source of the river was the mountain. The water flowed out of the mountain. Some of it was accumulated by the rain, and some of it was from the underground river. The river was very deep. Every year during the rainy season, the water in the river would rise. In the past, it always washed the surrounding areas, but it did not cause much damage. In the past, there was no village in the mountain. There were only a dozen families at the foot of the mountain. They collected firewood from the mountain or hunted some wild animals and cultivated a few acres of land for themselves. Now, there was no one living at the foot of the mountain. They changed to a plain and raised poultry there. Therefore, they did not care about the area at the foot of the mountain. It was the right place to start. Lu Yen came out early in the morning with a group of people to inspect the area. He looked at the streams flowing out of the mountains, converging together, and finally flowing into the river. He had the demeanor of a judge. He said to the people in the yamen, "Look at this. Here, this is the place. This is a treasure given to us by the heavens. It should be developed and used. It shouldn't be wasted here. Otherwise, it would be irresponsible to the people of Hongnong and disrespectful to the heavens. Look, how green the mountains are in front of us. Look, how clear the water is in front of us. The mountains are clear, and the water is clear. Isn't this a good place to travel? Some people travel to Luoyang, while others travel to Buxin County. We have also developed this place and connected it to form a line, so the tourism resources are shared. Without such a development plan, without the idea of borrowing power, you are not qualified to be a planner. You are the sinner of Hongnong County. I don't want to be a sinner, and I hope you don't want to be a sinner either." After Lu Yen finished speaking, the surroundings were silent. No one applauded, and no one cheered. It was as if everyone had put all of their hearts and minds into the beautiful scenery in front of them. "Little Tang, what do you think?" Lu Yen asked the newly promoted leader of the yamen runners when he saw the awkward silence. The original leader had already resigned. He went to the office between the clouds and the water to discuss with the waiter at the door. The waiter helped him find a new job. He organized a group of people to train at the pier of Honglu River and then patrolled the entire river. On one hand, he could prevent possible cases, and on the other hand, he could rescue people who accidentally fell into the water. The salary was very high, 3 times that of a yamen runner. Moreover, there was no shortage of benefits. When patrolling, there would naturally be merchant ships or fishing boats that would deliver daily necessities to them. They didn't need to take the initiative to ask for them, and the others didn't give them much. A fisherman would usually give them 2 fish or half a basket of shrimp. They would patrol a few times a day, and at night, they would have more food to eat at home. They didn't need to spend their usual living expenses. It wasn't that they were unreasonable and would make trouble for the others. It was that the others felt that they were working hard and were willing to pay. If something happened, they would need their help. Lu Yen was very angry about this. He thought that the waiter from between the clouds and the water was deliberately going against him. However, he didn't dare to question him. First, the waiter had a powerful background. Second, he didn't think that he could argue with the waiter from between the clouds and the water. The waiter from between the clouds and the water was very talented and had to learn every day. If he really went to argue with them, it would be too embarrassing if he was stopped by them. Since he couldn't teach them a lesson, he could only suppress his anger and observe the yamen runners. He promoted Tang Hui, who was usually the most honest one, to the position of leader. He felt that Tang Hui would definitely lead a group of yamen runners to follow him. So now that he needed someone to help him, he asked Tang Hui. Tang Hui had only been the leader for a day, but he didn't feel happy at all. Instead, he felt that he was being roasted on the fire by the county magistrate. If the yamen wasn't close to his home, he would also want to work in another place. At this time, when he heard the county magistrate ask about him, he forced a smile and said, "Sir, I really don't know much about economics. I heard that there is a coal mine under this mountain. Why don't we develop it now? It's because Hong Nong doesn't need this resource now. We'll wait for future development needs. For example, some industries that need heat supply. At that time, we can just mine this place. We don't move people here now because we are worried that one day we need to use it, and the local people can't move to another place. If you want to turn this place into a tourist destination, you will have to build the infrastructure. You will have to build roads to the mountain, small dams, pavilions, and inns. After that, people will come to do other tourism-related business. What if we don't get back the money we invest? What will Hong Nong do when we invest in a company that needs heat supply? And that river, you see that the bank is high because there is no water this year. Otherwise, the water would rise to the bank and even overflow. You said that we can expand it, but what if we put the excavated soil back into the sack and throw it into the river to shorten the distance between the river and the bank? What if it rains continuously?" After saying this, Tang Hui lowered his head and didn't dare to look at the county magistrate's eyes. He said that he didn't know much about economics, but he had seen the plan. He was usually honest and was always willing to think about things. The most important thing was that he patrolled the streets. Now, there were newspapers every day, big and small, and people everywhere were discussing it. Because of this, there were many disputes every day. Although not all of them were right, the atmosphere of the people participating in the discussion was very good. Everyone had their own analysis and found evidence to support their own arguments. After a long time, basically everyone's knowledge increased. They could understand the various policies of the imperial court. It was in line with a saying in the Analects of Confucius. If the people can make use of it, let them; if they can't make use of it, let them know. The people who knew how to reason would be more law-abiding. The people who talked about the policies of the imperial court would be more concerned about the affairs of the country. This was how cohesion was created. Lu Yen hadn't announced his plan to expand the local economy. Otherwise, the resistance would be greater and he would be angrier. Now he was very angry. The person he promoted didn't speak for him. Instead, he said that he would give him advice. It was as if he was new and didn't know anything. The transportation of coal needs good roads. Tourism also needs good roads. Even if other companies come in the future, the roads will still be used. Therefore, the waste of investment can't be counted in. The people who mine coal need a place to live. The hotels won't be used in the future. There's nothing wrong with letting them live there. As for the foundation of the river, after the river is widened, it will be different from now. In the past, the water overflowed because the river was narrow. If the river is widened, it won't overflow. Am I right? Lu Yen refuted and looked at Tong Hui. Yes, yes. Tong Hui didn't want to say more to the county magistrate. He was just a yamen runner. Even if he said something wrong, the county magistrate wouldn't change his decision. Lu Yen was slightly satisfied. He ordered, since you agree, find someone to start the initial stage of the excavation. Make sure that there are 2 meals a day. The monthly salary must be paid on time. Sir, that, you don't know. Now, the workers in our county have 3 meals a day. The salary is paid every day. Tong Hui quickly reminded. Lu Yen was stunned. He thought for a while and nodded. Okay, I'll do as you say. They even need to provide breakfast here. That's not proper. That's not what I mean. Sir, the place you chose is far away from your home. It's impossible to let people go back and forth. The workers need to live in a simple house first. Tong Hui explained. Lu Yen suddenly understood. He was thinking about other things and forgot about the road. He said, okay, you do as you see fit. Remember to find more people. After the arrangement, he walked back with the yamen runners. When he passed by Old Willow Village, he saw that the market was open. At the same time, the boards on the bridge were laid out. He hesitated and didn't enter the village. He chose to eat in the market. He wanted to listen to what the local people said. He thought that many people didn't have a good life and needed to work. Every day, they would wake up early to eat, then go to the factory or the workshop to work. They would eat at noon, work in the afternoon, go home at night, eat and sleep. There was no difference between 10 years and 1 year. It was the same for a lifetime. People with ambition should be like himself. They should always think about new things and change things through their own efforts. Only in this way can they live a better life. Old Zhang, this is the county magistrate of this county. Show him what you've got. If the county magistrate is not satisfied, you can't pay for it. Tong Hui played his role and shouted at a person who was selling boxed lunches at a stall. Most of the boxed lunches were served directly. However, there were also cases where people didn't want to eat the cooked dishes or didn't want to eat the cooked dishes. The boss of the boxed lunches looked at Lu Yen and nodded. He thought about what to do as he walked to the back. Soon, 2 cold plates were served. There was also rice wine with ginger slices, longan and dates. The smell depended on the individual's taste. Some people didn't like to drink this kind of wine with other things in it. Lu Yen had suffered in Bajiang, so he didn't have high requirements for food. Moreover, he wanted to show that he was close to the people. Therefore, he didn't say anything after smelling the wine. Instead, he began to listen to others. There was a lot of noise in the market. Some people were willing to let others hear their opinions. Have you heard? The new county magistrate's surname is Lu. His name is Lu Yen. Lu Yen just started to listen when he heard someone mention him. He immediately became serious and wanted to see what the locals said about him. I know. He came from a small place. I don't know if he made some achievements there or if someone helped him. I hope he won't mess up Hong Nong. I won't allow him to mess up Hong Nong. Another voice sounded. It was a rough voice with a hint of hoarseness. Lu Yen was a little unhappy, but he didn't show it on his face. He was still a shrewd person. Your hope is probably going to turn into disappointment. He's already working on it. He wants to double the current size of the river and let the water rise. When I came over this morning, I heard from the villagers that they want to strengthen the tourism market and make Hong Nong a big tourism town. What? A big tourism county? Hong Nong's economic model is a transit and processing industry. If it is a tourism industry, how can other industries support it? The county's money is limited. If one side has more, the other side will have less. In my opinion, we should continue to support the artisanal workshops. We should use the good steel on the blade and invest the money in urgent needs. What artisanal workshops? I mean to continue to build the wharf. Now the wharf's warehouse is getting less and less. There are also fewer auxiliary tools. We have to tear down all the small houses nearby, move the people away, pave the road, and build more warehouses. You are all wrong. I think we should vigorously develop the special breeding of meat products. Think about it, there are more boats coming to and from the wharf every day, and the corresponding number of people also increases. There are also people migrating from other places. The demand for meat products is getting bigger and bigger. If we don't carry out special breeding, where will we get the meat products from? There are few local people, and we will have to increase the transportation cost. It will make the meat products we eat more expensive. In my opinion, the first thing to solve must be the housing problem. Last time, there was a flood, and there was a construction. But obviously, with the increase of the migrant population, the existing housing can no longer meet the demand for living conditions. The best way is to expand the county's urban area. Look at you, all of you are like the county magistrate. Hurry up and eat. You have to work in the afternoon after eating. You talk about these useless things all day. Can you control the county magistrate? Someone began to pour cold water on a large number of people, making the officials, who seemed to have a lot of power, to return to their original identity. You still can't say it? So what if he is not the county magistrate? What can the county magistrate do? I just don't agree to invest the county's money on tourism. Shouldn't we say it on the notice board first? When the time comes, we will oppose together, and the county magistrate will have to put down the tourism. No, I went to the county the day before yesterday, and the notice board was removed. You are dreaming, and I still have to tell you. Do you think it is the same as before? Why is it removed? I suspect that the new county magistrate wants to pocket the county's money. Tomorrow, I will go and see for myself. If he doesn't restore the notice board, I will go to the place where the telegram was sent and report him. I don't care whether he has a problem or not, I will let the higher-ups check it first. The hot dishes were served. Lu Yen, who had not eaten yet, heard the words of the people at the other table and the people at the other table, and his heart was filled with hatred. First, he hated the people for rejecting his plan. Second, he hated that someone wanted to threaten him and wanted to send a telegram. The higher-ups would definitely send someone, and he did not dare to stop them. Of course, what he hated the most was the system of the notice board. The thing that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did when they went to Baoxin County affected many places in Tang. Any ambitious local magistrate would set up a notice board. It was clearly written on the board how the money came from, where it was spent, and how much the development plan needed to be adopted. Lu Yen thought that this practice seriously slowed down the development of the county, and it was a great interference to the local magistrate. Usually, the local magistrate would come up with a good plan, but because the local people jointly rejected it, the local magistrate had to make a new plan. What did the people know? If the people knew, what was the use of the officials? They could all be officials, so they could not let the people order the officials around. The most important thing for the people to do was to be obedient and act according to the requirements of the officials. Were the officials not more capable than the people? How could they harm the people? Thinking about the difficulties he was going to face, Lu Yen felt that the wine and dishes were disgusting. The meat was too fishy to chew. Why did they put so many tendons in the dishes? And the wine bowl, no matter how he looked at it, it did not look clean. Did his oily hands rub against it? After eating a few mouthfuls, Lu Yen could not eat anymore. He felt disgusted and wanted to vomit. He put down his chopsticks and signaled the yamen runner with his eyes. Tong Hui was a smart person. When he saw the county magistrate put down his chopsticks, he immediately asked, "Sir, are you done eating?" Lu Yen nodded with a sullen face. Tong Hui immediately ordered the other yamen runners, "Don't eat the dishes, drink the wine first. Lao Zhang, pack it up and put the rice in. When we are hungry, we can eat together." Lu Yen took out a bill and slapped it on the table. "Today's food is not on the county's account. It's my treat, no need to pack it up. Sir, it's a pity to throw it away." Tong Hui was reluctant. The dishes on the table had not been touched. Lu Yen stared at him. "I'm not throwing your money away. I have money, and I don't need to be greedy." Humph. After he finished speaking, he got up and left. Tong Hui agreed and gave a yamen runner a look. The yamen runner nodded and waited for the county magistrate to leave in the car. The yamen runner carried the packed food and followed behind, but they could not eat it on the road, for fear of being seen by the county magistrate. When they got off work, they would gather together to buy some wine and continue to enjoy. At this moment, the other people eating also knew who the person who left was. It turned out that the new county magistrate looked like this. Rich, humph. Can he be richer than the Zhang family and the Wang family? The last time Xiaobei and the others came here to eat, they did not throw away the food after a few bites. If they have money, they can just throw away the money. Why throw away the food? Oh no, the new county magistrate turned out to be such a person. Our Hong Nong is in trouble. A person looked at the county magistrate's team leaving and said to the people around him. The people around nodded. They could see that the new county magistrate did not like to eat the food in the market. He did not even pretend to eat. He was far worse than Xiaobei and the others. Speaking of good food, no one in the Tang Empire could compete with the children of the Zhang family and the Wang family. But why could he eat it, and eat it very cleanly? It showed that he had a different idea. Xiaobei and the others wanted to set an example for others with their actions, but this county magistrate wanted to prove that he was rich. Let's wait and see. If it doesn't work, we really have to send a telegram. We can't let him mess around in our Hong Nong. If Xiaobei had asked Lu Feifei to be a level 5 official, it would have been better than the county magistrate. Unfortunately, it is a level 7 official. Although it is not under the management of the county, it is not under the control of the county yamen. Another person said. Many people always lived in the same situation. As Lu Yen thought, they got up in the morning and did things according to the same routine every day. There was nothing new. As for the gains, they had more deposits in the bank, more new clothes, and more comfortable houses to live in. The changes of ordinary people were always small, but they were always changing. As long as there was no problem with the policies of the imperial court, there would always be something new in the lives of ordinary people. A month passed in this way. The bulletin board of Hongnong County was set up again, and the income and expenses were the same as before. Of course, there was no introduction of using money to develop tourism. It seemed that the county magistrate didn't want to do tourism anymore. Of course, ordinary people would not send a telegram. They still lived their normal lives. Only people in the county knew that the county magistrate had not given up the idea of developing tourism, and he paid for people to work there first. The person in charge was Tong Hui. He found 100 able-bodied men and another 10 to help with the laundry and cooking. Then these people began to work. They dug the river, but they did not dig the river after the converging river as the county magistrate asked. They dug some small tributaries on the river. Those that should be widened were widened and those that should be deepened were dredged. The excavated sand was transported to the flat ground and piled there. Several sieves were set up to separate the thickness of the sand and stones and filter the mud. This part of the sand could be sold or used to build houses. Tong Hui was happy, so were the workers. They were paid a reasonable wage and had 3 meals a day. Sometimes, when their children were on vacation, they would come here to play with their wives and catch some river snails for a change. They knew what was going on. The county magistrate asked them to dig the river, so Tang Hui had to order people to do it. But he did not want to dig the main river, so he cleaned up the tributaries first. If the county magistrate came and saw it, he would find various excuses. While they were working here, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team moved quickly. At noon, they finally crossed India and came to the seaside. After setting up the tents, only a small number of people stayed on guard. The others all went in to rest and did not eat. When they rested until the evening, they got up one by one to eat dinner. They held a campfire dinner right at the seaside. All the food was roasted from the sea. They were tired of eating the food on the mountain recently. The 9 little ones were still leading the children in the tribe, teaching them how to eat the food in the sea, which part of the food was the best, and under what circumstances and what not to eat in order to avoid being poisoned. Finally, we're at the seaside. When we meet a ship tomorrow, we can ask them to help us send a message and mobilize more ships. When we go back, we'll stay in Luzhou for a few days and see how it's developed. Zhang Xiaobao breathed a sigh of relief. After staying outside for so long, he also felt annoyed. The team did not play a big role in the war. Let's not delay outside and go to the capital earlier. We don't know how chaotic it is in the country. The faster the development, the more unstable the other aspects. We have to take a good look along the way and find a way to balance the situation. Wang Wan was thinking about the consequences of Zhang Xiaobao's national policy. You're right. I'm mainly worried about the officials. They don't have the ability, but they insist on proposing new plans in the name of development. It's easy to waste the local revenue. What's more terrible is that they'll cheat the farmers. Zhang Xiaobao agreed with Wang Wan while roasting the fish. Chapter 1366. Originally, they thought that they would only be able to see the passing ships at dawn and contact them so that they could help pass on the news. However, when they were having a bonfire barbecue by the sea, a few beams of light shone over from the sea, making their eyes hurt. Suddenly, 2 of the lights were missing. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sighed at the same time. What's that? Why are 2 of the lights not shining? Xiaobei asked as she rummaged through her bag for the binoculars. It's broken, Zhang Xiaobao explained to his sister. The big searchlight is not very good because of the technology. It's a military ship belonging to the Tang Empire. Merchant ships don't have this equipment. Send a telegram. We can contact them now. Wang Wan immediately determined who the ship belonged to. At this time, only the Tang Empire had such technology. There was no need to worry that it was a ship from another country. Sure enough, once the telegram was sent, they received a reply very quickly. There was a gunship and a supply ship on the other side. They were on a routine patrol. When they saw countless bonfires by the sea, they shone. If there was no signal from the radio, the ship would send a small boat to check. Now, there was no need to worry about the danger of being hit by the reefs by the sea. The 2 ships received orders and sailed towards the nearest lighthouse. As long as they could contact the lighthouse, other problems would not be a problem. Soon, ships would be dispatched. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan only had to wait for the ships to gather here in a few days. Then, they could take a ride back together. They also had to organize the things they brought. They had passed through the territory of India, so naturally, they would not be traveling empty-handed. Instead, they would meet the locals and trade with them. The method of trade was not barter. Instead, they directly paid with money. Using the Tang Empire's money was a hard currency. Any place that had trade with the Tang Empire was willing to use the Tang Empire's money. This was because when the Tang Empire's merchants went to other places, they would use a very high exchange rate to exchange goods with the locals. The other reason was that they would slightly lower the price of their goods so that the other party would use the Tang Empire's money to buy them. However, they would rarely use the Tang Empire's money to buy other people's goods, unless the other party's goods were very good, such as pearls, gold, and other expensive luxury goods. This had a consequence. The Tang Empire's money was very valuable outside. The Great Tang also exported many low-tech but high-quality products. As long as one used the currency of the Great Tang, one could row a boat to the Great Tang and buy things in the Great Tang. After returning to one's country or tribe, one could make a fortune. The technological and military powers were so direct in their exploitation of the weaker countries that they didn't even need to set up trade barriers. But the Great Tang still had export tariffs, not import tariffs, so there was no need to worry about the primary products or raw materials of other places affecting the industries of the Great Tang. Exports were different. The Great Tang's goods were of high quality and also contained a certain level of skill. When other countries came to buy them, they would add an export tax, but the Great Tang didn't care. They would take the goods back to their own country and put this tax into the cost of the goods so that the buyer could bear the cost. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew this, and they understood it very well. For example, when they bought luxury goods overseas, such as leather bags, the country added an export tax, and when they reached the domestic market, they added an import tax. It looked very expensive, but people still fought to buy it. The value of the raw materials and labor time was not very high. The high price was due to the brand effect. It seemed that with such luxury goods, one's status would also be raised. Zhang Xiaobao bought many luxury goods, including yachts and planes, which were necessary for his profession. Wang Wan didn't wear any branded goods. Her clothes were specially made for her by someone in her family, and there was no brand on her clothes. Even if she just tied a piece of cloth around her neck, others would praise her for her beautiful scarf. But not everyone could be like her. If they couldn't use their status to increase the value of the goods, they had to use the value of the goods to increase their status. The countries and regions that had dealings with the Great Tang were like this. The cost of the raw materials was not important. What was important was that it came from the Great Tang. Xiaobei rummaged through her bag, but she didn't find the binoculars. Instead, she found a fist-sized rough diamond that had not been cut or processed. She looked at the bonfire and praised, "It's so cheap. What a big diamond. It's only worth 40 strings of coins. If you take it back, you can make at least 500 glass knives." Xiao Hai next to her sighed and said, "I asked you to study mathematics, but you didn't work hard. Such a big diamond can make at least 3,000 glass knives. If the craftsmanship is good, the number can be increased. Isn't that a fortune?" Xiaoqiang poked his head and echoed, "Let me see how much a glass knife costs." Xiao Nan also joined in the fun. Su Ilong looked envious, hesitated for a moment, and negotiated, "When we go back, I will exchange 10,000 glass knives with you, okay? Are you stupid or do you think we are fools? We are just saying. Do you really think we will use this diamond to make a glass knife?" Xiaobei questioned Su Ilong discontentedly. "I heard you say that you want to make a glass knife. You believe it when you hear it? Didn't you also buy 2 pieces? When you go back, you will be rich. Remember to pay back the money, 10% interest. According to the daily calculation, you borrowed a total of 220 strings of coins from us and bought a lot of things, right?" Xiaobei mentioned that Su Ilong borrowed money. Su Ilong didn't have money with her. She followed the team and didn't spend money on food and drinks. When she was trading with others, she had to borrow money from Xiaobei. She borrowed 220 strings of coins and bought a lot of good things in the local area. After going back, the value could increase by nearly 300 times after processing. Now she just wanted to get home quickly. Yes, 10% interest. Su Ilong replied, while still calculating in her heart, but she couldn't figure out how much it would be in a few dozen days. "It's good that you admit it. Let me remind you first, brother Xiao Hai. If it's 100 days, then you need to pay more than 13,780 times the 220 strings of coins. Xiao Bei said to Su Ilong with a smile. Su Ilong's face was bitter, and she nodded. It won't be 100 days. It's been 15 days since I borrowed the money. As soon as I set foot on the territory of the Tang Empire, I will immediately find a bank to give you the money. It's estimated that it will take less than 50 days. How much is 50 days? As she spoke, she looked at Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai frowned, found a branch, and drew on the ground. After drawing twice, he shook his head and took out an abacus from his bag. After a few dozen breaths, he said to Su Ilong, 50 days, 10% interest rolling every day. It's 117. 39 times. Su Ilong couldn't say anything, she just stuck out her thumb and gestured to Xiao Hai. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also looked at their younger brother Xiao Hai with gratification. They knew how to do it, but they weren't as proficient as Xiao Hai, nor were they as fast. Of course, what made the two of them even happier was that their younger brother, Xiao Hai, was indeed very talented in mathematics. However, he was not stupid. If he only had numbers and formulas in his mind all day long, the two of them would take coercive measures. When Su Ilong heard that 50 days was more than 100 times, her heart relaxed. 100 times was bearable. At most, it would be 30,000 strings of cash, which was better than 100 days of 13,000 strings of cash. Although her family couldn't take out 30,000 strings of cash, she could immediately run to the bank after going ashore, mortgage her things, and take out the money to pay back Xiao Bei and the others. If the price of the loan was very low, she could also use her family's reputation to lend, or even borrow from others. No matter how she looked at it, it was more cost-effective than owing Xiao Bei and the others money. The interest was too high, and it was even compounded. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care about the deal between Su Ilong and her younger brothers and sisters. They believed that the little guys wouldn't deliberately cheat Su Ilong. They must have calculated the time before going back. If it took 100 days, the interest would definitely not be so high. Regarding this transaction, the two were more happy and gratified. Were Xiao Bei and the others short of money? Of course not. Now they were worried about how to make good use of the money, not to earn more money, but to improve the lives of the children of Tang Empire. Giving Su Ilong an interest meant that the little guys were sensible. Directly borrowing 220 strings of cash or giving the money to Su Ilong was nothing. But that way, Su Ilong would lose a sense of achievement. When he returned to the country, people in his circle would look down on him, thinking that he took advantage of Xiao Bei and the others, and not his own ability. According to the current situation, Su Ilong's decision to take the risk was based on his own judgment and choice. When he went back, he could pat his chest and say to the people in the circle that he took the risk with such high interest. He believed in his own judgment. In this way, the old man Su Jian would be happy. This time, they didn't fight to their heart's content, but they earned a lot of money. Along the way through India, except for the tribes they took in before, the others all made deals with the Indians. The method of trading was to first take the money to buy the local good things, and then sell the unfinished canned food and other consumables to the locals who just got the money. The selling was not very expensive, half the price of the merchants. Anyway, the things couldn't be used up, and they were worthless when they returned. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team waited for 6 days before they gathered the ships that could take them back. Some of them were ships that had just come out of Tang Empire for long-distance trade. They carried things on board and unloaded them. A few people were left behind to trade with the local people with the cooperation of the guards, so that the empty ship could take Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan back. There were also merchant ships that had been outside for countless days and were going back to Tang Empire with goods. They also unloaded the goods and put them in the local area first. After sending Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team back, they would make a short trip. No one mentioned compensation. It was all voluntary. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also didn't mention the national compensation. They wrote down every merchant ship, and when they returned, they would specifically provide the people on the merchant ships with good methods or technologies. The people from the tribes that followed the team back to Tang Empire finally felt what it meant to be a strong country. Especially the leader of the original tribe, Simo Domo. He knew what this represented. This was the unity of a country. If it was his own tribe or country, such a situation would never happen. Unless there was a threat of force, who would be willing to give up their own interests so easily? It seems that Tang Empire will soon occupy all the surrounding areas. At least, I will be able to see it when I am alive. So strong. When Simo Domo he came to the ship and saw the people on the ship looking at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team with happy expressions, he sighed with emotion. There is one more chapter today, and the following chapter does not count the number of words in the main text. My editor, the beautiful Starfish, posted a message in the authors group. Free Chidin coins, the opportunity to increase subscriptions is here. There are 3 ways to participate in this activity. 1. Uni SMS has a free Chidin coin activity. If you want to participate, come and read my new chapter, XXX. 2. Free Chidin coins activity. I will share this with everyone. Download Uni SMS on your phone. There is an activity where you can get up to 10,000 Chidin coins. You can try it out. 3. You can get 200 Chidien coins through Uni SMS app. If you participate, you will receive free Chidien coins. This is a good benefit. I will recommend you. The activity is about to start. You can advertise on the book review page, authors group, etc., and invite your book friends to receive free Chidien coins to subscribe to your works. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.